Hello everyone. This should now be working. Hello. The bot may be working. If anyone wants to try it out, we will try it out and see if it's working. We will see. If it's working on either YouTube or Twitch, it's supposed to be... According to the bot, it's got green lights all round. And everything's happy. Yeah. Well, the buttons are working. So we've got a question from Timu, which is on Twitch. We've got a question from Leslie, which is on Twitch. Is it just working on... Paul? Thank you. I'm trying to test if the bots are working. Yeah, I think it's working on Twitch. So we have a bot for Twitch, basically. It has been running since 2 a.m. this morning. We have a poll for YouTube. We have a bot for Twitch. It has been running though, and my colleagues will testify to this. It has been running since 2 a.m. this morning to try and make sure it was all working. Because it was working at 2 a.m. this morning when I was testing it. I have a poodle who's being, for some reason, incredibly polite to me. And this always worries me. When a poodle's being incredibly polite, it means they want something.
For the treats will start to flow.
Yes, that is basically...
Because as far as the poodle is concerned, it is not the spice which must flow, but treats.
As far as the poodle's concerned, going live means one thing. There is now an infinite number of people that he, as a poodle, can
blackmail
to tell him he's cute and give him biscuits if he looks cute. Oh. Okay. He really does think you'll all just fall for it and give him biscuits. He really does believe
because
this.
We will. We absolutely will.
Look,
this.
I just live in hope that someday, you'll realize he's just milking you for biscuits.
Well, yeah,
we do. We just don't care.
Well, they don't care. I'm not bothered either way. I have no dog in this fight, which is about a dog, which is that's comedy in and of that's comedy in and of itself. The jokes write themselves.
Fleet, are we gonna have to start calling you Chris Brown?
What?
No. He's just a punny man.
Something, all right.
He's a punny man.
I have recordings to edit. I don't want to edit recordings.
No one ever does, but you still do it. And nice way, the thing I hate most about YouTube stuff and all the videos is the editing of the videos.
Because I'm not so full of myself to think that somebody's going to want to sit down and watch 8 hours of me slathering paint onto miniatures.
Well, actually, it's more a case of the amount of times with mine with editing. I end up having to edit sections out to a bit which it's sort of natural edit point. Because a bit further along, someone, and I'm going to not name names, has decided to jump up and has managed to land paw first, or double pawed first, both on parts of me which are attached to nerve endings.
Yes.
Yes.
Are
Yes.
you
Quite,
sure he's? Are
quite,
you sure
quite
he's not
literally,
doing this deliberately?
quite literally
I
a
hope not.
punch to the, quite literally a punch to the dog's unmentionables.
Yes.
Except it's not the dog's unmentionables.
No.
Dopamine, fun police. The thing in the neurotransmitter you are speaking of is dopamine. Get your dopamine, fresh dopamine. Not on YouTube for whatever reason, but it is
No.
working on Twitch. So if
It's
you
working
trundle
on
over to
Twitch.
Twitch, it'll probably work.
But
You should
Paul is
probably roll
working very
back.
hard on YouTube.
I mean, you could roll back.
It's not the programming in the bot. It is the API access for the bot to YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh,
The bot's working
and I guess
fine.
I get lucky because I'm on the Mondays and I have all the API I ever want on the Mondays.
Yes.
No, you stream about 3 hours earlier, and that difference matters. Notionally, the bot should be working today because these probably one of the single biggest consumers of bot API has ended their stream early. But for whatever reason, maybe the let's see, 2 a.m. for you would be. It's possible that the software needs to refresh the YouTube API token because 2 a.m. for you is before midnight West Coast.
Yeah, I'm not switching it off. It was working at 2 a.m. this morning.
Montana, the API is a Alphabet/YouTube problem, not a me problem.
I think it is a
reiterate-
Runon problem. I think Runon should go fix it. I think Runon should go up to Apple Alphabet and offer to fix it for them as an issue.
Yeah,
This-
sure.
Don't agree. She should charge them quite a lot of money for doing it.
Yeah,
Anyway.
me increasingly persona non grata in the U.S. Anyway,
Yeah, but if there's any organization which can afford to just go ignore the U.S. government, it's got to be Alphabet.
Yeah, but essentially the brief explanation is Twitch just broadcasts the API information. So as long as you're on the right channel, so to speak, you can get the information from Twitch's API. YouTube, you have to request it, and YouTube limits how many requests you can get. That is a very coarse explanation. It is not technically accurate, but it does get the general point across.
And I think with mine, also you must remember I use Restream as well as StreamBot, and I think the two together both cause fun.
Honestly, I think it's, if I had to guess, it may be more how your internet protocol is handled in between you and the wider internet, your ISPs.
Yeah.
Because a lot of this started to happen when your
internet started to play up.
When your internet started to play up, and then you overhauled it for the dual ISP setup.
So it actually would work as reliable internet, but not necessarily as. Yeah, well, when we get the new router, that might change things. Then we can always hope.
Yeah, so we'll see that, and that may fix
a lot of the issues.
YouTube,
Indeed.
We kind of answered that one on Friday. I know, because I was there.
But we'll answer it again. Anyway, with that being said, Timu, how much brew would the Royal Navy consume if it would replace the rum? Timu, don't take us the wrong way, but one of the few places where you can usually guaranteed find iron brew is in the stores on ships in the Royal Navy. In fact, I was once told by a friend of mine who works at bar that the Royal Navy is one of their largest customers.
Why did Twitch kill my...
Yeah.
Oh, I sent you an invite for the shared chat. Doohickey Thingamabobber.
Also, I love that. Doohickey Thingamabobber. Excellent, fantastic, marvelous, brilliant. What an excellent way to describe it. Truly a marvel of modern technology.
Also, I would like to point out to those of us on Twitch that I now have a somewhat limited selection of emotes. Actually, no, Twitch approved them all.
Oh,
I
right
have
then.
electrician themed emotes on Twitch now.
I am worried about
Blah.
Runon and their various emotes.
Hey, I
As you
am the
probably should
only
be.
I am probably the only person on Twitch that has a Burndy tap as an emote.
I'm still happy I earned a hype emote because of last year's Historiathon. That was, a big thing for me. I also have emotes on YouTube as well. Anyway. Yeah.
I have a Burndy tap emote. That means I win Twitch.
I'm not.
Let's move on quickly.
Of course, Runon.
Let's move on quickly. Michael Cooch, Naval History, give Runon, be fair, give Runon a choice, Dr. Clarke. Fix API or set up the Minecraft server. I think they have time to do both. I have faith in them. I realise they can multitask.
I'm still missing a £10,000 check. No one has cut me a £10,000 check yet. And I ain't doing a dang thing with no Minecraft server until somebody cuts me a £10,000 check. Cut me that check and then we'll talk.
She's right, you know.
I am going to be, before we get too far, I'm going to be slightly naughty, okay, today.
Okay.
I'm going to set something up in YouTube because you might have noticed recently that I've been doing tests with the interaction systems because we've got some of the history YouTubers are doing tests with how the algorithm works. And this new goal button is interesting. If we have the goal running, it seems to me that we are more for some reason we get a higher boost in the algorithm. Now,
shocking.
It's amazing, and it's sort of thing. So I am going to put a goal up there. If people want to donate, lovely, thank you very much. I'm not going to say no because it's all very kind of very generous of you. But please note, the reason I'm putting up there is not because I'm going money, money, money. It's because I'm testing out, because I ran a live the other day without it going, and I saw how that has done, and I'm now doing another live with it going, and I'm going to see how this does. And I'm going to do this over a few of them. And I'm going to try and see what happens. And
hello, Foxo.
Hello. Sorry about being a bit late.
No worries.
Fine, it's fine. You're just taking my slot, because usually I'm the one that's slightly late.
Yeah. And I'm just basically using it because I'm announcing things which I'm sort of planning and hoping to do anyway.
Yep.
So there you go. Goal is now running. And you all got it why the goal is running, okay? It's entirely me trying to manipulate the algorithm shamelessly. Leslie, has there ever been a Japanese ship called Yumi or Ya? I don't think so. I don't remember one called that, and I think I would. Oh, will you? I'm getting emotionally blackmailed by a poodle again. You heard Foxo. And you immediately think that means biscuit, because Foxo's a nice person.
Yes, that is exactly what he thought.
For the very, very extremely few to non-existent number of people who are wondering, resin precipitate out of a simple green and water solution has a very unfortunate set of properties visually. Just putting that one out there.
I mean, if I'm correct, Yumi's a weapon, like a type of bow in Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
Yes, and it's also a name. So,
Leslie is now rapidly approaching your location.
and if I'm correct, the Japanese don't really tend to name ships after weapons. So,
Interestingly enough, they did consider it for a Fubuki class, but they didn't. They didn't go there, is what I found on my notes.
okay.
But the Fubuki class are an interesting class of destroyers anyway, and because you have to remember, Fubuki herself is called Blizzard. So,
Is it a lizard blizzard wizard?
no. Black Horse. And I'm watching the chat to check it when Paul says there's about 50 in the chat. 50 in there. Black Horse. What happens if the Germans decide not to pay back the Italian Navy and instead their air forces would decide to attack the landings at Salerno? They did sort of go after landings at Salerno as well and went after everything. So they were going after everything. They were trying to hit it all. But you also have to remember, Salerno has quite a heavy Allied aviation presence. There are fleet carriers sitting off Salerno providing the air defence, and there are strike carriers close in, or rather escort carriers being used as strike carriers close in, providing the combat air support. And this means there's quite a hefty, radar-controlled, very strong, a very hefty fighter presence sitting around there, and that tends to mitigate against Fritz X. A lot of the standoff weapons require line of sight guidance and control, and believe it or not, if you have fighters diving on you, it makes line of sight guidance and control so much more difficult in World War II. They still get some hits and they still cause some damage, but it's a case of, for what the amount of effort that it's almost they're more likely to get hits with the conventional weapons than they are with the standoff weapons out of that scenario. Then we have Michael Cooch. The Shipshape Australia Awards. Still haven't received anything. No response emails. Could you give an update and or chase them up, please? I will chase them up. I will chase up. Basically, it's chase up Garius and... Well, Garius is doing the emails and website. And... the person who's supposed to be organising the sending out is one of us who actually runs a very comprehensive merchandise operation themselves from their own house and has all the franking machine and everything. So I will have a conversation with them because they thought they'd done everyone. So if they've forgotten, if there's a pile sitting somewhere in their house which they haven't sent out, I will of course not hold it over their heads and at all use it to court for a generation of mirth under any circumstances.
Just very quickly, Alex, on the topic of shipshape,
Yes?
did we manage to get the website up for Japan yet? Given that we
Not
are
yet.
rapidly
No,
approaching
no,
August.
no. Look, I have done everything I can do. It's all with the people who do that in the nicest way.
Well, then you probably should be back for
Fleet. I have to. This is one of the benefits and also one of the problems of working as a group. Okay, we have to all do our own bits. We also have to all have understanding, etc. For my case, for the website, I will hold my hand up. I said I was writing the stuff. I'd written a draft, sent the draft, and hadn't checked if they'd give me feedback, and hadn't checked if they wanted the changes. And then I sent in the changes, and so those were sent in last week. So all these things
Oh.
have been, but that's on me. I
Just,
should have checked.
you know.
I should have checked if there were changes wanted rather than.
It's more just I'm sat here looking at the month and I'm going.
I know. Don't worry, you're not the only one. I'm sitting there going, how much of this am I going to have to put on my credit card? Yes, that's the usual worry of how much do I have to put on my credit card? How much does, because sometimes we do, sometimes because of the way the money comes through and all the things to do, a lot of it basically goes on our credit cards and then we pay it off the credit card. Which this year I can sort of should theoretically be able to do. Last year I couldn't do at all because I was already maxed out on my credit card because of moving house. This year I've paid off enough of the credit card. I should be able to do it. And there are, don't worry, there's already a backup plan in place for you as well on that front.
Thank God for that.
In the nicest way, I always have about 3 or 4 plans for doing it, sorting out anything. Don't worry. Admittedly, this one does involve using you in Japan as a well, you know how you can in Japan people can hire friends for a day.
No.
We thought we'd loan you out and then we'd make your money back for your trip in a couple of days.
That's extremely optimistic, Dr. Clarke. That's and people say I'm an optimist.
Apparently, hiring Englishmen is a premium out there for a day as a friend for a day.
But the problem is as a friend.
And the thing is, it sounds pretty nice because the person who hires you pays for the entire day out and the entire day's trip.
Mm.
It's our backup option. It's a backup option.
Hiring Fleet as a friend for a day. I don't know who I feel more sorry for.
This fills me with just as much as it does anybody else.
God, I've been ripping off Fleet. He's been my friend for years.
They have to try and be friends with the Hosh, the chief prophet of the Hosh.
It's not a religion.
Yes, it's a cult. Now, are you going to join either the cult of the Buccaneer or the Blackburn? Right?
It's not a.
I will stand by one thing. Both of those are religions, and
they are not religions.
Yes.
There's the cult of the Hosh and there's the cult of the Catalina. Or no, rather the Church of the Catalina. I think that was Carl von Gasberg who was running the Church of the Catalina at one point.
Well, to use a Warhammer Fantasy example, the cult of the Catalina is the cult of Sigmar. The cult of the Blackburn is the cult of Ulrich. The cult of the Buccaneer is Urson. Now, the cult of Hosh, well, that's the cult of Papa Nurgle.
Yeah, definitely. No, I feel like the cult of Hosh is more Tzeentchian in nature, honestly.
No.
Okay, next question. Bowman Boy, how could the handling the Red Sea crisis be improved if Somaliland offered to be used as a military force base? How could its capacity improve with built-up infrastructure? You don't want to do that. You do not want to do that. Look, I deal with stabilization and conflict stabilization scenarios all the time. Somaliland is an interesting place, and it is stable at its current time, and it is getting there. But if you put in some kind of force which is going to be affecting people who may be distant relatives, might be connected through other means, etc., with actual military action, you will quickly destabilize Somaliland itself, because you'll put it into the front line. At the moment, it's offset and it's able to stabilize itself, and you can do well assisting and funding the existing organizations and trying to help them grow in capacity and capability. But you try and put anything there to try and support other operations in the Red Sea, you will destabilize Somaliland faster than anything, and you will end up with a bigger problem.
If nothing else,
you'll turn into the front line. You'll turn into a front line. You also have an influx of people who will destabilize the economy because they will have money, but they won't have any commitment into the local economy. Massive problem. Realize it comes straight out of 1990s doctrine for how to stabilize areas. Oh, we find the nearest cheap place to set up a base. And pretty much look at what happened to all those places they did that in the 1990s, and then look at them today. Look at how they've turned out today, and look at what problems they've gone through in the previous 30 years. You don't want to do it.
Yeah, if nothing else, just look at the economic impact of dropping in, each soldier, sailor, airman dropping in hundreds to thousands of pounds, euros, or dollars into that economy is going to do.
Isn't the sovereignty of Somaliland pretty complicated currently?
Like most of that area, it is, yes.
Well, it's technically part of Somalia, isn't it?
There's parts of Somalia which claim it's part of them.
Because I remember really, no country really recognizes it as a separate country.
That obviously makes it easier to secure basing rights for, right? Because you don't have
to. How do I put this politely? Okay, Somaliland is an interesting case in that it's one of those things of where it's kind of like found itself in a similar situation to Taiwan, where everyone's sort of pretending officially it doesn't exist, while unofficially everyone's setting up positions in there to talk to them as if they do exist. And it's like people like to pretend Taiwan is in a unique position in the world, but you'd be amazed at some of the places which are in the same level of situation as Taiwan.
Where else is?
Moses, stop that.
Oh, come on, man.
As I've regularly said, this is little cousin friendly, this channel. So, no.
That's your mulligan. I will remove it this time because little cousins are likely to be... Oh, for crying out loud, Harrison.
You definitely know better, Harrison. You've been here many times before. Mo, I think I've only seen once, so I will forgive Mo. Right. Hello.
Don't tell Paul, but I might be breathing in airbrush solvent.
This is not good for your health, Runon.
My body is a meat mech. It shall die eventually. If it dies, it dies.
Alright, YouTube Minecraft Watcher.
Do not make me cast animate skills. Sorry, go on.
Okay, no worries. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if the US Army in 1938 suddenly gets an offer from a factory to produce Hueys, and the factory has already made 1,500 Hueys by this point? The US Army is going to be very expensive. But also, if they're getting Hueys, the most important thing is going to be the engines they're providing, because the engines that power the Huey is going to be a real revelation for air power. It truly is.
Isn't that engine a radial?
No, it's a turbo shaft, gas turbine driving.
Yeah.
The Huey was the first turbo shaft utility helicopter the US Army operated.
I think Raleigh took my tweezers.
Everything else was piston engine prior to that, although some of the piston engine helicopters did receive turbo shaft conversions after the fact.
So I brought up with you on Monday when we talked about this on Ramblings.
Yes, we did cover this question on Monday.
So,
exactly this question.
Yeah.
Not even partially this question.
I think it was before I got there, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. You were probably discussing that while I was dealing with someone discussing Peter Zine's latest predictions.
Hey.
Okay. Richard Gross, what if 4C went to Hawaii and not Singapore first, before Pearl Harbor? Why would they?
How?
No, actually, the how's quite easy. They go through the Caribbean and Panama Canal, and they can do that. The nicest way. That's not too difficult. But the question is, why are they going to Pearl Harbor? That's going to change a lot of things, because are they going to Pearl Harbor as a stopping point on the way to Singapore? Are they going that way around the world for some reason to show linkage up with the Americans? In which case they're probably not there by the time, they're probably out somewhere in the middle of the Pacific by the time Pearl Harbor happens. Or are they going there to form up a fast swing with the Americans, in which case they are probably linking up with the carriers, in which case they're out with the carriers? That is one of those questions where you need a lot more data before you can make the point.
More context required.
Yeah, more context required on that one.
I always love it when I wash, cure, and then prime a model, and suddenly I see all the little bits of sprue that have managed to survive. It's great. I love it when that happens.
I guess you could say you're sprued at that point.
Oh,
Fleet, I will hunt you down.
Mute that man for that pun. Mute that man for that pun for these next 5 minutes. Mute him. That was just terrible.
Hey,
I've
been instructed by the server owner.
5 minutes mute for that pun. That was just terrible.
Good. So I'll turn it back on with pictures of Hosh at 1600 my time.
Okay. Oh, okay. What is the silliest response you've had all week? Well, poor Fleet doesn't need to really be asked for this one.
Poor Fleet knows what he did. He's not the victim here.
Honestly,
everybody else's brain cells are the victim.
I've had some interesting responses this week. I've had people who've response to the whole situation for Richardson as, well, he's a professional military officer, so of course he's responsible. And I'm sitting there going, or alternatively, people have gone, well, of course he didn't know what he was doing. That's what Roosevelt knew what he was doing, because professional military don't know what they're doing. I've had all sorts of interesting sweary responses to that one for some reason. Amount of people who want to swear in defense of President Roosevelt, it seems strange to me.
Because both to a generation and a political leaning, Roosevelt is sacrosanct.
Yeah. I've had several Greeks decide that that Greece wouldn't. There's no reason. Several Greeks who I don't think actually. It's interesting that I can tell if they're Greek. They come with their Greek names. Their names come up in Greek lettering, so I know that's why I'm fairly sure they're Greek. But the video, and are giving me a good judgment. There are about 4 who obviously didn't watch the video because the base of their entire argument is there's no reason to fortify Crete. And in the entire video, I put through the reason for why you fortify Crete under this circumstances, because you invest in infrastructure, so it's financially more important, and it's also easier to fortify because it's cheaper to fortify now, and because of that, and you can therefore command the various sea routes. And I actually gave the argument and the ideas of why you do these things the whole way through.
When they say there's no reason to fortify Crete, do they mean there's no reason prior to war breaking out for fortifying Crete? Because I feel like post Abyssinia, I could make a very good excuse militarily for fortifying Crete.
No, they just don't believe there's no reason to fortify Crete, because their argument was it's not financially important enough to fortify Crete. The local economy isn't important enough to fortify. And again,
it sits right in the middle third of the easterly third of the Mediterranean.
Runon, I know they haven't watched the video, because in the nicest way in the video I spoke about how you develop the economy, and that would be one reason you'd have to fortify it.
I haven't watched the video, and I can think of a lot of strategic reasons why I'd want Crete to be a very tough nut.
Yeah, but this is the point. It's one of the things that depresses me when people, it's why I tell people not to actually read the comments before you watch a video first, because the nicest way, half the comments, I swear, these days, people don't actually watch the videos. They just comment straight off the title.
Also, good luck to your granddaughter, Leslie.
Apparently there was a Twitch glitch.
Yeah, it dropped it. Okay, let me bring the window back up. Start sharing chat again. Thank you.
Oh, we've got to get these things sorted out.
Okay, at least the majority of our during stream technical difficulties are not client side. I will say that much.
Yes.
But I think getting the dejankification of your network infrastructure will solve a great many issues.
The jank has solved the internet going down completely for hours on end, but it's created other issues.
Oh, yeah. It solved the issue that stops you from being eligible to make money.
I'd say eligible to actually work. Alright, next question. And I think it's time to let Fleet out for the punt I'm
Exactly.
Yeah, it's 1509, so I guess we can let
Technically
him out.
speaking, there isn't. I literally set up a timer for this actually, so it is now 15 seconds.
All right, let him serve his sentence.
Dragon is literally
Everybody else
timing it down to a second.
Yeah,
Everyone else has to
stop
serve their
after all.
sentences.
2, 1.
I have so many minis to finish. Why did I get involved in art fight? The next time I get involved in art fight, somebody attempts to stop me.
Well, there is a certain thing
okay.
else I would mention, but Foxer would murder me. That involves a lot of minis.
I mean,
How
I've
dare
already
you all
ordered.
confine me
Go
for
on.
comedy?
I've already ordered my shouldery boys box. I'm just waiting for the phone call that's ready to come pick up.
Gentlemen, how... Like, my comedy! You barred me away from
No,
comedy!
Fleet, that's
Lee,
not comedy.
You also
That's
owe
not
me
comedy.
£156,000.
Why do I owe you £156,000?
Copyright and trademark infringement.
And also
What?
the amount of therapy that she is going to need to recover from that god-awful pun.
What do you mean copyright and trademark infringement? What do you want?
God.
Let's move on without giving
all
quick
right, let's
explanation.
move on.
Legally infringed
So-
my copyright to bad puns.
Yeah.
Swiftly
All right,
moving forward.
Next question. Black Horse. Why have submarines not been built the size of the Russian Typhoon class? Well, that's not quite the case. Because whilst yes, the Typhoon class are pretty darn big, they're 175
reason.
meters by 23 meters, etc. They are SSBNs. The Boreas, which have followed them, have been 170 meters by 13.5 meters. And the Columbia class are 171 meters by 13 meters, and we can go through it. Basically, quite a lot of modern SSBNs are roughly the same size, and they are within 4 or 5 meters of the Typhoons. It's honestly, when the Typhoons were built the size they were, it was a bit of a gimmick. It was a bit of the Russians going, "We've got the biggest in the world." Da 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 da. It was kind of like the Kirovs. There is a justification for it in this capability they bring, but there is also a case of they are doing in that way quite as much as they are because they want to show how big and powerful the Soviet Union is.
Yeah,
Leslie,
there was that.
Leslie, did you give your granddaughter some special dice?
But I mean, the Typhoons did show the way towards where SSBN design was going as capabilities did increase, and the desire to not so much increase the lethality of SSBNs, but increase the comfort levels for the crews of SSBNs
Not
went
really.
forwards.
In nicest way, you try and find a swimming a spa with plunge pool on a Vanguard or a Columbia or
Yeah, I'm aware
Dreadnoughts.
the Typhoons had a lot of gimmicks, but what I'm more saying is the systems that enable, certain levels of crew comfort that would have been unknown on early boomers, without compromising lethality to stupid levels, and not going insane as the Typhoons did, if that makes sense.
Well,
Have you,
the thing with the Typhoons is because they wanted them to be so much bigger than everybody else, is that they had the volume for those creature comforts, which means that they could have pools and saunas and hot tubs. If you don't have that volume, you can still have a high level of creature comforts, just without the opulence of some of the Typhoon's facilities.
Yeah, I know. That was kind of like. Thank you for putting it in a much better way, because that's sometimes I sometimes need someone else to come in and basically,
Fleet, you
Translate.
need a or a common English translator.
yes, basically. Thank you.
Right. Seneca Nero, how regular were the recipes for the meals in the Age of Sail that the sailors ate? Were they the same on any ship? How was it in Age of Steam and Steel? Were some ships' cooks praised? Okay. There's a lot of cooking for yourself on a ship. Okay. The reason for a mess, and before we get into too much detail on this, because this is really more than a Bruships question in terms of complexity. The reason a mess was originally established was that was a group which would pull together their resources in terms of their food they were allotted to be able to cook things and turn them into and buy vegetables, buy other things to supplement the mess kitty, supplement the mess food stocks, and they would use that to provide themselves with something which was a bit tastier. There is a reason why, they'd often prepare the dishes and then the cooks would cook them. And so all the cooks basically did was watch the stuff or allocate the meat and allocate those things. And then over time things change, especially once you get to sort of warrior moving forwards. It very much eventually becomes standard that you have a centralized cooking and dietary, and that's when things get to the modern naval's food supplies, which we understand today. But yeah, for quite if you consider the rations that people were allocated, it was a load of salt beef, a salt pork, and all sorts of things like that. It was not a cooked meal. It was, here are the ingredients. Cook it yourself, basically. For quite a lot of period.
I'm just trying to imagine some seamen first class trying to cook their own meal on a
That's
Virginia.
why it was done in a mess. It was done in a mess division, and there was always some seniors around to watch them and advise them. This is where the whole thing of leading seamen and killix came from.
Or worse yet, a officer in lieu of another one.
Officers usually had a mess cook.
Yeah, but there's always going to be some enterprising lieutenant.
No. They kept them well away from that.
I didn't say it would be a good idea. I just said that some lieutenant would have it.
Nope. Because again, it was important for. It's going to sound strange, but the reason officers didn't prepare their meals is the same reason why NCOs, sort of senior NCOs, didn't prepare their own meals. They were busy doing other things. And even midshipmen were at that level. They're expected to stand watch, they're expected to do things, etc. You can have sailors got allotted time off in a watch to go and sort themselves out and sort out their food in the mess. Each mess would nominate someone who would have the chance to go off and do the prepping, do the cooking. So they would nominate someone in the group who was good at cooking to go and do it. Officers don't have that function, so officers would have a mess steward, and that's where the mess stewards come from. And often the stewards would also, while they were preparing the officers' meals, would prepare their mess group's meals. And it's the whole thing is, why do we to this day still have a captain, steward, etc. and these things? It's because the point is, when a captain is busy running the ship, you don't want to have them worrying about food or going off somewhere to get food. You want them in the CIC thinking. You want them in the CIC paying attention, doing their job. So you've got someone whose job it is literally to make sure that person is fed, is watered, is kept basically alive, so they can do their job. You basically, at a certain point, you go, this person is valuable enough and important enough to the survival of this ship that we want to make sure there is someone whose job it is to make sure that when they are distracted because they're dealing with events that are going on in the world or the events going on around them, that they are kept in tip-top fighting condition, because what we can't have is them suddenly collapsing because they forgot to eat and drink for a few hours. And you might think they're an adult, but it's not the case. You might think they're an adult and therefore that it is. But if you consider if they're dealing with the pressure of having life and death of their ship on their hands and all the people dying if they get it wrong, they can get distracted quite easily.
It's also worth pointing out that food, especially as you leave the Age of Sail and head into... even in the Age of Sail, actually, but it becomes more of a factor as you go towards the modern era gradually. Food really does become an important part of morale aboard ship. A crew that's well fed with good food that, they actually look forward to meal times, for lack of a better way of describing it, is generally better for the health, as in, I mean, the social and morale health of a ship.
Fleet, the reason I'm going to disagree with you now is because you just said something which is very, very silly. At what point in history has food ever not been important to people's morale?
Well, I didn't say. Well, I
You
did
said,
correct myself.
No, you said it became increasingly important. It's always been important.
It was,
And whilst I can
always.
I could always important, yes. But the moment you added increasingly, that suggests that it was less important at some point, and it never was. And I could see where you were coming from, but I could also see where it could get interpreted.
But actually, so when would you say the centralized, organized cooking and food came in? Because it seems strange, like that a lot of this stuff for the Navy would come in after it's already pre-existing for land-based armies, given how you've got a lot more limited food supply.
Well, you see, in the Navy, they've always operated on they allocate the food out to people. They allocate the food out, but you don't necessarily. How do I put this? You eat as a mess. You dine as a mess. How do I put this? It's basically the difference between the Navy and the Army. Is that the Navy, they have all the facilities there, and the people are going to do that. Whereas in the Army, you might want those people off doing things like manning a picket and doing all those things. So it's better to have it to group together. But even then, quite a lot of the Army units are self-supporting, self-sustaining, and the Army, can find extra food. The Navy also, the sheer amount of fishing that gets done by ships is just, and the sheer amount of eating random stuff. We always think of ships going off around the world as being starving all the time, or having to worry about food. The reason it took so long to get tortoises back to the UK from the Pacific, etc., was because they kept being ate by the crews on the way. Not because the crew were running out of food, but because tortoise was such a delicacy. It was so tasty. They didn't want to. It ended up becoming cooked just so they could taste it.
And I imagine if you get hungry enough, suddenly anything becomes incredibly appealing as chow.
Yeah. YouTube Minecraft watcher, be very careful about saying you don't think any liners had saunas. There are ferries which had saunas.
Liners? Yeah.
In the nicest way, if you go on any ship over a certain size that's been built for the fins in any way at all, I can guarantee you it's going to have a sauna on it.
Hey, even a lot of famous ships had Turkish baths, never mind the saunas.
Yeah. That's pretty much that's to an extent what the what's realistically is actually aboard the Typhoons. It's more of a Turkish bath than anything else. Black Horse, what would the British Higher Naval Command have done to the people in control of the Mark 14 torpedoes? Well, the thing is, the amount of testing the Royal Navy had the budget to do and got to do in the interwar years, they'd have found it out much sooner. And so they'd have probably had a one-on-one meeting with someone called Admiral Henderson. Probably backed up by someone called Admiral Cunningham. And if they're really, really in for a good mood and a good time, they'd have someone called Admiral Horton there as well. And maybe even Admiral Blackhorse. And if you have all four of those admirals looking at you, you will suddenly discover that what the meaning of life is, and whether they are pearly gates or a fiery pit. I missed Wayne's question. Oh yeah, Wayne, if the Brazilian Navy had started upgrading for World War II in 1935, what should and could they have done? Nothing. They're not going to do much in the war. Honestly,
Yeah,
if they'd started upgrading in 1935, buy some cruisers. That's about all they're going to use.
Yeah, and honestly, there is basically, if they're going to be upgrading, it's going to be to match the Argentinians, who actively are regenerating their fleet in this period. Out of the big three South American ABC countries, the only one that really starts generating new fleet power in the interwar period is the Argentinians. They buy two. I hesitate to call them heavy cruisers, given their capabilities, but yes, under the terms of the London Naval Treaty, given their gun caliber, they would technically be heavy cruisers. And then, of course, they buy La Argentina to complement them as a trading ship, and a very capable for her size light cruiser. In exchange, the Brazilians buy/build 3 destroyers. Yeah, it's not really... yeah, if the Brazilians really want to match really want to build up, getting a pair or a trio of modern cruisers of either distinction, light or heavy, is a good start.
Yeah.
It's the whole issue, Brazil, that they can't, though.
It's not that they can't, it's more that they just... There is a lack of political will, there is a lack of advocacy.
And they're in the middle of a coffee crisis.
By the 30s, it's not so much... Like I say, it's not so much lack of economic strength in any of the three powers that is preventing them regenerating their fleet. At least to a basic level, as we see the Argentinians do. It's the willingness to do so in government and the support for such a move from the people, or even the advocacy from the Navy itself.
The Navy is interesting at this point.
I mean, there's also the fact that the Brazilian Navy had just spent the early years of the 30s shooting at Brazil. Well, part of it had. So the government didn't really trust the Navy and wasn't really on good terms with the Navy.
Yep.
Vargas does not forgive, and Vargas does not forget.
I now have the emote to go with my wire nut channel points.
Okay.
Remember, as long as you're not doubting my competence, I don't care if you doubt my sanity. You should doubt my sanity. It doesn't exist.
We don't doubt
your
your
rage, or your sanity.
Also, I was going to say, I don't doubt your sanity because I know your sanity, and it's a lack of sanity.
Is it sanity or is it senility?
I mean, just to very quickly sort of wrap up this question, given the Cinco de Mayos are a pair of cruisers bought from the Italians with 7.5-inch guns, which I think makes them the only interwar cruisers built with guns of that caliber.
Yeah.
And they're fairly... They are pocket cruisers in a sense, but they are also fairly effective given their size.
Yes.
If I were the Brazilians, I would basically try to buy, given the Brazilians do have a close relationship with the British for building ships, even at this point, your options are basically, do you go and try and get an American design built from the ground up, or do you just try and buy a
Town
York?
class? I'd go for a town class if I was Brazilians.
Yeah, I mean, I would as well, but there's also the fact that I'm trying to be somewhat realistic in what the Brazilian government will be willing to go out for, and given what the Cinco de Mayos are, a pair of cruisers with 7.5-inch guns, displacing about 9,000 tons, buying a pair of cruisers with 8-inch guns is just enough of a capability increase for the Brazilian government to go, we're actually fixing the problem, despite the fact they're not actually fixing the problem.
Yeah, that's about. Just about.
Castanilla, we just recently approved Wagos for use in the U.S. Wire nuts are not going anywhere for a very long time.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if the panel found a portal to 1942 German U-boat pen? What items are you all looting? I'd personally try to fill a Type 9 with all sorts of things from a base.
Well, as much as I will risk pissing off one of my fellow panelists here, I will assume that the context involves that I am Emily Caldwin with the full set of powers from Dishonored 2, because otherwise my answer is I'm going to get shot. I'm going to nick an Enigma machine just because I think it would be neat. And I'll probably try and run around and steal all those little fiddly bits that you can put in your pockets that things don't run well with out. And liberally distribute pocket sand into engine crankcases.
Yes, us getting shot is a unfortunately rather high likelihood.
Yes, those are some of the most secure facilities in the German Reich.
Outside of them is. You're going inside the base, past the security.
Don't they often have slave labor using inside to a degree?
Not inside once they're run.
Not in 41, if I remember correctly.
42, but...
42.
Forced labor was a part of the German economy for a decent chunk of
It's
its
part of the
Nazi
construction.
economy.
No, it's part of the construction, but not part of the reason. Believe it or not, you do not trust forced labor around things like your submarines, which you're loading with live ammunition.
Does
Can't think
tend to
why.
encourage problems.
You tend not to do that. Forced labor is off in factories. It's off in building and construction sites. It's not inside providing the people loading and getting stuff in and out.
I mean, yes, that I was more just.
Well, no. It was used by the Luftwaffe around aircraft and aircraft reloading and aircraft arming.
But aircraft are a bit different to a ship, though, in this regard.
Yeah.
Yeah, but all a few £1,000 bomb is still going to blow the aircraft up.
Yes,
Yeah,
but losing an aircraft is far less problematic than losing a submarine or a ship.
In 1940s terms, a aircraft is in no way a strategic asset. Even a B-29 is not a strategic asset. A destroyer or even a submarine, especially if it's a submarine for the Kriegsmarine, is in many ways a strategic asset.
Fair.
Yeah.
Because especially as you get later in the war, the U-boats are really the only effective means Germany has that is not a V1 or V2 of striking behind enemy lines. Please note my weasel words before you at me in the comments.
Go on,
my
Atta,
weasel
everyone.
words.
Atta, at Runon a lot.
Good Lord. I will throw my nuts at you. I have so many of them now.
Alright. Colin Cameron, do you think... well, I never said what I would grab, but... Nah, I'll leave it all to your imagination what I would grab. Do you think Colin Cameron, do you think the record from the yards of what was actually recovered from the scrap ships would be useful if such a thing existed? Could this show a difference between the building and design?
Which
It's
scrap
going to
ships-
depend. It's going to depend on what level they reach the scrapping. If they reach the yards, because often the ships have already been destored, have had their weapons and various things removed and deactivated and taken off them before they even reach the scrapyard. So you often have ships often go for about 3 different layers of basically scrapping. They have the parts where stuff is ripped out by people who have security clearances, high-level security clearances. Thank you, Scottish nerds. They have the part where bits are ripped out by people who have security clearances, and then they have the part which is done by people who don't need to have security clearances. And 2 of those will take place on naval bases, far away from where anyone will have any information and possibly any records, depending on what's going on. Because, as we all know, very bureaucratic organisations can suddenly get very, very loosey-goosey when they want to be.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So realistically, you can get something, but not much. From Steve, the inerter dampening devices, are they of any use on naval ships and submarines to reduce vibration in the machinery? Inerter dampening devices.
Hang on a minute.
Inertial
dampers?
inertia. No, Fleet, don't worry. Inertia. I know what he's talking about. It's something from Formula One. Okay, it's to do with their system. But the trouble is, as good as they are for Formula One, you have to remember that's something which is designed to be used on a Formula One track, which is the smoothest thing known to mankind. I mean, the Formula One tracks are possibly the only thing which would rival a ping pong ball if it was scaled up to the size of the Earth. And even then, of course, a ping pong ball scaled up to the size of the Earth is a far rougher surface than Earth itself actually is. And with that in mind, the thing that they have looked at similar things to inerters. I'm not going to name the actual names just in case I'm not sure the full stuff. But I think most of the stuff that's looked at is looked at creating things like floating floors and floating machinery, rather than using inerters itself as a dampening system. As in, they would rather raft things than add specific things on them to try and reduce their stuff into, because rafting you can far better secure against damage.
I would also say that based on the videos that I was able to glean and the diagrams I was able to glean for the inerters seem to be very good at inerting amplitude of force transmitted, not frequency. And that's the problem for submarines. They want to kill frequency.
Mm-hmm.
The thing could have an amplitude of 6 meters. That doesn't matter if the frequency is 0 or as close to 0 as you can get. Fleet, an inerter in this case is a mechanical device, which is essentially a mechanical shock absorber, unlike a gas shock absorber that you would find on your car.
Thank you.
Produces a tremendous amount of mechanical drag and loading to, as the name suggests, inert an impulse along its longitudinal axis.
Neat. Learn something new every day.
It's a neat piece of kit. It's just I don't see how it has a tremendous amount of use for acoustic applications.
Yes.
I am perfectly capable of being cruel to Fleet without keeping him in the dark about things that have come up on the panel. I am concerned that chat doubts my abilities in this regard.
I'm hunting new cables for my Osbot camera because I've decided the flickering might be the cable.
And actually, I thought that of something crueler I could do in the U-boat pen. I could find, because I can't imagine that this is a new invention. I'm going to find their hardware wall, and I'm going to mix it all together.
Oh, that's evil. I know we're dealing with fascists here, but come on.
I will give the Canadians a new war crime.
I'd say to swap all the labels around on the chemicals.
That too. I will mix up their labeling and their organization to the greatest extent possible.
And here was me just going to wire up their fuel.
That was nice and crisp.
Fuel.
Oh, that was.
To their fuel tanks to their light switch. Then leave them in the dark before I left.
Am I the only normal one who just goes around stealing everyone's hat?
What?
Yes.
Why would stealing their hats do anything?
No. Because actual period Kriegsmarine memorabilia steals for a lot.
Yes, but if I am in an absurd position where I essentially now have a really ornate compass rose tattoo on my left hand and can teleport effectively around a World War II submarine pen that's full of mother Russian Nazis.
What?
I've got to
Russian,
cause chaos.
Mother Russian Nazis?
I've got to
Mother
cause
Russian
chaos.
Nazis?
I am saying that because I can't say what I want to say on this channel right now.
Okay.
And Sea Daughters wants to steal everyone's left shoe. Fun Police has actually upgraded my idea. Just mix up enough labels correctly, or leave enough labels correctly to make them really unsure of what they're dealing with. I love the amount of chaos that this chat's willing to unleash.
But doing this sort of thing messes the timeline. That's how you get Wolfenstein.
The only way you get Wolfenstein is an act of God.
You basically need the funny Death's Head man doing funny Death's Head man things. Like making funny robot boys and whizzy machines and zoomy boys. And the funny laser guns that go pew 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 pew. Basically. It may surprise you to learn. Fleet knows things.
Can we move on to
Looking
the
at
next
a pie
question
from
quickly?
Foxhome.
Moving on to the next question. Did you see the Malta episode on History Undone with James Henson? It had a professor from King's College London. No. Let me check. See if it was one of my colleagues, one of the ones I worked with, or one of the others.
I think
Neil Barr. Oh, yeah. Name I knew. I didn't really see him that much. I don't think. No. But name I knew. It's always funny when you see that. You sort of go, "Oh, who are you? Oh, I think I've seen your name on an email exchange a few times." Oh, it's all fun. Okay.
Oh no. Volunteer per order O'Sullivan. Don't know what that means, but it seems to be a very prestigious handle. Change 1 out of 10 chemical labels, steal 1 out of 10 hats, and right shoes, and all of the left shoes. That's evil. I like our chat.
I do.
I really like our chat.
In nicest way, I do realise what someone said the other day earlier. Does YouTube and Twitch, do they not like you doing this? And I was sort of going, well, technically they probably don't like you doing what I'm doing. But I do like the fact that we get an interesting chat in both worlds, in both sections, and it does be fun.
The Twitch only gets annoyed if you are using Twitch to promote off-platform, or you're giving a better user experience off-platform. And because the bot seems to only really want to work with Twitch, I think people are going to have a very hard time arguing that the YouTube chat experience is mechanically better than the Twitch chat experience. Also, in the Twitch chat, you can use my wire nut emotes, which automatically makes it a better experience.
Alternatively, in the YouTube chat, you can experiment. You can take part in my experiment to see if I can actually manipulate the logarithm. Castanea, if Greece had held Crete, how much would the RAF have used it? Would there have been strikes on the Germans in Crimea? There would have been strikes on the fuel dumps in Romania, definitely. Probably.
It's Palesti. It's Palesti all the way.
Palesti is pretty much going to be. There's also going to be probably hits on various points in Italy, and with submarines also operating from there. Then the interesting thing is potentially it opens up another route for resupply of Russia. Potentially, it does open up another route for resupply of Russia. Potentially.
Really?
Yeah.
When Iran's right there?
Oh, I agree. But the thing is, if you want to resupply directly to that front, which was always the one they were worried about, And if you really want to wind up the Germans, and it's kind of like, as I said, if Crete's a fortified position and the Germans and the Italians decide to join up to go for it, and they do decide to join up to go for it and go for it massively, you turn it into a meeting engagement. Well, if you want to actually create a scenario where they're going to come out in force guaranteed to attack you, so you can turn it into an ambush of them if you want to, you try and run a convoy through the Dardanelles. Under that circumstance,
will the Turks allow it?
Well, basically you have a scenario that the merchant ships get convoyed up to the Turkish border. Then the Turks are technically they're going through Turkish territory, but they are merchant ships, and technically part of being neutral means they're supposed to allow them through. And then the Russians pick them up the other side.
Also, in the nicest way, if the Royal Navy really wants to shove a convoy through the Dardanelles, can the Turks even stop them?
Oh, the Turks could possibly could, depending on how much force you want to do, but the Turks want to. And the other problem is, will the Germans want to respond to this by attacking the Turks as well? Because that will force the Turks into the war on the side of the Allies.
Turks will probably make a show. The Turks will probably make a show of shepherding the convoy through the Bosphorus under the guns of Yavuz.
Yeah.
Basically not a we'll shoot you. It's more of a she's just here to keep an eye on things. She's a symbol of Turkish power. She's here to keep an eye on things. And then you'll probably have the ironic meeting with the Russian task force led by October Revolution at the other side.
Yep.
She is here to provide the political smokescreen that Turkey is in fact still this polity is still in control of its own territorial waters and is the big power on the block.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like Turkey can't be bribed with territorial concessions.
Yeah, you just have to find somebody who's willing to give those up. And
but the British occupy Syria, and the Turks have claims on Syria.
You give them French territory.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but then de Gaulle's going to get all snaggly.
I mean, you do realise there literally was nearly a shooting war between Britain and France over Syria.
Yes, but that was in 45.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but the point is, the British are not immune to the whole telling the French where to go over Syria.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's de Gaulle, and de Gaulle's annoying enough as he is. As it is.
That is true.
That's actually that's half the reason for Churchill to do what he does to him.
I don't like you. Please stop being annoying. If you don't, I will be more annoying to you than you are to me, and then we'll see who annoys last.
Roosevelt wishes he could have done to MacArthur what Churchill did to de Gaulle on a regular basis.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying when it's your own general, and although I feel like de Gaulle might have been a little bit better at playing politics than MacArthur was. Not that that's particularly hard.
That's not a high bar. Molly Madison. Hello, Molly. Question for all Panamans. Based solely on the criteria of pleasing to the eye, what are your most and least favourite Warhammer 40k ships?
Oh.
You're allowed to say one for each, because otherwise we'll be here forever. We're just listening to Dragon. Okay, so one for each category, and the same goes for on.
Can I just go for fleets because I can't name off ships specifically?
Go on.
Same here.
Okay, Tau fleet as my most aesthetically pleasing, with Eldar as a close second. Orcs and as my least favorite aesthetically, with the Imperials being a close second.
I'm basically the reverse of Ruinon. Orcs followed by Imperium is my favorites, and then Tau and Eldar is my least favorites.
Wait, buddy, I love you, but a concerning proportion of your taste is in your mouth.
Okay, now on to the two who actually have taste, Dragon and Foxo.
Well,
just a minute.
I've got favorites. I'll just do my two favorites. First favorite is Macraeg's Honor.
Yes.
He is a good
just
looking
because
ship.
quintessential Gloriana. And the second one is very niche. Incredibly niche, as in White Dwarf era niche. And that's the Adamantine class Ironclad.
Oh no. No.
It is corny in the way that old Warhammer was, and it is brilliant. If Dragon could be as nice as to put the link to his wiki in both chats, you'll see why.
There's technically not even an actual image of it anymore. It's that old.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but we do have images of models of it.
That'll take time, and time that we don't have currently.
Dragon will add the links into the chat later when he's found them. Okay, it might not be a conglomerate with the questions. And,
Foxo, why?
And as for ships I don't like, pretty much any of the Chaos Glorianas aside from Conqueror.
Okay. Now,
Why
Dragon.
Conqueror like ships?
Where is it?
Oh, it's actually a relatively difficult thing. Now, most people would expect me to say Invincible Reason, but if I'm brutally honest, she's not that pretty. She definitely wouldn't be my favorite visually.
We do not need a chat poll on that question, Steve. Nice way, that'll be the most contentious chat poll I ever run. Question.
To a degree, I just want to say battle barges,
Yeah.
but it'd take time for me to actually narrow it down. So moving on.
Seneca, how would you get a ship of sailors to take a vitamin tablet each and every day? In the Age of Sail, if you get the tablet somehow, basically give each a big can of on the tablet. You just give it out as a ration and tell them to have it, and they probably would have it. The nicest way. It's a case of this is your grog ration. Here's your tablet. Have your tablets before you drink your grog. Do we have to?
Yeah, it's basically.
Or you just tell them this will make you proof against scurvy.
Well, that would do. Or you tell them this will give you this will I don't know, enhance your performance. Take it.
Yes.
And I mean, also, let's not forget, it's actually probably tastes better than some of the food they have normally. Better than hardtack, anyway. So, not going to be that hard.
Have you actually tasted your multivitamin?
It bad. It real bad. There's a reason
I'm
why.
sorry, you tasted hardtack.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a reason why a lot of multivitamins for children used to be recommended to be mixed in with a yogurt of some sort, so the child would actually eat them.
Yeah, but that's because children have really weird senses of taste.
They do.
Which is why a lot of children's food to adults are sickly sweet.
Okay. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if the panel was sent to World War II in 1939 and asked to command the partisans to victory against Germany? How do you achieve this? Partisans of which country?
Yes.
Which country?
If you're somehow giving us multinational command over basically every partisan movement in the entirety of the war that ever opposed Germany as a panel, on the one hand, we've created somehow a magical command structure for a global movement that wasn't able to coordinate before, and that's either going to go one or two ways. Constant, never-ending infighting, or we shorten the war by 2 years because we've now grouped, concentrated, and coordinated every partisan movement in Europe against the Germans, which is going to lead to catastrophic coordinated strikes on German infrastructure
I'm taking
and
the
industry.
Norwegians.
I love how you said the German, like the mutant, the heretic, and the Xeno. I love that. That's great. We should do that more often. Apologies to any Germans in chat, but
I'm taking the Norwegians.
If you want the Norwegians, for my sins, I'll take the French and try and bring them together into some form
I'll take
of
the Poles.
You don't want to take the Poles.
Somebody's got to take the Poles.
No, I love the Poles.
All I have to do
is
is just
I love the Poles, but the reason you don't want to take them is because all their units spend quite a lot of the war trying to. How do I put this politely? They are sufficiently aggressive and sufficiently difficult to control that coordinating them is a nightmare every time they do try and coordinate them. because they
Yeah,
just want to
that's
kill
why I
every
just
German they
coordinate
see.
supply drops. That's why
Yeah.
I just coordinate supply drops and call it good.
Okay.
I have reasonable expectations of the forces under me.
Sigma, question 202. I believe this is in continuation from the Hueys. Does the increased range of coverage and relocation speed over truck-based systems make up for the complication of fitting a mid-sized prop plane with autocannon or direct energy systems? No, that's question 2 of 2. I presume that's another question, actually, nothing to do with the Hueys. It's just when people write question 2, write 2 of 2, I think it's the second part of a question. So
For the first part of it,
the first part is missing.
Where I'm just looking for the next a question asked by Stephen Mayer before. I'm not. I think the second part of that question has not come. Sorry, the first part of that question has not come through.
Okay.
Sadly.
So I'm going to put, instead of putting this, I want to remove them. Remove that and stick that next to it. So I need to go back to it when we have the second part. Black Horse. What happens if the capital ships of the Royal Navy were switched with the capital ships in Pearl Harbor right before the attack? The Royal Navy is pissed.
Yeah,
Aggressively so.
Yes.
Because not only have you so significantly knocked down the average speed of their fleet, presuming that you also swapped the flags, you've pretty much made the mobility problems that the Royal Navy was facing against the Italians and the Germans so much worse. And two, if you've done it wholesale, you've also cut their presence and scouting assets dramatically because unlike the U.S. Congress, the British actually did build cruisers.
They have, I think it's just the capital ships. Just the capital ships.
Yeah, the losses that are going to sting are Renown. Sorry, yeah, so it's Proud Harbor. Renown, Repulse. Renown, Repulse. King George V.
Prince of Wales, Duke of York.
Nelson and Rodney. Basically, the capital ships that are not the QEs and the Rs. But even then, losing the QEs and the Rs is going to sting.
Yeah, the Queen Elizabeth, especially the modernised Queen Elizabeth, Valiant and Warspite.
There is the advantage that every single standard could still do 21 knots at this point. So you are actually getting an upgrade in speed over some of the less well-maintained Revenge class. So there is that minor silver lining, but it in no way makes up for the losses in capability you're losing elsewhere. No. Although the 3 Colorados, while they aren't really a replacement for the 2 for Nelson and Rodney, they are still enough bang that you can still, if you put them in the right place, put the hurt on people.
Yeah. Go on, no man, 154. Would have the mid of Scotland ship canal actually have made any difference or trade or military, or would it just have made it quicker to go around the time? Quicker. That's all.
Yeah.
It's not really going to be a benefit.
Yeah, the thing with the mid Scotland ship canal is that whilst it makes sense to construct in the era prior to the railways and the advent of steam aboard ships, by the time you get the proliferation, well, first things first, by the time you get the proliferation of steam power aboard ships, it makes the trip round the northern end of Scotland nowhere near as treacherous as it used to be because the currents and the wind that used to drive ships ashore on a regular basis were at first easier for steam-powered ships to navigate, and as steam power improved aboard ship and horsepower ratings went up, cruising times under steam, aka how long a ship could remain at under steam for, with its bunkerage and its water capacity, go up as well. The influence of these currents decreases, and the cost and reliability of shipping round the north of Scotland decreases and increases respectively. So, and that was reducing the case for the canal already, and then the railway boom shipbuilding boom eventually reached Scotland by the middle of the 19th century, and at that point, that delivered the final hammer blow to any need for the Mid Scotland Ship Canal.
Or to answer or as the question said, it just makes it go quicker to go around. It doesn't really have any financial benefit because the other situation's going on.
Yeah. I just wanted to give that a little bit of context because it's a nice little bit of information.
Yeah.
Wait, remember, I'm the oldest person in this chat. I don't have much time left.
Yeah, she's only got, what, 6 more years?
6 more years. That's optimistic. I was only thinking maybe 6 more hours. Good
God.
grief.
Okay, Minecraft Watcher. What if the ocean liner Normandy suddenly appears in New York today?
As we answered on Friday, she is immediately clamoured for by the French government for preservation as a museum ship because she was, without a shadow of a doubt, the finest symbol of interwar French shipbuilding ever conceived.
I still
I think
maintain that health and safety is going to have a stroke about the lead, asbestos, and other environmental human-compatible toxins that are in that boat, but I've made my point. I will not make it again.
Since I don't remember that, I think you actually have something entirely different, and she gets scrapped because, to be honest, the French don't care.
Okay,
Right.
let me
If they refuse,
clarify that for both of you, okay? Because to an extent, you are right. The French don't care, to an extent. But to an extent, the political class of France does care quite a lot. And when I say they care quite a lot, I mean they care because they are looking for things to wrap the national flag around and show their national status because they're dealing with... We think we're dealing with fun in the UK with the extremes of the political spectrum, and that's as far as we're going in Bruships. Just mention that, the fact that they're as extremes of the political spectrum and that the agitation they are taking advantage of the situation of. France is even further and even dealing with that even further and even more problematically than that, as we speak at the moment. And that is something like this, a project like this is something which a smart centrist politician would wrap themselves all over to promote the nationhood in a way which is positive. Because the biggest problem you can have as a centre political party is it's slightly more difficult for you to wrap yourself in the national flag than it is the extremes, because you don't have the opportunity to make other people into the other and make them the enemy and say we are standing tall for our nation because of these bad people. So you need to come with something else you can wrap yourself in. So a nice way, I think Fleet is right, but Dragon's right as well. But the thing is, the reason Fleet's right is because someone like Macron would go, woohoo, I can jump on that, and then I can make myself look all proud to be French, and I can establish a positive reason to be proud to be French, and I can try and undermine the extremes of the argument.
the issue I see is trying to preserve a ship like this is going to cost a lot of money.
So did Notre Dame. In the nicest way, they were told Notre Dame would take 10 years.
Yeah, and to be honest though, Notre Dame is more famous than Normandy.
Yeah, but look at
Notre
how much money they spent to finish Notre Dame as quickly as they did, versus how much it would have cost to do it over 10 years.
There is one thing working in Normandy's favour here, which will somewhat reduce the cost of preservation.
Which is?
The dry dock still exists. A purpose-built place to put her exists.
When was that dry dock last
It's
used?
also still in use.
What is that dry dock used
Then
for?
yeah. If that's in use, then no hope in hell that's going to be used. Or no hope in Tartarus, I should say. Yeah.
I don't know what it is used for. What is it used for?
French
Alex, I assume
shipbuilding?
Well, in the nicest way, it is used for shipbuilding, yes. That is kind of used it's being used for a crucial project coming up, if I'm not mistaken.
Are they building Pang
They
in there?
built carriers in it by any chance?
Are they building Pang in there? Wow, the more you know.
It's the
Again,
biggest,
I
it's
mean,
it's the
so-
biggest dry dock in France.
Notionally, notionally, if this ship just appears in New York, it is appearing in running condition. Not like the poor old USS or US United States SS United States. I'll get the acronym right eventually. Which will make at least the upfront preservation costs easier. The problem is who is going to win the argument for, because the only way to meaningful preserve her in a meaningful fashion, in my opinion at least, is to convert her to a museum ship purposes. Because you're probably not going to continue to run her as a liner. I don't see that happening. If you are, that's going to cost more than turning her into a museum ship, frankly. And you're going to have an argument between the political classes, the people pushing for her conversion to a museum ship. Because I think France can find a berth for her if they have to. If they
Oh, yeah.
really want to, they can find a berth for her.
Oh yeah.
I think the problem is going to be making health and safety quiet on the environmental health and safety.
Yeah,
Quiet
but
when it
French
comes
and
to the
health and
myriad of
safety,
taxing.
French health and safety can be very pragmatic. Black Horse.
Can be, but if it,
Yeah, why were the amphibious landings so hard in places like Italy, and the size was not as big as they wanted? Honestly, look at the play. Look at what they're launching on. Look at what infrastructure they have. Look at what force they're able to bring to bear. All these things have a fact, but also look at how much data they're able to gather. This is the trouble. The trouble is people look at Normandy, which was actually a relatively successful, relatively straightforward operation, and they think that's the norm for amphibious operations. It isn't. It's the abnorm for amphibious operations. It's unusual. There was a huge amount of data gathered. Normandy is not the traditional scenario for these sort of operations at all. In fact, realistically, it is very unusual. And the thing is, compared to the island campaigns, and this is the point that we often sort of have to think about the island campaigns, is you can land pretty much the whole way across the island.
Sorry,
Yeah.
just seeing something in the chat. SS United States, to my knowledge, unless Florida pulled a Florida, is not being broken up. She is being sunk as an artificial reef. I'll let you decide which fate is worse, but she is not being broken up.
Mm-hmm. She's being sunk as an artificial reef.
Whether that's better or worse, I make no judgment, but
Sorry to hear that, Knight.
it would have been nice. It would have been nice if Philly had found the money to open her up as a museum ship.
Yeah, but also, this is going to sound strange, but I'm still surprised that the various occupants of the White House haven't. There are so many groups who should have wrapped themselves in the flag of that one. It's such an easy thing to wrap yourself in the flag of and get points for that, points for nationalism without actually having to be the version of nationalism which people that often the moderates will have a problem with.
In the nicest way, currently in this country, if it doesn't tie into the culture wars, it doesn't get money.
I know, and that's the problem.
And the SS United States does not tie into the culture wars or the financial elite. So it doesn't get money.
You could very much tie into the culture wars, though.
I feel like that.
In a nice way, if I'd been the Democrats, I would have been all over that shit. Literally, if I'd been the Democrats, I would have been all over that ship in America. It would have been the straightforward, easy thing, especially if in a nice way, if that I'd been the vice president who was running against Trump. Kamala Harris, I would have been for the entirety of Biden's term, basically making that one of my single focus projects. because the amount of times Kamala Harris and United States could have been turned into the keywords of a web search into web articles. And could have made it, everything, in terms of building my my profile. But what can I say? Perhaps I think about things differently than others. Walter Brodus, do British ships sink in a different way than American ships? There's no change in Pearl Harbor. Probably. The British have slightly better torpedo protection.
Also,
but the British ships have also been at war longer. So it's going to sound strange. The British ships have already been bombed and various other things. So they're already looking a bit jaded. And they probably
I would also say
pretty much the same, broadly speaking.
But one thing that does matter is that they probably take longer to sink.
Yeah.
Because their seals, their through overhead, through deck, and through bulkhead seals are not going to be let to atrophy as much as some of the standards were.
Probably
because they are in wartime, which means that they are going to be, insofar as the resources are there to permit it, they are going to be far more aggressive on keeping those things changed when it could make the difference between a ship limping back to Gibraltar and having to send out a destroyer on a search and rescue mission.
Mm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then it'll be interesting. Walter Rose, if the ocean liner Normandy showed up today, Department of Homeland Security would order them all deported.
Porting a
How
ship?
did that get in the queue?
I'm not sure
Porting
how
a
that
ship?
got in the queue.
Last time I checked, you couldn't deport a ship.
Uh,
A ship is not a
That's not really a question. So.
If they're presuming it comes with crew and passengers, statistically they're all going to have their passports, so they're just going to get processed through as visitors. Because as far as I know,
they're going to get processed through as visitors. Their visas are going to be a bit out of date, but they're going to get processed through as visitors.
Do you need a visa coming from France to the U.S.?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I know I don't need one to go to Canada. I just go to Canada.
It's only Canada you don't currently.
In the nicest way, I will say this, having driven across the bridge from America into Canada, I was very glad we had a Canadian with us, because otherwise I'm not sure we'd have been let in. And going the other way to the American side of the border, the Americans were really worried. There were 4 Brits and a Canadian in a very big car coming across. They gave us dog search, everything. Admittedly, it wasn't helped by the fact I made friends with the dogs. We'll leave that to one side. The dogs are supposed to be good security dogs. I did my usual. I made friends with the dogs. You're apparently not supposed to be able to make friends with the dogs. I did. Anyway, next question. Calvin Gesberg. Is there a public and official number of Asters built so far and yearly? No. And if there was, you could Google it, so why would you ask me?
To be fair, there is much information which is technically publicly accessible, but Google has a very hard time providing.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the term Google Foo is a thing.
There are some things I just am not getting into.
The answer is probably not enough.
Definitely not enough. Never enough, but we'll leave that to one side. They are working on upgrading that production line. Castanea, how unfavourable would the Royal Navy view the Alantropa project if there was any actual plans to actually build it in 1935?
The Atlantropa project.
Dam across Gibraltar, isn't it?
Yes, it's the idiotic idea to put a dam across Gibraltar, leading to a lowering of the Mediterranean to a certain level, and in theory generating both land people could build on and lots of hydroelectric power. In reality, it would lead to the greatest ecological disaster in human history, and gradually remove the Mediterranean as an ocean, owing to the lack of constant inflow of water from one side.
However, it would create a really nice giant salt lake that you could probably get some really cracking high speed runs out of.
Probably not. But it's also going to bring the Sahara north.
Yay.
Just love bringing the Sahara north.
Don't you love basically turning Europe into a massive dust bowl as well? Isn't that great?
It's only southern Europe and the Balkans.
Oh yeah, sure. Only southern Europe and the Balkans.
No,
Yes.
because the Alps act as a massive area for hot air. That'll keep northern Europe safe.
I mean, yeah, but
The fact
Might
is,
make
It might make French wine drier.
They also wanted dams between Sicily and North Africa to lower the Eastern Mediterranean even further. Well, I think it's not just the Royal Navy you have to worry about. What about the Italian Navy?
oh yeah, the Italian Navy is going to be apoplectic. I mean, the Italians generally are going to be apoplectic with
The
rain.
Italian Navy is not going to exist anymore. The Turkish Navy might as well not exist anymore.
The Soviet Union's going to be like,
yeah, in the nicest way, the amount of people you're going to annoy, it's just going to be immense. But also, the amount of trouble you're going to cause after they built land on it, and then eventually when one of those dams breaks, and we just know one of those dams is going to break, probably the Atlantic one, and then floods in and kills everyone.
yeah, it's just Atlantropa was a silly project.
Planning to
It
lower
really,
the Eastern
really
Mediterranean by 200 meters of depth.
Yeah, it.
No.
Atlantropa
It will
was
ecologically
silly.
devastate Africa.
Yes,
You
I'm
ecologically
not
devastate a
talking
large
Sahara.
chunk of the world.
yes.
What could possibly go wrong?
A lot.
Yeah. Robert Donovan, what do you think if Nimitz had sent Admiral Fitch aboard with Hornet at Midway? Well, you have Admiral Fitch on Hornet. It's going to sound strange. Aubrey Fitch is an interesting cable gentleman. Honestly, I don't think much changes. There's not much else you can do aboard Hornet. There's not much else you can really do than was done. And that sounds terrible, but sometimes, literally, the situation you're in, the only option is if he makes a worse decision than the guy operating it, rather than the probably least worst decision, which was what the guy did. And I doubt he'd do that. So nothing very much changes other than name on the tin. Which sounds terrible to say, but sometimes that's the way the cookie's gonna crumble.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's my understanding that in general, after about March, April 42, the problem with the U.S. was more so that their doctrine was not what it needed to be for the war that they were in, than that their officers did not know their doctrine. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. It's more that the parts of their doctrine which were ascribed more to their scouting force than their battle force were becoming the dominant doctrine. And not everyone had been as studious in their study of doctrine as they were supposed to be. You're supposed to study the doctrine for both forces. But a lot of people decided they'd study the one they're in, and the battle force was larger than the scanning force, so guess what that meant?
Oops.
Yeah.
I hate this paint.
This is Minecraft Watcher. What if Britain requested for a Washington naval treaty that 50-inch gun was the gun cap for battleships and battlecruisers? It wouldn't have got through because the Americans and the Japanese were already building 60-inch.
Yeah, and the Americans had just finished Colorado, if memory serves.
So it wouldn't go through. The British,
And
the British are obsessed with the idea, occasionally, of trying to reduce guns. They're the ones who really pushed the 14-inch in the London Naval Treaty, because the British want to drop it down because they think they can get an autoloader to work.
Yeah, like
I-
the British were building either 16 or 16.5 for the G3s anyway,
Yeah.
depending on which design
The
you look at as being the final one that's locked in.
The final design for the G3s is 16.5. They then change it in the yards to 16 because they think the treaty's going to be 16-inch gun limit. They don't think it's going to be a size limit, so they don't think they can complete them.
Yeah.
I mean,
and also, it also allows
you,
a few more dockyards for them to be access to as well, because you shrink everything down.
That would explain that would explain a lot, because I've been looking, like I've been digging into the G3s, and the final design is 16.5, but all the documents say 16. That's the missing link I've not had. That's the missing link between the two things.
You could potentially, if you really wanted to fight over it, you could probably get some sort of verbiage to the effect of each signatory power is permitted to build 2 or 3, build, maintain, and continuously possess 2 to 3 16-inch armed ships, but anything beyond that has to be a 15.
No.
But
that's not practical to enforce. It really isn't.
Yeah, because you're still going to have to let Japan build their 16-inch designs.
And it's going to sound strange. So a lot of the treaty, which is just not practical to enforce, as they found out.
Yeah, surprising when you start getting people getting paranoid about about granting dockyard access. You can't actually see how stuff is built. Who would have thunk it?
So, okay. What has been the most engaged Premier Alive of the past month? Well, in the last 28 days, unsurprisingly, it was, has Ukraine confirmed, dispelled, or updated lessons of Falklands War, was the out of the park hit. Unsurprisingly. That was the one version published on the 3rd of July. Realistically, my hits, as they say, when tend to be Thursdays and Sundays in terms of lives. In terms of all videos for the last month, the big hit was actually the 19th of July, Saturday 19th of July, which was the Lessons of the Falklands War again. And prior to that, it was, why did the Royal Navy go for why didn't the Royal Navy go for high pressure boilers? But honestly, the biggest video I've had recently in the last 90 days, with pretty much 5,000 watches in a day, was, I think, Pom Pom or Bofors, followed by what went wrong with the Queen Elizabeth class battleships, then Isolationist America, HMS Bellerophon's done well, Plan Z, top videos of 90 days, yeah. Surprisingly enough, Ukraine, though, doesn't feature as highly as I thought it would. Well, hang on, no, it does feature as highly as I thought it would. Oh yeah, there it is. I missed it. But yeah. Pretty much the big videos I've had recently. HMS Bellerophon is still a surprise to me. The fact that Bellerophon did 109,000 impressions in 24 hours and racked up 4,500 views in 24 hours still surprises me. But yeah. But that's always the fun thing when you go into the analysis section of the channel and you start looking at your analysis and your analytics. And you go, you know, if you want to have real fun, you go to your lifetime views. And then you learn that you've had 3 million lifetime views.
Nice.
And that's since 3 million lifetime views since 2020, March 2020. And it's building up. I will say I do find it funny because sometimes I look at some of my videos and I go, oh my god, how did that do so well in 2024? I will never understand how some videos will do absolutely stonkingly well.
This is why we don't question the almighty algo.
No, we don't. We don't. But I have noticed recently that the more interaction I do in terms of interacting with the algorithm, the better the videos do. Which is why I'm testing things out around.
I bought Pale Beyond. I didn't think I had bought Pale Beyond, but I guess here we are.
Okay, Bonewell, would we not set up the Minecraft server if the current US administration was encouraged to reverse certain policies?
My policy with regards to the Minecraft server is that if I am going to do such an undertaking, I must be compensated.
Yes, and also that she must be inside Atlanta.
Yeah. So pay me, and I'll do it. Currently, the price is about 10,000 British pounds for 1 year of work.
Oh, so 300 pounds, 308 then.
Effectively.
Or effectively, we could set up a patron to fund Runon to run it, and set up as a separate patron that people could support.
Yes, but I insist that the money be paid up front, even if only into escrow. This way I may pay certain expenses related to the relocation of my queer keister out of the United States.
Oh, don't worry. We have things sorted out for you.
You keep saying that, and the walls keep closing in. So to say I'm waiting concertedly is not an understatement.
Don't worry. Ramol, what if the British Pacific Fleet was the one that carried out the airstrike against Yamato and Harescots and Okinawa? Can they easily sink all the ships, unlike the USN? Well, the USN could sink all the USN all the ships, and they did. The British Pacific Fleet would also sink all the ships.
Yeah, both sides have the striking power to do that.
Both sides are equally fun on that front.
Midge, why are you making me blend paint for this?
Such a force over match that it just is beyond the point of mattering.
The only interesting thing is that there is, of course, that if Admiral Fraser hears that the Royal Navy are going to be doing it, Admiral Fraser might be racing north on his flagship to try and be anywhere involved. After all, he was involved in the sinking of the last German battleship to go to sea. He'd probably want to be there for the last Japanese battleship to go to sea. I don't think he'd get there in time, but he'd be racing north as far as he could to be there. It might end up with the interesting scenario if that does happen, of him actually being in a position where he's the first senior officer to reach Japan rather than MacArthur.
That would be funny.
Yeah.
Good. I like it when MacArthur loses.
MacArthur's face, if he gets off the plane and he's greeted by a Royal Navy officer going, "Hello, sir! We're here to say hello, give you the compliments of Admiral Fraser. We've taken the surrender of Japan. We'd like you to conduct you to HMS King George V, where the ceremony will be held. Please follow me, sir."
No, we're not asking questions. Please follow me, sir.
Doc, are you implying that the British would deliberately withhold this information from the U.S. allies just so that they could spring it upon MacArthur and cause him consternation?
No, they tell the US Navy. They probably tell the US Navy and go, well, hang on, Nimitz can't get here before we can, and if we can get there before MacArthur. Nimitz, do you mind if we go in? Nimitz responds back, all speed! I will repair your boilers myself! Just beat MacArthur! Get there under all circumstances first! Whatever you have to.
Just imagine MacArthur arriving so smug that he'll be there first, only to find that
There's Union
there's
Jack
an
flying.
there's an entire field of Union Jacks just flying in Tokyo Bay.
Okay. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what if Canada from modern times, including the infrastructure military, was teleported in 1935?
Gear up, boys. It's time to go and commit more war crimes. We're going to go and do it again. It's 1935. It's time to go kick some German butt. Let's get ready to go.
Honestly, if it's modern Canada, they are probably going to be having issues.
Municipal collapse, perhaps.
Well, no, I was more thinking in a nicest way. Modern Canada, the reason I was going to say they have issues is because their current leadership might go, what do we do? Because what's ethically fine to us to do? The trouble is, the trouble is with the current, and I don't want to make, don't want to consider this a critique just of the Canadian leadership, but it's a critique of a lot of modern leadership, modern political leadership. They honestly believe if they go back in time to 1930s, they can find a way to get rid of Hitler without war and bring about peace. And this is the thing. The more you study war, the more you hate it in terms of what it does to people. You really do. But I've been having this debate recently with a couple of people in comments who don't seem to who are going, well, war's evil, so you should never fight. And the thing is, sometimes, as evil as war is, losing war is worse. Because what happens if you lose the war is worse. If you don't fight, and what the enemy will do to you is worse.
Yes.
And sometimes the only way to stop a bully is to lay him out on the schoolyard.
That's pretty much it. That's often the only way to stop bullies. And this is the trouble. We don't like to think of it as this, but here's the reality of international relations. There is no police force, there is no teachers. It is the schoolyard with no teachers, no police, nothing. Just the kids. And they make it up as they go along. And yes, they have codes of practice and norms, but if someone breaks those codes of practice, everyone's going to look at it and go, well, who's going to enforce this? Who's going to enforce it? And that's the problem. And it's very easy to bully the smaller kids. It's very easy to do those things. It's not a good thing to do. But it's, it's what they find themselves doing. So this is the problem. I once literally had a conversation with someone and said, well, as America's the world police force, that means they need to deal with it. All the rest of us don't need armed forces. They should just have them. I went,
oh, good grief.
America might be called the world police, but what do they get paid as the world police? Are they the world police? Who appointed them it? Who's their governing body? Who do they respond to?
I almost want to argue the US appointed themselves as it.
To be fair, they took over Britain's role, but Britain always imagined itself as the world's umpire, not the world's police.
Yeah.
And that was that's the trouble. The Americans took it to police. The British thought it was an umpire. And there's a big difference between those two roles.
And as much as I despise and find to be incredibly short-sighted the sentiment of America first, America always, I definitely don't disagree that some of our ostensible military allies do need to muscle up a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Spain.
Not even just Spain. Like
No, honestly-
in general, though Spain probably could. Spain
No.
probably could afford to do so.
Not
Yes.
Although
No,
to be
without
fair,
naming
to be
names,
fair-
just
to
as
be
a
fair for
general
the
sense.
Spanish, they haven't been the same since you beat them up, Runon. So in the nicest way, that's on America. You beat them
And
up,
also-
and
and
then
also I will
It is
point out-
not. It is not my fault as an American that Spain is still scarred from the fact that it let itself get beaten up by the new kid on the block. Okay.
I would also point out the fact that, as I keep saying, Spain is a nice to have in NATO. It's not a Spanish capability is extra capability, so the fact that they're just there is honestly good enough. Politely,
They still. Well, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
Like, if you can afford to give more
Spain
to
is
a
very
Spain which Spain can currently afford
not
to give more than
really.
it is. Yes.
Not
Right, they spend less than Germany on defense, despite having a significantly cheaper cost of labor.
that's not the
Okay.
let's
Before
not
we
into
get
Spain,
into
in
the
weeds of Spain, because
European
in
defense
nicest way,
argument,
yeah.
which will probably keep us here for another 10 hours. Oh, yeah, the
Dang
beat and
it.
bang boys.
Man,
are
maybe
outside.
Spain align with
the big
I'm
problem we're
using
going
Ireland, so-
the big problem we're going to see for the next few years, and as long as people keep working on this and thinking they need to actually invest, is the amount of people who are going to slowly come around to the perspective of, oh, frigate, it's not just we have to invest in the sharp pointy bits, we have to invest in the infrastructure for them as well, and we haven't been doing that for years. Because
Well,
I've
I
had
think a
this,
lot
I've
of-
had
I
this
think a-
conversation with a lot of people recently, and I keep
A lot of
you
national
know.
governments seem to be discovering that the reason why it is so expensive for them to develop and for them to procure the teeth of war is because they've let the sinews get so dry and stiff.
Yeah.
Because surprisingly, it's a whole lot cheaper to buy 120 millimeter tank guns when you're producing them in the thousands a year instead of the hundreds, and sometimes even the low hundreds.
Oh, don't get me started. I heard a recent policy idea which was, well, we're allowed for the greater defence spending, but we have to spend all the money in let's say it was in the UK. This wasn't actually the UK, but they haven't gotten to that policy yet. But this was another country. But I'm using the UK as the example. And I went, that's great. What defence companies do you have? That actually have factories and manufacturing facilities in your country. And that led to a lot of deep thought.
Oh.
And the answer is they have a lot of pretty sales officers, but they don't have a single factory.
But surely the
Or
factory
yard.
can just be built in, 2 years at most, right?
Well, that's when you have
Surely
the
they
interesting thing of the long lead items and the machinery you need to build those stuff. Those can take 5-6 years to order. Because the production lines are now so far behind, because the people who already have factories have been ordering those factories expanded and renewed.
To meet the increased demand.
Yeah.
To put this in civilian terms, the U.S. was experiencing I think it was a 2 to 3 year back order on transmission transformers for grid use.
Yep.
2 to 3 years.
UK is only in the position it's in with those because it's got a stockpile of them, which is currently burning through more quickly than supplies them.
In the area I used to live, the local Dominion warehouse got a 40-foot truckload of transformers. and was told, don't expect any more this year. If you get them, great, but don't expect any more this year.
Mm-hmm.
KVG, yes, there is the whole 1.5% can go to dual use infrastructure. It's sensible. But you have to. There are some governments who are having some interesting time trying to work out what dual use infrastructure was. And there's a government in particular which is having fun when they realise that technically HS2 and HS3 and 4 and all the high speed rails counted as dual use infrastructure.
They do.
And they've cancelled them.
No, they don't, Fleet, because they don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Hey, at least it's not like Ireland, who decided to try and get universities and colleges down as dual use infrastructure.
Have they cancelled High Speed 2 now officially, or is it still being built?
High Speed 2's been cancelled for like 2 years now.
Then why is it still going towards Birmingham?
It's not.
They're still laying track.
They're not. High Speed 2 was officially stopped.
They're completing the London to Birmingham portion.
Yeah.
That's what I asked.
But it's not going to be High Speed 2.
Yeah, it's effectively just either track renewal or track replacement, as well as finished off the bit that's got the money for it.
I mean, to be fair, the London to Birmingham High Speed 2 is the bit that was desperately needed.
No, it wasn't.
To relieve capacity on the West Coast.
No,
between
it
London and
wasn't.
Birmingham.
Oh, good lord, no, it wasn't.
High Speed 2 was necessary for High Speed 3, which was the main bit that was needed.
Yeah.
Which was
Rail line back to Leeds, goddammit.
Which was stuff like Leeds and Newcastle.
Montana 67, it's not still being constructed, trust me on this one. It's being completed to Birmingham, but that's not High Speed 2. It's also not being completed on the High Speed 2 program, and so there are things not being put in for it.
Essentially, yes, you're getting new track. It is not high-speed passenger rail rated.
Montana.
Well, no, the London to Birmingham bit is...
Dragon trained and trained to work as a railway engineer, as a railway maintenance civil engineer sort of thing. So yeah.
As of July 2023, the Infrastructural Projects Authority officially rated it infeasible to be continued and has been officially cancelled. Rishi Sunak, during the Conservative Party, also announced that all further parts after the construction of Birmingham will therefore be cancelled. The construction of Euston Station will now rely entirely on purely private sector funding and fundraising from public if needed. So they're not even getting the stations they were planning to.
So, Montana 67, you might want to withdraw that statement you made earlier.
And also... Trust me, as someone who loves this, we were then told, the literal thing in the northeast of England was told, don't worry, we've saved £36 billion on High Speed 2, here have your £2 bus tickets. That was genuinely a statement made by the government that, don't worry, you've got a replacement by only having £2 bus tickets.
No, HS2 is
yes,
not
I am very
bitter
one. About this.
Yes.
Really, Dragon? How you're bitter? I
Tell.
couldn't have told that you were bitter. I'm so shocked that someone as gregarious and kind as you would be bitter over this level of government expenditure.
Right. Okay, so
don't start, Castina. Don't start me on Amtrak.
Please don't. Nighttime Productions. Question: is there any info on the initial designs for the Queen Elizabeth carrier? I came across a Catabar design from the 90s the other day that was equal, if not larger, in image class. There are all sorts of ones. Basically, for the Catabar designs for the Queen Elizabeth class, just look at the French design side of it. They were all there because the French were always going to be a Catabar one.
There were a lot of prelims for the QEs, weren't there? They ran the gamut from Invincible Light to conventional Nimitz.
Fleet, no. Fleet, Amtrak is... No, just no.
What if the Russian Empire won the Russo-Japanese War? It doesn't really change things other than They came very close to winning it. There was an interesting conversation, which was I saw a professor's video recently, and she's an interesting professor. She does these talks; they come up on YouTube, and I agree with a lot of what she says. She does point out that the Russians, they should have been able to win the next round of land fighting in the Russo-Japanese War if they continued fighting on land. And theoretically, if they're looking at logistics and the size, mass size, they should have been. The Japanese were on the shorter strength. They had less people and they had less reinforcements able to come across. However, after the naval battle had been won, the Japanese could reinforce at will. And the thing is, the Japanese logistics line is a lot fatter than the Russian one. The Russian one is a single rail track at best.
And it's the Trans-Siberian at this point. Ever since we've discussed this, I've done a lot of more digging into the Trans-Siberian than I had before. Yeah, at this point, the Trans-Siberian is a loose connection of mostly independent railway lines. Obviously, it's all Imperial Russian railways. But in terms of what the Trans-Siberian is, it's not even a single unified railway at this point. There's a lot of rail ferries and bridge sections. By that I mean bridge sections where you either have a narrow gauge railway from a bit of the route, or you have where you move goods by means not on the rails.
This is why when people start to it's going to sound strange, but I sometimes I listen to these professors and things who are talking, and I go, I don't want to check your background, am I? Because I'm going to be annoyed you're pontificating on this topic.
The Trans-Siberian doesn't get good until basically the run-up to World War One, when it finally becomes a single track railway, which can at least move supplies at a rate that you don't have to unload the wagons when you load them at one end. You just put them on the back of a locomotive and off you go. But even then, that's still not...
But if the Russian Empire had somehow managed to win the Russo-Japanese War, the problem is if they look like they're going to win it and they look like they're going to invade Japan or anything like that, then someone else moves and they don't win it.
Yep. I mean, let's not forget that they nearly won it even earlier than that. Remember, there's the battle where Makarov takes the Russian fleet to sea, and not going perfect, but the battle seems to be swinging in Russia's favour, and then Makarov loses his head, along with the rest of the bridge he's standing on.
The thing is, that battle gets... It's going to sound strange. That battle, if you read the write-ups, that is certainly what comes across. If you go look in the actual data about the battle, you start to sit there and go, but hang on, the Japanese forces are sort of being held back, and the maneuvers they're doing are being held back, and you sort of wonder if actually Makarov was looking like he was winning because he was being pulled into a trap, because all his winning was taking him further and further away from the safe position for his fleet.
And of course, we have no way to know if it was a trap because it never got a chance to be sprung, but given the way you're describing it, it seems likely that it was.
Yeah, this is the thing. When you start looking and you look at the way Togo likes to fight, Hayachiro likes to fight his battles, he likes his enemy to come to him and feel confident right up until they don't. And he literally pulls that off in 4 battles. Mm-hmm. So why wouldn't he be doing it in that one? And then you look at the way his forces are maneuvering, and you're going...
Yeah. And I mean, I think the real point where the Russians could have pushed, if they'd have had a competent commander on the scene, let's say Makarov doesn't take the bait or doesn't sail out that day, he just has to wait for that one worst night in Imperial Japanese Navy history up to that point. Is it one night where they lose 2 battleships to mines? Or is that over the course of a couple of nights?
It's over a course of a couple of nights, but they have some fun times. There are options.
Because at that point, then, he does have an advantage.
Sea Dodders, that's not true. That's an entire story that's been made up because it sounds cool. About the Tsar drawing a straight line but bumping around his fingers so there was bumps in the track, and when it bends in the track, which didn't have to be there. In Trans-Siberian Railway.
There's a reason why dumb autocrats. There's a reason why dead autocrats are often so stupid that you wonder how did they become autocrats. Not all of them are as dumb as they're made out to be.
Yeah,
but the Romanovs are special.
But no,
Very special.
in that case, it's not the scenario. They didn't. He weren't drawing it around his fingers. Oh, right.
Poodle treat time. The Raleigh sounds very plaintive there.
Now, so how many questions do we have left, Paul?
N+1.
Because I'm just Paul's written in some very nice notes to give me notes about things.
Hey, good job, Paul. Paul is the GOAT.
Paul is great. Yeah, it was terrain which defined it, Montana. It was terrain. It's in nicest way. You with the joy of the permafrost. Sometimes it was very, 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 very icy rock.
I show 43 unanswered messages in the chat, which means roughly 20 questions.
Okay.
Yeah, I am.
We'll wait
sorry,
till we're
I'm
down
gonna
to
pick
10,
at
and then we'll
fleet.
add some more.
I want to pick at fleet on something here.
Mm-hmm.
Amtrak has severe and systemic regulatory and infrastructure issues which make it functionally uncompetitive for even short haul flights or even short haul hops. For me to go from Williamsburg, Virginia to Washington, D.C. is over $150. And it takes about as long, unless I get an express train, it takes about as long as me driving there. In America, there is fundamentally no transport efficiency reason to take the train, subways notwithstanding, when you could just take a puddle jumper aircraft or a national airline.
I am aware. However, what I would say is that given the circumstances Amtrak is dealing with, given the chronic issues it's had to overcome, given the fact that it is playing from a disadvantaged position, the fact that they are still continuing to try and improve things by, it's not high-speed rail, but they have been rolling out, of course, across the Midwest. They're gradually rolling out those 90 to 100 mile an hour corridors for journey times, under trying to corner the market, or at least compete in the market for city-to-city traffic where people might drive and flying just wouldn't be an option generally.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the East Coast. Christ, they said East Coast Main Line. That's Britain, not the UK. That's
Yeah,
Britain.
that's one.
Yeah, that's Britain, not sorry. The
East Coast
Northeast
corridor.
The Northeast Corridor.
Corridor.
Yeah. The Northeast Corridor, whilst yes, it has its issues, I'm not going to deny that. A lot of the infrastructure has seen better days, and that's just the truth of the matter. The fact that the Acellas do provide a service that is actually competitive against airlines in the region is
They don't.
impressive. They do. The Acellas are competitive with airlines in the region. But the biggest win for me is the fact that Amtrak has still maintained the great named trains that are, for some people, the only rail access they might have to a region. The legacy named trains from those great railways now lost to us.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but that's essentially,
Yeah.
if your goal is to just get from point A to point B, to just Amtrak is very rarely the best.
But I'm,
Yeah, but because
Right
it's-
then,
as I
let's
mentioned
move
in
on
the
to
chat,
naval
it is-
history.
Sorry, Foxo.
Right.
It is
I was
going
about
to take
Yeah, right.
billions of
Let's
dollars
move on to
and
naval
worth of
history.
Congress to fix it.
I was
Let's
going to say,
move
if
on to
anyone else has
naval
been watching the live stream and just seeing Clark's more and more reactions. But since you said move on, I won't correct Bone Meal's point then, but yeah. Let's move along then. Wait, okay, no, that one I'm going to... Sorry, that's one I'm going to quickly do. Bridging over known bogs is a common thing in the UK. Lots of the UK's are bog.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
yeah.
Uh,
It's a lot like
no,
Ireland.
no,
It's
yeah.
inhabited long enough. We know where they are and how deep they are.
Yeah.
Otherwise, a lot of British population would be dead.
Let's move
To
on
be
before I get more
fair,
angry.
To be fair, how we found out how deep they were and where they were was a lot of British population died, but we'll leave that to one side.
what?
There's a reason peat bog miners regularly dig up a lot of corpses.
Yeah.
What do you mean we found a village under the bar?
Like Fleet, you joke, but that's an actual thing. That there's
Yeah.
there's entire regular forms and surveys done. Like,
Yeah.
oh, hey, a family of 7 and entire cars have been found in bogs.
Let's get back to
And
naval history before.
You don't want the amount of people who camp in the UK on moors, and they think they
Oh,
camped somewhere
no.
nice, and they're never seen again. We only find them because when we go looking for them, we find the top of their tent poles. In the middle of the night, it slipped down, and while they were asleep, they didn't realise until it was too late.
It's why you always carry a 3-meter stick.
That's why you don't
'Cause it's
trust.
a good.
In the nicest way, there are good reasons you do not camp on moors unless you're with someone who knows the area. Now,
Hey, Doc, you need to check your Twitch feed.
why?
There's a disconnect again.
Because
No.
you're not showing up on my actively streaming feed.
I should be. I'm live. I can see my face and I can twiddle my hand.
Then
Move
has Twitch unfollowed me, which it shouldn't have, because I'm subscribed. That's not the channel I
No,
want
Tom
to
Lehrer has
be
passed
playing.
away.
Who?
Are you sure you're live? On
Tom
Twitch?
Lehrer.
Yes, because I'm literally
Who?
waving my hand at myself now.
Give me a sec. He was a mathematician and also a teacher. Did a lot of satirical bits of music in the Cold War. One of the more famous ones is "Who's Next," referring to how everyone seems to be getting atomic bombs and various other ones. I'll have to show you some of his music. It's actually pretty good. He would also randomly do this in the middle of university lectures.
In the middle of university lecturers or lectures?
Both.
Only
both,
freaking university lecturers, okay?
Both is good.
Oh, now you're live again. Okay, something has changed, and you
I've
have
been
become
live for the whole
unboardable.
time, and I've had people watching for the whole time.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I looked at my chat. It shows that we weren't doing the shared chat. I kicked it in the head, and yeah, I don't know.
Twitch is just playing up sometimes. Anyway, on HMS Malcolm, the one that was made in World War II and lasted to the end of World War II, World War One, and what specifically are you interested in the history of HMS Malcolm for, Black Horse? Because nice way, she has rather a long career for me to do her in a couple of minutes, and that's a sort of a video and a key ship's video scenario, and I've been sort of saving Malcolm and other vessels like her for the Year of the Destroyer. So she's one of the Admiralty type destroyers leaders, one of 8 of them, known as the Scott class. They basically come from. She's a good little ship. Two 4.7-inch guns, a 3-inch AA gun, a couple of pom-poms. Later on, some extra 20mm AA guns and some free 21-inch torpedo tubes. She's 1,500 tons in displacement, standard. She's a good little ship. She's top speed of 36.5 knots. She takes the surrender of U541. But yeah, she's a good vessel. Now, we've got 20 questions to go, so roughly 20 questions to go. But there you go. There's proof that I was live at the time when I was talking to you. I have no idea why Twitch sometimes goes a bit weird.
Yeah, Lion says it went down, so I don't.
Did it go down and then go back up? And that's the thing. Because what I do is I have a Twitch screen live running on my thing, so I can watch and I check for my hand movements. For the reason why I do the hand movements, so I can check out the corner of my eye because it's there. So I can check out a corner of my eye and see if it's live because I watch my hand movement, and it says it's live. So all I know is there's a little red live underneath my my symbol. Ay, caramba. All right then. Castanea, Mewtwo Minecraft. What? There is not a lot of good infrastructure for building arms in Canada today. Although Stafford knows that much more than I do. Yeah, but again, that's not really a question for us.
How is that caught up? I can't.
I'm presuming those are brought up by Paul Paul because of the way they're phrased. They look like questions, so they were grabbed.
Yeah.
But they're not.
Oh yeah, 'cause the bot's not. Oh yeah,
No,
yeah.
the bot's not working, so that's the thing. Paul's grabbing them. Were there other ships that were named Yukikaze? I'm not sure. I think there was one. There was there was the Kagaru class destroyer built in 1939, launched in 1939, and there's the Harakaze class destroyer launched in 1955, and there might be another Yukikaze coming. What can I say? The Japanese do like their destroyers and their destroyer names. They've actually managed to keep a fairly decent fleet going. Since World War II. Has anyone seen their next generation destroyers?
Yeah, the Japanese are cooking in a good way.
Mm-hmm. I'm talking about the vessels which are supposed to be coming after the SIs.
Oh, I know. They got some good stuff on them.
Yeah, they're going to be some interesting little vessels. It's always fun to say interesting little vessel about something which is about 15,000 tons. Loki's children. Question. IGN had the super battleship, the Yamato. USA were planning Montana class battleships. What are all Navy planning to build a super battleship to stop and match the Yamatos? Well,
there's no such thing as a super battleship.
Okay, please go on to take lead.
Go on then, fight.
Well, there's no such thing as a super battleship. They're just the most powerful battleship nation out at the time. But yeah, there were some iterations of the Lions that were going to up the armor and firepower, depending on what the various generations of capital ships the other nations were building were.
Fleet?
But
yes, what year were those Lion designs?
I'm not talking about the ones post-War Dragon. I'm not talking about the ones with 18-inch guns.
Fleet? What year were those Lion designs?
Would you perhaps just, instead of giving me a question, why don't you just say it?
38. They were the ones they went without. None of the later ones had the increase in firepower you're thinking.
Even so, the Lions were the Royal Navy's next generation of battleships, because as I say, these are just the nation's current latest generations of battleships. In fact, the Lions are more of an equivalent in terms of that line of thinking to the Yamatos than the Montanas are. Because the Montanas are... Because if we look when the Yamatos are laid down, I think it's 37, 38 for each of them, I think. Let me just have a look, make sure I've got my maths right. Yeah, 37, 38. And the Lions are... nope, not the football team, thank you very much. The battleship.
I'm pretty sure he does know, Steve.
Let's check. When were the lines laid down? Here we go. September 39. Okay, so they are 2 years later than the Yamatos are. Well, the first Yamato. They're only a year later than Musashi. But they are the closest in laying down time to the Yamatos in terms of the first ship of the class being laid down.
Yeah,
Because the
but they're still
KGVs
treaty battleships.
Yes, but
Yamato and the bigger Montanas are post-treaty battleships.
yes, they
In
are.
design.
Yes, they are. But they are just the latest version, the latest battleships those powers are building. Just the lines of the latest battleships for the British. The fact that one is treaty breaking and one is not is irrelevant in that line of thinking.
The lines are treaty breaking.
Well, yes, there is that as well. They are post-treaty
Aren't they in
battleships.
the escalator bracket for size-wise?
Yes, they are. But either way, the point I'm trying to make is that all three ships, the Lions, the Montanas, and the Yamatos, are each nation's latest iteration on the battleship as a concept. Although I would argue that the equivalent to the Lions and the Yamatos for the US wouldn't be the Montana, it would be the Iowa. Given that the
I
Montanas
reckon the
were...
line equivalence is the South Dakotas. Not the Iowas.
let me have a look,
Okay.
because I think you might be right here.
Why don't we let
Yeah.
Clarke have a stab
No.
at this?
As in, we're talking about lay down dates, not equivalent capabilities, Dr. Clarke. As in the rough periods the ships are laid down in.
Okay. So, let's start off with, well, fleet's right, there's no such thing as a super battleship. And Yamato certainly wouldn't qualify as one even if there was a category. It can only do 27 knots. It's not even doesn't even qualify as a fast battleship. It's got 18-inch guns. It's large. That's its claims to fame. It's not able to maintain contact with its own cruiser line. It's not able to. That's the requirement of fast battleship. Fast battleships have to maintain contact with their cruiser line. Battle cruisers have to be able to go fast in their cruiser line. And that's
Alex,
what we're looking for. We're
Won't
talking about
finish.
power density.
Let him finish.
Let him speak.
I did the courtesy of letting
Fleet.
you speak, Fleet.
it's just because I've got a question related to what you're talking about now before you move on. What would be a super battleship, or is such a term even possible to be applied to anything?
In the nicest way,
Not-
Fleet, we're going to swing back to that and let Clarke finish.
Okay. The thing is, the point you're realistically dealing with is the coming together of the movement of the battleship from being the battleship that fights in the battle line to the battleship that is going to fight a war of maneuver. And that is what you're dealing with the transition with. And a lot of the period of the 1920s to 30s, because you use the treaty system, you have been trying to use vessels which were built to fight the battle line and fight in the battle line to transition them across. What you see in the 1930s being built, and to an extent what the Royal Navy were thinking about building, and then the politicians got involved, and that's why you end up with Nelson Rodney in 1920s, is battleships which are now built for a war of maneuver, where they're supposed to go and fight battles where they might not be all in line. And this is one of the reasons why the all-forward armament falls away, because you might actually have the opponent behind you. You might be in a situation where you have opponents behind you and in front of you, and therefore you want to have the separate battle treaties. You want to have the separate firepower. So the thing about the Yamatos is that they are these big ships which are designed. Realistically, the Japanese are the last to stick with the battle line doctrine, as in their battleships will fight en masse as a group. And the reason they're doing that is, remember, their idea is to do attrition on any opponent coming towards them, and then once they've treated them to a sufficient level, fight a decisive battle where they bring out their force en masse, where they have reached the point where they are in parity or near parity, and can therefore use their one-on-one individual superiority of their hulls, which they have designed to break treaty limits in that way to provide them individual superiority, and to win a victory and win a decisive victory. So to an extent, to them, speed doesn't matter as much for the Yamatos because the enemy is coming towards them. They're not going out chasing enemy. Now, the fast battleship is going to be chasing enemy. That's 28 knots. That's got to maintain contact with cruisers. Battle cruisers, as in things like Vanguard are designed for B, are designed to go out chasing beyond your fleet as solo operators to try and go and find the enemy, or to try and carry out strategic raids, to try and carry out strategic, anti-surface raid operations, all those sort of things. And that's one reason why the Royal Navy's building. And you have to remember the Royal Navy, when they're building them, and this is one of the fun things you get into with the Vanguard versus, whether it's a fast battleship or a fully armored battlecruiser, what it is, etc. The British are building fast battleships at the same time. They are building the King George V's. They are building the Lions. These are fast battleships with the level of subdivision, the level of armor coverage, all these things which makes them fast battleships. Vanguard is a post-treaty fully armoured battlecruiser. And it is a post-treaty fully armoured battlecruiser, trust me on this one. There is some limitations to it, but very few. Usually when people go, but it has better systems than some of the treaty battleships, well, of course it's going to do. It's a post-treaty system. It might have been a pre-treaty to extent design, but it's modified enough before laying down, because it's actually laid down at an even later point. It's had even more modifications than the Lions, because they can do more with it because it's got known quantities. They know what its guns are going to require. They know what its weapon systems are going to require. They know all these things. They can muck around with that design more because what's going into it is so much more known than what's going onto the Lions. The Lions, they're putting in new guns, new turrets. Everything is new, so they can't muck around those designs as much. And so this is why you have the differential going on. Now, in terms of response to the Yamatos, you must remember the British are the ones who have the most accurate understanding of what the Yamato class is in the early 1939, 1940 era period, because they think they're 17-inch armed battleships. The Americans think their armor 16-inch guns, initially. It's only later they work out what they are. And the difference, by the way, between a fully armored battlecruiser and a fast battleship is the level of subdivision. So it means it's got the full armor scheme that you would expect but it hasn't got a subdivision. And that's it. So a fast battleship, it might seem not much of a differential, and trust me, it realistically is only a differential once you're hit. Because the differential is once you got damage in tide. So basically, it's not how much you can survive the first hit. That's going to affect you the same as it would a fast battleship because you're fully armoured. But it's how you can deal with subsequent hits and how much damage you're going to deal with internally because of your level of subdivision. And the reason they've got the subdivision like that is because, honestly, the battle cruisers, especially for the Royal Navy, are supposed to go out solo. They're supposed to go out ahead of the cruiser line. They're supposed to go out and do all sorts of reconnaissance duties, but also operate under global patrols and the Empire cruise, etc. So you need the larger spaces because you need people to have the space to spread out, to carry the stores, to have a bit of more quality of life when you're on these long trips. Questions will be opened again very shortly. We're almost down to 10. But yes, the thing is, this is why I was trying to say it's on capital ships are a spectrum, and you have to be very careful with where they come on that spectrum. And you can make cases either way. And I know these things, and I do agree that Vanguard, being a fully armored battle cruiser, does sit at an interesting point because it is directly between a battleship and a battle cruiser for that time, a fast battleship and a battle cruiser. But here's the thing: would you be? And the point I always ask is, people are always very keen because she's a fully armored battle cruiser to put her in the fast battleship perspective. What would you do? What would you do if they were describing as a fully subdivided battle cruiser? Would you still be so keen to put her in the battleship section, fast battleship section? Because I guarantee you probably wouldn't. You might say in the chat now you would, but if I'd just been asking that in the street, you'd probably gone no. Of course not. It's just subdivision. But that's just as much a part of the designation of where they come on the line as the armouring. So, if you don't count those the same thing, you have to admit where it is. And where it is a fully armoured battlecruiser. Because it's got the battlecruiser subdivision. Or it would otherwise be called an under-armoured fast battleship. Montana, please don't say that, because that's absolutely wrong. It's nothing to do with having 15-inch guns. It's nothing to do with having 15-inch guns. And in the nicest way, the 15-inch 42s were the same no matter what ships they were fitted on. So that one's completely wrong and completely erroneous. There were no light 15-inch guns. They were all 15-inch 42s. They're all the same. So unless you want to start saying, well, HMS Warspite, you know what? That's a battlecruiser because she's got 15-inch guns. No. So if you're not going to say that, don't start anymore. Okay? Dreadnought to Vanguard is about capital ships. It's not necessarily about a line of battleships. Anyway, that's enough from me.
Wait, I'll unmute you. I'll unmute you in a second here. Let me just get this paint applied. Okay, good.
So that's why Clarke's been able to talk. Okay.
Yes, because
I do
after
have a-
3 people told Fleet to put a sock in it, and he refused to do so, I put a sock in it. Go on, Fleet.
2 things. I'm actually very curious about this idea of, could you technically have a lightly armored battleship?
Yeah, technically you could. Technically you could.
And also,
Technically you can.
Just a sec.
Technically you can have the battleship subdivision and then have only battlecruiser armor, so you have a light armored battleship.
that's amusing. And then, of course, circling back to the thing which I kind of had on my brain, which was this whole idea of super battleship comes up every now and again. Is such a term possible? Would any ship ever come under it? Or would it have to be so ridiculously overblown compared to its contemporaries as to almost be an impracticality to build and operate, to even be classified
Well, you have
as
to remember
it?
the Orions were originally called the Super Dreadnought, and then they were quickly surpassed by the Queen Elizabeths. So basically, Super Dreadnought and Super Battleship basically means whichever the latest ship is, until everyone else catches up.
Oh, damn it. That basically means my entire point just got torpedoed. No!
Wording as well, please.
And also,
Sorry.
the Scharnhorst, the whole reason they have 11-inch guns fitted rather than the 15-inch guns they were designed for is because the 15-inch gun wasn't going to be ready on time, so they're either going to have hulls sitting there for ages, or they put the 11-inch guns on them. And that's it. And then the people turn around and go, oh, they're now battle cruisers. And they go, they're not. They were built as battleships. They're built as fast battleships the whole way through the subdivision. They just only have 11-inch guns because they're the biggest guns Germany's building at the time. And the only other option for Germany would be to go and buy guns off someone else. And you and try and tell Hitler that he needs to buy guns from someone else.
Yeah, like, I would argue, Steve Clarke, that the Shadows aren't actually undergunned. Honestly, those 11-inch 56s are... Those 11-inch 56s are...
Yep, go on, Fleet, but
Those 11-inch 56s are exceptionally good guns. They have
for
very
an
good
11 for an 11-inch gun.
Yes, that is true. But
It's an 11-inch gun in the age of the 15-inch gun, my guy.
Okay.
Inches matter.
Yes, I am aware of that. But I would point out that given their overall performance and ability to perform in combat, that those 11-inch guns serve the Scharnhorst perfectly well. Would they have been better with the 615s? Yeah, possibly. But I wouldn't call the 911s they actually had being underarmed.
Right, Fleet.
I would.
Right, Fleet. What battleship do they outgun?
They don't.
What battleship are they on par with, gun-wise?
And I would also argue that's the other reason. Just a quick note: other reason why you can't use the Vanguard having 15-inch guns for meaning it's a the 15-inch guns from light battle Vanguard is not a battle. It is a fully armored battle cruiser. She's not a battleship, and if you look at the subdivision on the King George V's, you look at the subdivision on the Lions, you look at the armoring and how the armor coverage on them, and you look at the fact, all those things. Yeah. But also, the interesting thing is, once you start, the reason you can't use gun calibers as defining between battlecruiser and battleship and those sort of categories is because that depends so much on the country at the time and the logistics. And because honestly, if you consider the King George Fist coming in, they're 14-inch guns and they're fast battleships. Does that make them battle cruisers when most of the Royal Navy's using 15-inch and 16-inch guns? And the rest of the other ships coming at a time? No.
I mean, I just to quickly, I've been while Dr. Clarke's been talking, I've been thinking about what Foxo said. What ships do they outgun? And I've been thinking actually. So if we just go off the guns themselves and not the fire control fit and the whole, so the guns themselves, not the guns and the systems that make them work. You've probably got an argument that they outgun the Italian rebuilds, given the performance of those 11-inch guns. And the somewhat quirky nature, depending on how well the reboring had gone on the 12.6s.
The Sharnos are built to beat up two sets of ships. The older French battleships and the Russian ones. That's it. That's what they're built to beat up.
Do that very well, actually.
They'll do that fine.
Now that I think about it.
But as far as a contemporaneous peer, I wouldn't want to take Scharnhorst up against most of them.
And Fleet, remember that that the Scharnhorst get outgunned by a contemporaneous cruiser.
Well, not quite outgunned, but on par.
Which
They get outgunnery. Let's put it that way.
Which contemporaneous cruiser? Are we talking about the Alaskas?
Yes.
The Alaskas aren't contemporaneous with the Scharnhorst. Their ship.
They're a bunch. They are a fair bit later.
They're a couple of years later, but the design worked for them around that time.
And
Montana,
Montana 67 inch. They have 12. They have 12.6 inches of belt armor. They have a fairly decent deck armor for their time. They have fairly decent turret armor. But also you have to remember they have the thickest armor which Germany can manufacture at the time. That's their limitation. This is where a lot of the misunderstandings come in, because people presume that Germany can just produce the thickness they want to produce, and they haven't got the machinery to do it. No. So they are... and they are a scaled-up Deutschland class. In many, many ways, they're a scaled-up Deutschland.
Just to put... excuse me, Fleet. And I'm going to smack this one over the head so we can keep moving. But just an administrative note, if I do suddenly drop off the face of the planet, just know that God has finally rolled in the flood to smite me from his creation, because it's apparently getting quite grumbly out there.
Oh, good.
How grumbly we talking, Ruin on?
A quick question. Macaroni
I want to go
cheese or beans on toast, but it's the beans with little sausages in?
Macaroni and cheese, because beans on toast is an abomination.
Beans and sausage and beans on toast. Always sausage and beans on toast.
Despite Rune on sausage and beans on toast.
Abomination!
What? Why was that your response?
What abomination?
Abomination!
Just because you don't like baked beans, when you come here, you're going to have to learn to love them. Black Horse,
I like baked beans. I would just never put them on toast.
Just like that, the comedic balance is restored.
Moving swiftly on.
Black Horse! How well or bad would the US carriers do in the Mediterranean World War II? The thing is, the Americans have designed their carriers for room to maneuver. The British designed their carriers with the idea that they're going to be operating in either the Mediterranean or South China Sea and have limited room to maneuver in those scenarios if they're going up through them. And that's the difference in the armor scheme, basically explained. The American carriers would do okay right up until they got hit. Then they'd have to go back and be repaired. And they probably do okay. They probably still do survive, but they'd have to go. They'd not be able to carry on operating after they've been hit. Whereas the British carriers tend to be able to carry on operating after they've been hit for a bit.
So how would the American carriers get hit by that?
Boxer, you're breaking up.
But don't we have historical proof for this? Given the fact that US carriers did operate.
You have Ranger.
By the time they're operating in the Mediterranean, the Royal Navy has sufficiently locked the Mediterranean down, and they're only in company with sufficient other carriers and sufficient force that they are a very nice vessel to have, and they are welcome here. And they are surrounded by a cordon of fire.
And all of the SBDs are going to go and bomb things, because those things over there have not been bombed. And I would like to introduce them to the 1,000-pound bombs I carry.
Yes.
Accurately.
Yes.
At speed.
Yeah.
I feel like I've pushed that joke as far as it can go.
You pushed it further than it needed to go.
And then
A YouTube Minecraft watcher, why was the second Yamato not named after Kyoto? Will there ever be a capital ship named after the old city? I don't know. On that one, I'm not quite sure because I think there are some problems in that if it gets sunk, what's going to be the image? It's kind of like the Deutschland and the fact that Hitler was very certain he didn't want to get sunk. Very certain he didn't want it getting sunk.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but technically, Musashi, in some regard, is effectively the same thing because the province of Musashi is primarily Tokyo.
Kyoto. What's the question?
But with but then I think it's more a case of they're trying to go with the current capital over the spiritual, potentially, in that regard. Also, as I recall, a number of them are more based on the provinces than necessarily.
They usually are more the provinces than the cities, and it was also how do I put this? Kyoto naming something. It's like, why does Britain occasionally have an HMS London and occasionally go long periods without one? The government's on the
London.
Because, well, let's put it this way. Have a look at the Type 26 class. For the Royal Navy. And you'll notice that there is an HMS London listed there. And look where she is in terms of batches. She's the very last ship. If the government cancel anything, they cancel London. Edinburgh and London are the two last ships. To try and make sure they don't cancel anything, they've put them in as two last ships going, yeah, you cancel them, you're cancelling Edinburgh and London. You're going to
playing political games again.
Yeah, it's playing politics. The Royal Navy has actually brought in more Londons since they've started having to play politics to build stuff than ever before. But historically, the Royal Navy didn't like a London. Because if it got sunk, it causes too much news in the papers. Too many issues.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
London cancels London. I can see the headlines now.
No, Westminster cancels. It would be worse. It would be Westminster cancels London.
Good gravy.
Because you have to remember, Westminster is technically the political city inside of London. London's the commercial city. Westminster is the political city.
Yep.
People often forget they are two cities. But technically they are. Castaner, final countdown scenario. What air wing would be placed on CVN-68 in 1942 after the 1979 air wing is maintenance casualty near the end of 1941? Everything they could grab their paws on. Everything.
Yeah, they would. Yeah. Actually, Dr. Clarke, there is actually something that she can do that no other US carrier can do.
What?
At least...
Take B-25s with folding wings?
Yeah, if we're talking about specifically end of 41, then you've literally got an extra flat top that has a large deck area and a nice and a runway of longer length if you're using the entire length stern to front cats. So there's your boat for the Doolittle raid.
Oh yeah, but that would cause all sorts of fun things.
We don't have to have the. Sorry, go on, move on.
Next question. Matthew Wilson, is there a new ship HMS Lioness, and have there any other ships named specifically feminine names other than Lisa and such? The Royal Navy doesn't really do that. There's been HMS Lions, but I don't think... And usually, the Royal Navy did... it was a... what was it? There was a... Minesweeper of the Algerine class, which was called Lioness, which was in World War 2 built by the Canadians. That's about the only one I've realistically found. Usually it's Lion is the one for the Royal Navy. Mainly because that's had a lot more battle honours. Lion has had a lot of battle honours. Including the Gilliam Tell from 1800. And the 4 days battle, which amazingly went... Guess how long the 4 days battle lasted?
8 days.
I was going to say, I for some reason doubt it's 4.
I mean, the real biggest turnabout of all time would be if it actually was 4.
Well,
The
that has
11th
happened.
The 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th of June in 1666 between the British, English, and the Dutch.
Wow, it actually was 4 days. Shocked.
Yeah,
I am shocked and appalled.
it was a Dutch. It was one of the few, one of the De Ruyter's victories over Monk.
De Ruyter kills Monk. I can't even. Oh, I shouldn't be laughing at that.
No, shouldn't it be Ruyter's dissolves Monk?
Got a point there, you know.
You didn't get that joke, did you, Plague?
That's because the AL1 Knight is from a different timeline. That's why it's weird.
Magchal, what do you think about the earlier retirement of the Admiral Kuznetsov than we expected? Do Russians have any chance to sell it anywhere, and are they capable in current state to build a full-scale carrier? Right then, to start off with this...
I'll keep my mouth shut.
It's not an earlier retirement than we expected of Kuznetsov. Honestly, we've been expecting her to retire for about the last 20 years. She's been in a bad state for about that long.
Here, Fleet, I'll help you.
Do the Russians have any chance to sell it anywhere? No, because people have seen how it's been working, and the only people who used to buy these things, India, now have their own domestic carrier production. So they're not going to buy it from anyone else. Are they capable in current status to build a full-scale carrier? Now, the answer which I can give at current levels is no. Because the only way they do it, they'd have to... there aren't many yards which can actually build a full-size carrier. The yards which could potentially do it are mostly building things like large nuclear icebreakers, which are important to their economy. And they would have to get rid of those builds to be able to have a chance to build the carriers in those builds. Because the yards which used to build things like carriers, etc., are all currently in the middle of a war zone. Saying this, the Russians last time when they were trying to fix the Kuznetsov actually decided to do a very interesting kind of dry dock where you basically, instead of making a conventional dry dock, you basically cut off a section of a bay and drain it. And they pretty much did that as one of their methodologies of trying to fix her and support her. Honestly, taking that facility in mind, and should they decide to pour a lot of money into that facility, they could possibly make another yard which could build an aircraft carrier. But it would take a lot of money, a lot of time, and the trouble is the Russians are short on 3 things. 1, money, 2, time, and 3, manpower. At this current point, all their manpower is going to what they euphemistically call a special military operation. Everyone else would call a war, but we'll leave that to one side. That's just PR, so yeah. We all know what my view is on naming things euphemistic different names to make them sound better in PR. So pretty much there is technically space if they have the money the time and the people for it. I don't think they're going to find that anytime soon. They've got the 2 helicopter carriers coming along the line, which should theoretically be ready at some point, which are going to be useful. I think potentially they end up producing a carrier. What it's going to be is going to depend a lot on what happens in the next 3-4 years.
Very quickly, Alex, before we move on.
Yeah.
Didn't we, when you and I have been discussing this before, you and I think we came to the conclusion that this means either one of two things. Either the Russian Navy or the Russian government have decided to let the capability for fixed-wing aviation to lapse from their fleet, either in the short term or the long term, or they are in the very, 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 very early stage of a program to consider possibly maybe replacing her.
I think,
and if the latter,
they are probably in a scenario where they cannot actually, where operating her is just becoming more of a problem than it is an advantage. If they have that poor ship has been wrecked by the maintenance and the issues that have been caused. Okay, it's been wrecked.
Yeah,
that poor ship should be put in a nicest way. There is a very real problem that if they send her out again, she was just going to stop working and cause trouble and make them look bad. So honestly, they've got rid of her, and we're going to see what's going to happen. The fact that they immediately started talking about how you don't need carriers in the modern age doesn't really mean anything, because in the Russian information model that they provide, public information discourse model, they will literally change on a penny what they're saying depending on what they want to do. So at the moment they're saying carriers aren't necessary in the modern era. You can believe that. The Chinese were also saying it now. The Chinese are also building carriers. They have the similar information model. What the Russians will probably do is say they're not necessary as long as they don't have them, and then if they decide to get them, then suddenly technology's changed. Now carriers are the latest and greatest thing, and our carriers the best in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, just to very quickly round off with the discussion that you and I have had, sort of to bring it back and sort of round it off and tap it off with predictions, obviously, in the event of the former of those two outcomes being the one that's being pursued. And of course, I will preface this by saying this is all dependent, A, on, as I said, what happens in the next 3, 4, possibly 5 years, B, on how the Russians will spin it, in terms of, as Alex just said, propaganda, and obviously framing, and C is going to be determined by other factors that we just don't know yet as well, that are not included in the ones I've already listed. But having laid all of that down before I speak, I think you and I agree that if they build a carrier, it will probably be Stobar, at least from what we've discussed prior to this discussion. Probably. But you and I disagree on the size bracket. You lean more towards the larger end, I lean more towards the smaller end.
I think they're going to want to go for status. I can't see them wanting to go for something that's that much smaller than the Queen Elizabeth class in displacement. I really can't. And that's the point, really. I will say, if you want a fun example of governments believing their own hubris and the issues that can come from it, on the 5th of August, I have a video coming out called Britain's Declaration of War in 1914. It's literally just that simple title for the 5th of August. Britain's Declaration of War in 1914. And it just does the whole story of what happens and why Britain ends up declaring war. And there's about 4 different times where Britain tells the Germans, if you don't go through Belgium and you don't go into the Channel, we will frankly do not care enough about the French to start aside with them into this war. As long as your fleet doesn't enter the Channel, so we have honoured our agreement with the French that they won't be attacked navally from the Atlantic, and you don't go through Belgium, which is of strategic importance to us, we don't care enough to get involved in a war over Serbia. We don't. We don't have the support in government. You actually have the Chancellor, who is honestly telling Asquith that if the Germans don't do that, and he tries to go to war, Lloyd George will lead the Liberal Party in voting against war and voting against the government. That is it. The government honestly knows they do not have the votes. They do not have the support. And they tell the Germans this. They tell the Germans this, and they tell the Germans this. And the Germans believe that's the British giving them an excuse for them being neutral, and that really the British are just going to be neutral, and doesn't matter what they do, the British will just be neutral. The British will be neutral. The British will be neutral. And then they go off and they implement the Schieffelin Plan, and then the British have turned on us, and it's terrible!
Did this actually happen?
Yes.
I have never heard this before.
Yes.
Wow, that's honestly, that is, wow. That's a blunder of the century much?
Literally, because the Entente Agreement is, the British are annoyed with the Russians, the British are annoyed with the Austrians, but they're not annoyed, they don't really, it's not really in their interest to get involved. They have some letters from 1912, the French, which basically are, the letters are the agreement which means that the French coast are protected, and the British basically go, right, we will block off the channel, whatever, we'll declare the channel neutral. And no one invade Belgium. No one touch Belgium, because the reason that's important, people go, oh, Britain didn't go to war for Belgium. No. Belgium is a key position to invade Britain. It is not allowed by treaty to any of the major European powers, and all of them have guaranteed it because it's too much power to have. So that's why Belgium was neutral and treated as neutral. And Britain has gone to war to defend Belgian neutrality a fair number of times. And the Treaty of London from 1859 actually precedes the creation of Germany. It predates it. It's older than it. And that's the point. Britain was very honest with Germany the whole way through. They just don't listen. And part of the reason they don't listen is because the British government are fumbling the signalling. Because, in a nice way, if they mobilised the fleet immediately to seal off the channel and said, that's what we're doing, then maybe the Germans would have gone, oh. But you see, the Schieffelin plan demanded that you have a quick victory of the French. And the only way you could have a quick victory of the French was to go round their defences. So you had to go through Belgium. And the Schieffelin plan had been written in stone, so we had to do the Schieffelin plan.
Yeah.
When you realise how much of World War I, you know people hate the guilt clause for Germany in World War I.
Mm-hmm.
Wait until you realise that the fact that that the Austro-Hungarians actually wanted to tone down and were continually being forced by the Germans to make harsher the terms of the ultimatum they sent to Serbia. The Austro-Hungarians didn't want it.
Germans wanted what?
Yes, the Germans wanted war because they wanted to defeat the Russians before 1917, because they felt the Russians after 1917 would be too strong and therefore they might lose. Because the Russians would have completed their military reforms by 1917.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the Germans get the war guilt clause.
Mm.
So it's just a case of screw about and find out.
Yeah. They basically, the Germans literally asked Belgium, and that's the other thing, if the Belgians had gone neutral and had said, we will allow you passage, the British probably would have again been forced to do nothing. But the moment the Belgians said, no, you're not allowed to pass through, and Germany said, right, and we'll declare on war on you as well, there is a reason why the Germans declare war on France, then declare war on Belgium, and then the Brits declare war on Germany. It's because the British cabinet would not go to war to defend France and Russia in this scenario, because they saw, in the nicest way, it a bit as being, well, Serbia has justified, this whole incident is between Serbia and Austro-Hungary, which we are not connected with. Russia has declared war to support Serbia, but we're not allied with Serbia, and ours is a defensive agreement, not an offensive one.
Is that why there seems to be a fair bit of propaganda about just a little scrap of paper?
Yeah. Because that's all that treaty, that's what Kaiser referred to, that treaty about the Treaty of London, which defended Belgium, was just a scrap of paper, it doesn't matter.
Die for a scrap of paper.
Yeah.
Someone's going to.
But the thing is, you forget that scrap of paper represents for Britain's national security, because of the Belgian coast being a key position that you can launch invasions from Britain from. Why
didn't Overlord target Belgium then? Why didn't Overlord target Belgium then?
Because it was so heavily defended, and because whilst it's a good position to invade Britain from, due to the same currents, it's a bad position to invade Europe from Britain off.
Okay.
And the Germans predicted the British would try and invade from there.
Mm-hmm.
We saw actually stuff like the Amsterdam garrison and the Brussels garrison. And is it Ghent? How do you say that?
Yeah.
Ghent.
Right. We have 2, 4... Yeah, we're almost at 10 questions left. And then we're opening questions up again and taking some more. Paul Amos, this is a new AQ472. Thank you, Paul, for doing all this, by the way. If the railways in Ireland were built to standard gauge, would there be a train ferry service across the Irish Sea? And how does this affect things?
No.
There probably would have been a train ferry service, because in Nicest Way, at a certain point, the train ferry services were the be-all and end-all of things. Whether it probably wouldn't still be going today. The interesting thing is, if there had been a train ferry service, the odds of them building a railway tunnel and having the case study for a railway tunnel and some kind of railway link would be far higher. Because literally that was the information they used to justify the building of the Channel Tunnel. And you probably get the building of the Anglo-Irish rail tunnel at the same time as the Channel Tunnel.
The interesting thing as well is, if the Irish railways are standard gauge,
Mm-hmm.
and we're talking about train ferries, does the Isle of Man adopt 3 foot? Because if you've got standard gauge in Ireland, standard gauge in the UK... and there is enough traffic on the Isle of Man to validate railways, as we know there is, because there was a rather extensive 3-foot gauge network. But the reason it was 3-foot gauge is because there was only one side where interchange needed to take place, and, both sides where interchange needed to take place, but both sides had different gauges anyway, so at that point, it wasn't worth it. But if both sides that the Isle of Man is interchanging with, Ireland and the UK, have standard gauge, 4 foot 8.5, then there may be a use case for the Isle of Man's railway network being standard gauge, and at that point, there may also be a case for the Isle of Man acting as sort of a central hub, as it were, with rail ferries coming in from either end, and then the island acting as sort of a giant marshalling yard / bridge network between Britain proper and Ireland. Although that would depend on the level of traffic that both sides are generating onto these hypothetical train ferries.
So I'm going to show my ignorance here. What is a train ferry?
I hate everything you just said.
Right. Runon, a train ferry is quite literally what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
It is a ferry which carries a train. Nope. You just
so it's like
train straight on.
Okay, all right, thank you. I wanted to make sure it wasn't train goes to ferry jetty, offloads people and cargo onto ferry, ferry goes to ferry jetty, offloads people and cargo onto train.
No, usually it's just the carriages or the wagons which are loaded onto the ferry, not the engine itself. They used to be quite common in the UK, running to the continent. And a lot of those railway ferries were then used in World War II and various other points as landing craft ships, because the railway line they had on them, the track they had on them, made them very suitable for launching and manoeuvring around landing craft on their deck.
Dead handy, that.
Right, Black Horse. Why are the British Air Force honest in their fuel needs?
Because they don't have the history of
creative
accounting that the Royal Navy does.
Yeah, they were honest in the run-up to World War II. Why are they honest? Because they were being creative in other areas of accounting, and they decided to be honest in that. And in the nicest way, both the Royal Navy and the British Army looked at them and went, did somehow our least capable officers end up in your service?
Yes.
We're not quite sure what happened there. Dragon and Foxo. You have guide and control of World of Warship collaboration. What ideas would you push for? Reasons of gameplay versus actual history and vice versa. Steve would
Well, I
like to
did
see
clarify-
ASW convoys and submarines, but I would like to point out this is again one of the first few questions we've had, still in the first 5 questions we had, which have been purely for Dragon and Foxo, and I like it when we get Dragon and Foxo questions.
Okay.
I did
must
get
have
right. Also, I will just quickly add. I did get clarification because I saw this question come up. They do mean they have loads of collabs, but they're always weird anime-based things. I was looking at more historical-based things, so they do
I'm
mean
still
actual
waiting for the Horse Girl
collaborations.
collab.
Not
Seeing
happening.
as
No.
seeing as Garius was playing Horse Girls today, in the nicest way, there could be a collab coming because
Not happening.
that was just shocking to me.
But the reason why that's not happening is because technically speaking, Missouri Derby or whatever it's called, this way, genuine grumble, has to get licenses from the actual horses. So warships would have to get licenses from the game and then get licenses from the actual horses as well. You have to get 2 sets of licenses, and that's a utter pain.
What? The Horse Girls, though, they're not real.
Yeah, but
They're
they're based off real
every
horses.
single one is based off a real horse.
Yes.
Yeah.
Remember, Japanese copyright, Japanese IP law in general is weird, and it doesn't matter what Western, either UK, Europe, or US copyright law says. The Japanese entities will sue you in Japanese court and win because Japanese copyright law is, say it with me now, chat, weird.
This is what
It's
I'm
not about
currently
that,
running into with the Japan trip in organising, and this is what I'm sort of why I've actually been to an extent not too when I realised the time had gone past. I wasn't too disappointed we hadn't booked everything yet, because some of the museums I've got the level of conversation I've got to with some museums is I'm now talking to their lawyers about footage rights, and it's fun, and I want it in writing and sealed. Exactly what we're allowed to do. And I want blanket agreements. And I should be able to get that, but it's fun.
In regards to the question of, for the reason of gameplay versus actual history, I know this is going to sound boring, but I'll be honest. For being a historical themed game, historical gameplay really doesn't suit a game like World of Warships. It's really bad. The idea of convoys, where it's an actual ASW patrol versus submarines, that's interesting. We actually had that as part of a Halloween mode a very long time ago, where you have submarines that infiltrate effectively a naval base, which is spread over a massive chain of islands.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in the nicest way, World of Warships is not a historical game. It is an arcade game with a historical skin.
Yeah. It's why the only collabs in regards to gameplay versus actual history... Well, they already kind of do collab with most of the major museums. I guess there's definitely some things I would like to see actual sort of pushes for style things, like instead of just having commemorating Battle of Jutland, like have an actual Battle of Jutland style operation, perhaps, where it is primarily a big battleship on battleship fight with cruisers and destroyers off elsewhere, but that could also be seen pretty boring. Honestly, you say about the anime and science fiction stuff being silly, but it sells. As I can prove by the sheer amount of stuff I've bought from it. Or trading Pokemon cards for.
But what I want is
I find it mildly cruel that Foxo takes your Pokemon cards off you for these things.
Actually, no, this was to a different friend. I sold him a bunch of Pokemon cards and instead got the Arpeggio Blue Steel Yamato. You can but go on.
Dragon?
You were on your speaking?
I wasn't. I was trying to knock people over the head.
Alright. Okay. I would literally do any collab that got them to break the British battlecruiser tree in 2.
Yeah, she doesn't like that.
Like, I don't care if I need to swap it with Mech Warrior or...
Foxo, explain. So, not to interrupt you too much again, but actually explain your anger. Explain your hatred.
Okay, so the British battlecruisers They go Tiger. They go Repulse. Then they go
downgrade
into Hawk. And Repulse to Hawk are very fragile, but very well armed battle cruisers for their tier, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're very accurate. You hit like a truck because you get very good 15-inch, very good 16-inch guns. However, you have the thing of there's some cruisers that are better protected than you when it comes to not getting critted, and you're a massive target. It then goes from essentially having a conventional battle cruiser to G3.
Which is a fully armored battlecruiser.
Yes, and the G3 is somehow more fragile than the Admiral derivative.
Not.
And it's given its durability through the fact it can super heal, which is a British battleship thing.
I should point out here that me and Fox very much disagree on how these mechanics work and how durable these British battlecruisers actually are, because they are immensely durable. Foxo just doesn't know how to play them to be durable.
No, I know how to play them. It's more the fact that the playstyle of the line switches 100 degrees between one tier.
It doesn't.
It should be, you go the conventional battlecruiser lines to the 18-inch guns. Then you have an entire subline for all the wacky all-front gun armament battlecruisers.
Wouldn't mind seeing what's called M2.
M2.
That would be a weird one.
K3.
Okay.
K3 was relatively normal.
Let's go on to the next question before Foxo and Dragon start just numbering off pills. What if Sweden?
Not that bad.
What if Sweden didn't lose their empire?
Vastly different Europe?
Vastly different Europe. Vastly different. In the nicest way, there are sections of Germany which are under Swedish control. There are the Baltic is pretty under Swedish control, and large chunks of Russia and Finland are under Swedish control. And ultimately, the scenario where Norway and Sweden combine probably means Norway never gets out of that. And they might actually succeed in, with all the Napoleonic Wars, etc., might actually succeed in creating the Free Crown arrangement and combine the Free Crowns. And let's open questions. And then they just get bigger. And the trouble is, at a certain point, they get big enough they become a problem. But if you want to really follow that through, Swedes don't lose their empire, go and look up any of the many videos which Gareth the Brit has done, which involve Sweden taking over the world in Hoi 4. Because he does it regularly. In fact, I would say this, I would love to watch a game of Hoi 4 where it was Fleet versus Gareth the Brit to see who could take over the world as their favourite nations. Fleet is France, Gareth is Sweden.
Fleet loses. Fleet doesn't actually play France.
That's...
Are we going with favourite nations as a thing, or favourite nations in Hoi?
Favourite nations as a thing. Favourite nations in Hoi could be different.
Now,
because Fleet never gone
on. This is going to be disrespectful, so I apologize in advance, but I feel like that's less of a game and more of a curbing.
Pretty much.
I was going to say, Fleet's not that bad at Hoi, and then realised, actually, to be frank, he kind of is.
Dragon, if Fleet's not that bad at Hoi, we need to moderate how we talk about Fleet playing Hoi then.
Okay. Castanea, how would the Royal Navy seaplane tender arriving at an Icelandic port the week after the invasion of Denmark change the early Battle of the Atlantic? Depending on which seaplane carrier it was, it would be kind of useful if they've got the thing is the British, the longest range one the British have got is either the Walrus or the Sunderland. So that's your options. And you can do your anti-submarine warfare operations from a Walrus. They're better from a Sunderland, but if you've got that and you've got basing rights in Iceland to be able to do it from them, that's good. It does help you bridge the Atlantic Gap a bit, but you need a lot more You need a lot more seaplanes. You need a lot more aircraft that can take off from water. Take care,
Alex.
KVG.
What about pulling in some of the older types that, while not exactly, you wouldn't want to operate them from the UK because of their somewhat shorter range and ammunition.
What do you want to talk about?
Oh, forget the name of it. It's got a closed cockpit. It's the last of the biplane flying boats. Oh, I can see the designation in my head.
I know what you're talking about.
Oh. Come on, fleet. Engage memory.
Still around. Brain power not found.
Yeah, pretty much, Foxo. Pretty much. Hang on. We just.
Oh, you talk about now. We're talking about in general.
Those. Come on.
You're going to talk about the Strainer because they were operating throughout World War for quite a lot of World War II.
Possibly.
And they were developed from the Supermarine Scapper.
I might be thinking about the Sarafand and the Rangoon. Possibly the Singapore as well. Yeah, I'm thinking of the Rangoon and the Singapore. That's what I'm thinking of.
It's a perfectly decent one, but the trouble is, how many did the Royal Air Force actually have?
Yeah. So, honestly, out of a given 37 of one, 6 of the other, out of that, you're probably looking at a total available fleet of no more than 30 flying boats. If you're lucky.
No, they only bought 6 Rangoons.
Yeah, Rangoons and Singapores.
Yeah.
Yeah, between the two of them, you're looking at 30 aircraft total.
And then you add in the Strainers. There's another 57 built for them, for the Royal Air Force and Royal Canadian Air Force, and they operate throughout World War II anyway. And then you talk about the Scapper. There's 15 of those, and they are retired in 1939.
Also, fleet's 11. Shouldn't you be getting off?
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably should. Ooh.
There are also the Southamptons, of which they had 83 of, but again, they were all got rid of when they were out of service. Well, how do I put this politely? They were out of service and gone. It's one of the sad things. The aircraft don't tend to last around a long time, but they are. You needed to have a far more investment in Coastal Command. You needed to have more of these aircraft available for it to actually be a viable policy.
Yeah. You're absolutely right.
And yeah.
Good night, everybody. Pleasure as always. Hopefully see you tomorrow, Alex.
Yeah, take care. You will do.
Yee. Also, before I forget, for those of you who don't know, just a little bit of a spoiler, we have a special guest on Ramblings tomorrow. If any of you know the YouTuber Lord Hardthrasher, he has consented to join us for Ramblings tomorrow. So if you're a fan of his,
that'll be fun.
Do feel free to drop in.
That'll be fun. Right. Jonathan Moon. How would the Endurance 1912 be made into an Aegis sail ship, and how would it perform? Sturdy icebreaker hull, 10 knots under steam, 44. Well, yeah, it's probably going to be a useful hull, but it's a collier. It's probably most useful considering its strength as hull as a mortar ship. But it would still be useful, yeah. Jonathan Moon. Best way to make money: you can't do quests and have lost your fancy ship and Pirates of the Burning Sea. You've lost your fancy ship in the Jonathan Moon, how do you lose your fancy ship?
You may have picked a flight that was a little bit bigger than he should have.
I was getting worried about this when you were so happy last night about being level 15 to my level 14. The trick is to learn to run away from targets which are proving too strong for you. But in answer to that question, Best way is to go and do missions, which are combat missions, sort of fighting missions, and also to go out in your the free ship you get, and just start building up points and funding. That's what you have to do.
I don't even play the game, and I've researched what to do in this scenario.
Yeah.
But I don't play the game yet.
You'll have to do what I did in what I was forced to do a couple weeks ago in Elite Dangerous. Get back into your cheapest, crappiest, least effective ship, and start climbing all the way back up again. But remember, kiddos, this is why you never fly without rebuy.
Yeah.
If you can't afford to assure it, you can't afford to have it.
You're now level 18 and have 7.5k to your name. You can probably get a decent ship if you can get to the... If you get in a ship and you go to the capital, Port Royal, you can possibly pick up a ship. Possibly pick up a ship in the open purchase. Black Horse. What happens if the US capital ships were swapped with the Mediterranean Fleet in World War II? The Royal Navy cries. But if they get the whole of the US Navy to replace the Mediterranean Fleet as capital ships in World War II, then they probably do make it go, well, that'll do okay. Because the sheer quantity of ships they've got will make up for the fact they've lost the ones which were fast enough to catch them. But they've now got enough of a battle fleet. And you said US capital ships, so that means that they probably get all of the capital ships which are available, including, let's say, the Sodaks, North Carolinas. Very nice, thank you very much. I think they probably do okay. But yeah, the Royal Navy would. It's going to be an interesting time, let's put it that way. Ramol, what if the Royal Navy had Chuck Adams class for their Type 42 and counties in the Falklands, for the Type 41 the RNs had OHPs? Would they have been able to shoot down incoming threats much better? OHPs replacing Type 21s probably would be better, but if I remember correctly, the OHP class, as it did, came into service, were built in 1975 and actually came into commission in 1977. The Amazon class, aka the Type 21s, were built 1969 to 1975. So, in a nicest way, the Amazons are older vessels by far, and they're light frigates, whereas the OHPs are general purpose frigates. Chuck Adams to replace their T-42s and counties. Charles F. Adams class. Well, they're going to be... it's going to sound strange. They're going to be better than the counties for air defence. They are better than the counties for air defence. The big problem for the Royal Navy, for both the Adams class and, you know, them replacing the counties and the Type 42s, is the Adams don't have helicopters. And that's important to Royal Navy doctrine as anything. Honestly, a fairer replacement and a more sensible replacement would probably be the Spruance class to replace them. And in that case, then, honestly, Spruance is a lot better than the counties. And I would say, as built, as built. They haven't got the long range air defense as built, have they? That's the trouble. They haven't got the long range air defenses built. They've got Sea Sparrow. They haven't got air defense missiles. It's quite annoying. Kids had, kids are probably the actual better equivalent replacements because they have helicopters, so they can fit in that role, and they have the surface-to-air missiles. So probably you're talking kids are the more even in terms of capability replacement. Swap over, although they are a far newer design. But yeah, I'd go with kids. That's more fair. Because again, it's losing the helicopters of ASW and their ability to, gunfire support. You didn't know you could lose them if they sink too often.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't it say on the ship thing that warning if sunk out at sea you will permanently lose this vessel?
Well, if it's not the basic starter vessel, no. The basic starter vessel you always get new versions of, but again, those new versions of that basic starter vessel. The question is, you're going to have to recustomize it.
Yeah, you always get the Sidewinder for free.
Mm-hmm.
It's everything after that that's questionable.
Yeah. IKB4472, if the Irish railways were built to standard gauge, how soon would a train ferry service develop across the Irish Sea? I think we've answered this one.
I had that one.
We have answered that one.
Yeah. Montana 67. What if Vanguard wasn't scrapped in the 60s? Would it persist until the Falklands and potentially sea service? Potentially sea service, yes. It's like the Tiger's potentially sea service. If it's not scrapped in the 60s and it makes it through the 70s, yeah, there's round for the Falklands. Basically, if it's keeping going until that point, then probably in a nicest way, it's going to. If it managed to make it in the 70s when the Kirovs are being built, suddenly it has a justification. And that could see it preserved longer.
But will she end up in a Tiger situation where she's technically there?
I think actually Vanguard would probably end up in a better position than Tiger, because what they might do is they might do a sort of Tiger style conversion on her, but whereas she's actually got the space you can actually do the Tiger style conversion without causing the problems. Because you think about it, she could have surface-to-air missiles fitted at her. She could have all sorts of things done for her. Because she's got a lot more space than Tiger. A lot more space and a lot more power generation capability.
Fair.
Steamer, turret fighters for air defense against land attack. One-way drone swarms? Does the increased range of coverage... Okay.
Is this the heavy fighters question?
I'm not sure. Turret fighters for area defense against land attack one-way drone swarms. Does the increased range of coverage and relocation speed over truck-based systems make up for the complication of fitting a mid-sized prop plane with autocannon direct energy systems?
Can I provide the extra context that we're still missing out of this question?
Yes.
This is for the defense of ground assets, not self-defense or the defense of air assets. And if I can be so bold as to shove my answer in there, for the defense of ground assets, it makes absolutely 0 sense.
We're paid to know worky.
For the
in the nicest way,
defense of air assets, conceptually it can make sense. The technology is not there.
Honestly, no.
What we were talking about here, post ramblings. You said in a general case, not in a ground defense case, it makes no sense.
In nicest way, we use these days, if you were going for some sort of electrical weapon to shoot down these swarms, which you probably would on the small lighter swarms, you probably want it to be electronically steered like we do with most phased array radars these days, because it probably would use the same system as a phased array radar, just we changed the power frequency output just a tad. And that's the interesting thing, when you start talking about modern phased array radars and you start talking about these unshielded little drones, there is honestly an open question out there of what happens if you turn up the radar to full power and just point it at them?
Zap zap.
So that's the thing. You would probably be looking at quite a lot of the modern systems which we're talking about as drone defense systems are realistically scaled down radar units and frequency adjusted your radar units.
Or just flat cannons.
Yeah.
If you talk about physically shooting them down.
Yeah.
Wouldn't use a fighter for this stuff.
I am very glad that I just finished making dinner and sat down with it because, my power went out. And judging by the very loud pop I heard, it sounds like it took a transformer out with it.
Oh, lovely. Have you got backup power?
Nothing house-wide, no. So, hey, at least I made dinner.
Well, to be fair, Runon, do you have an electric? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to be. The likelihood that Dominion is going to get out here with a transformer and restore power by the end of Bruships is nil.
No,
it's not impossible, but it's highly unlikely.
Yeah. All right.
So
glad you got your dinner though. Drakenrend. Every non-preserved steamship suddenly turns up in 1 year after their commission status in random ports around the world. How does everyone react?
Every.
That's a nightmare.
That did just say every.
Yes,
right?
Non-preserved steamship. I'm just trying to remember how many frigating tramp steamers the British built.
I'm just trying to wonder, do we get into the millions at this point?
It could actually lead to mass global starvation as the ports are all full of ships. It could actually lead to mass global starvation because all the ports are full.
How many trawlers?
Steam pleasure craft.
Just so much boat there.
Technically, every nuclear-powered ship is a steamship.
Do we also count canal boats as well? They're steam-powered?
Yeah, it says steamships.
Oh dear.
Well done, you've increased the surface area of the UK by like 6%.
6%?
Probably.
More like 60%. In a nice way, we probably filled up the entire Irish Sea. Ireland will no longer be independent. It'll be swarmed by ships. And they'll be going... They're all flying Union Jacks!
No, it would be worse. Ireland has a very, very little tax on this sort of thing. So they're all going to be flying the Irish on a Cohen flag.
And just think about the sheer amount of scrap iron we've got. And if it comes with crew and passengers, goodness knows that's going to have an effect on the world population.
I'm assuming it doesn't come with passengers, but that is so much steel. I'm pretty sure the scrap iron industry or the
it also means ships like the Titanic come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does, because it does say every non-preserved. Well, actually,
Shackleton ships.
Right? No. What do we class as preserved here? Because technically speaking, Titanic is preserved.
She's not.
very technically.
The guys, we're
Yes?
missing the small diplomatic incident of the Argentinians being able to say that the UK did actually have a 3D printer of ships.
This isn't just the UK though. This is everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, as Dark Souls just said, if we go off just purely Liberty ships, you've got over 2,700.
Yeah. In the nicest way, the whole world's ports are full up. The whole world is full up. It is
going, where in Tartarus did we get these ships from?
And think about all the pre-nuclear steel.
That would be good.
That would crash the limited market.
Yeah, that it would.
It would, in the nicest way, this would cause massive economic overload to the world. And then you have all the sheer amount of fuel they'd have on them.
That's a lot of Welsh coal.
Yeah, and that's a lot of oil.
Yeah, but does that mean we've got to send all the coal back to the Welsh?
Where are we going to store it?
In Wales. Put it back in the
and
mines.
Imagine if they all come. If they're all in the condition they are a year. Imagine if they've got their cargoes aboard them. Imagine how many of those ships are going to be loaded to bear a year after they were built with weapons.
Wait, no, somewhat worse.
Yeah.
Some of the very late slave ships were steamships.
Yeah.
Under the Brazilians.
Yes.
That's going to be fun.
I don't want to think about the domestic political conversations getting slave ships is going to start.
Well, especially if they arrive when they arrive in Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
Drakenred, every non-preserved steam we've answered that one. It's a nightmare. And also, just think about all the...
That's the one we're just panicking about.
All the Confederate ironclads.
All the Chinese ones.
This is the world is so full. Team.
What happens to the steamships that their countries don't exist anymore?
They go to the country that built them, I suppose.
That means more steamships to the UK.
Yes! In the nicest way, the UK will just be going, "Hello, world, we can't trade with you for the next, 25 years till we sort this mess out."
Yeah, at that point, do you think they just start literally putting them out at sea, drop the anchor, that's it, we just have to leave them there?
Well,
take the crew back, we need to keep unloading stuff.
Yeah,
but
then
think about it from the UK current political situation. All the complaints about immigration there are recently from boat people, and suddenly you're going to have ship people.
Yeah, there's going to be that many boats in the channel.
But Dragon, the problem is the EHS people are going to get involved about you sinking all of these ships in the ocean that are filled with toxic chemicals.
No, I never said anything about sinking them. I said just drop anchor slightly off the coast just so we can try and empty the ports.
They will still complain.
Yeah,
and you tell them to shut up.
For hundreds of years, human children have been eating asbestos. It's time for the fish to eat asbestos. Then they can be like us.
Okay, let's move on to the next question before we get even worse. Team, each get one choice, youngest first with no duplication. Which 1980s technology would you like to have seen pushed such that we could have seen it in the 1960s? Which 1980s technology?
You know what 1980s technologies go with? Also, you're the youngest here, Foster, so...
Yeah.
There's so many. There is so many. Oh. the solid state transistor. It's just because I want to see what those crackpots would do with it. And I know technically the solid state transistor existed before the 1980s, but I'm talking about the ones that advent into microelectronics, not the massive substation-sized ones, the circuit board ones. Dragon.
I've got no clue.
Me, Dragon, Dr. Clarke, then Runon.
I genuinely don't know what systems came up, what 1930 technologies came about in the 80s necessarily.
I'm not. I think Runon might actually be younger than me.
They are. It's just Fox's joking about Runon being old.
You know,
I know we call her grandma sometimes, but I think that's a bit cruel.
Yeah, it's cool to grandma's been associated with someone that old.
Oh, good God. Dragon, does that mean that you're passing?
Yeah, just because...
No, you don't get to pass.
I genuinely don't know what technology necessarily...
You're a Nintendo fanboy.
And? Like...
You should know the technology that gave Nintendo their name.
Go on. Which technology in particular are you referring to here?
Cartridges. Printed circuit boards.
Existed beforehand. They existed in the 70s.
Very late 70s and not to the same degree they existed in the 80s. They matured.
But, like, printed circuit boards have been around for quite a while.
In technicality.
No, because they... No, because printed circuit boards as we know them come about in the 40s. Okay. Are you referring to high composition ones? But even they came about in like the 60s.
Fine, Dragon's passing.
Can I get my answer in before I apparently die of old age over here? I'm going to put in the GFCI/RCD technology that came out, at least for wall socket use, that came out in roughly the 80s.
DVDs.
I think DVDs. I'm going for the what's called. I am old enough that I did ICT at school, and I learnt about this. And I'm going to go for what's called ultra large scale integration circuit technology, which came out in 1984, and that's the point at which you could have 1 million or more transistors and 100,000 or more logic gate numbers. And it came out in 1984, ULSI, and it's the standard which has made it possible for us to develop the modern chipsets we use to this day. And it comes out and it's used in 1984. So if that was developed, if that's pushed back to the 1960s, i.e. around the same time as we had medium scale integration, which was 10 to 500 transistor counts, then the scale of technological uplift you'd achieve in those preceding... Well, you only have to look at what we've done since 1984 to imagine what they could do from 1964 to today, if they had it 20 years earlier. Okay?
Dragon, that's how you answer it, okay? Okay.
Oh, because I would have no clue what that even was, to be honest. And I have done ICT. It just didn't go into that.
Yeah, mine was the year where you had to write out code from memory and write it. And where if you got a C, you got above 97% of the rest of the country because it was so difficult that year. And then after that year, they decided, oh, frigate, that was the first year they did ICT, and they went, okay, we need to redo these exams, and they changed it fundamentally, and all sorts of stuff got taken out of it.
I wouldn't even be able to
For
say stuff
example,
like
I'm fairly
proper
certain
solid.
you didn't have to do circuit design in your exam, did you?
Actually, yes.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
In fact, I even got.
Fun.
In fact,
It's a funny.
this is why
What
I
level
know
of
the whole thing
circuit
about printed.
design?
Well, we actually had to make the circuit board as well, like physically using acid and such.
Oh, good. All right, that's nice.
Like, I'll admit they weren't that complicated, but we still went through all the process of actually then making a full printed circuit board with acids and templates.
And
Yeah,
what did
I've still got
you
scars on my
have to
elbow
use it to
from that.
run? And what coding did you have to do to get it to run? What kind of project?
I think ours was just because it was meant to be incredibly simple. It was basically just a set of lights for bicycles and such. I believe I made
My
mine.
IS,
I said stupidly basic, but I think I got mine working as a Knight Rider style thing.
my ISP has just graciously sent me a text message telling me that they're experiencing an outage in my area. You think?
You could have
I did this in high school.
You could have CCD chips for cameras. Don't know what they are off the top of my head.
I would mine. This is I'm slightly sad about yours because mine was a lot of fun. We had to produce a sensor controlled self-propelled crane unit that would pick something up, move it, and drop it off, and then go back and load it again. And it had to load it onto a train. And you had to design the circuits and the systems to run all the various things, and you had to build it all. And that was a fun one. But that was many, many years ago now.
God, that reminded me of my college project.
Right then. We got to that one. So, Scottish nerd. If the naval treaties did not pause capital ship construction, could they have created a permanent qualitative race while preventing attention building quantitative scenario? Yes. I think I've covered that in a few videos before, but yes, that could have made it. You could have created a permanent qualitative race, but also in a nice way, if you created such a qualitative race, you would have probably found that very quickly nations which, how to put it, which weren't involved would have dropped so far behind technologically they might never have been able to get involved again. I.e., Russia taking its gap because of the Civil War and the issues which come afterwards would probably have been looking at their systems going, can we actually build a battleship to compete? And if they, and probably the answer from Stalin would be, we have to do something, so they get involved earlier. For Germany, as I've always put it, if instead of a building holiday, you put it so that in every 5-year period, the British can build 5, and the Americans can build 5, the Japanese can build 3, and the Italians and French can build 5 in every 10-year period, sort of thing. If you do that as your rough sort of plan or analysis of what they can do, and they're allowed to keep their ships for 20-odd years. Let's say you have worked out their life expectancy and you charted over that. Then suddenly you get a very interesting system going on where probably the British are ordering it in, will be sort of ordering 2 every 2 years, and then in the 5th year ordering 1, and then in the 6th year ordering 1, and then ordering 2 the year after that, and 2 the year after that, so that they can sort of keep ordering them roughly in pairs of design. And the Americans probably do the same, and it becomes a very interesting qualitative race. A very interesting qualitative race with everyone using their technology, using the designs to try and make the best, probably 16-inch gun battleship they can, and capital ship they can. Probably you see the Royal Navy do produce an F3 style design, because at a certain point they're going to want to replace DRs, and I'm talking Renown and Repulse, let alone DR class battleships. R class battleships are probably the first battleships to get replaced by the Royal Navy. The R class battle cruisers probably get replaced earlier than Tiger under that timeline. Interesting enough, because Tiger is a more solid ship for the Royal Navy to build around. It's larger and it's more practical, whereas Renown and Repulse they're smaller. It's be interesting to see how the world would work out. It would be interesting to see how the world would work out. All right. I think you'd also get a lot more interesting in terms of carrier construction, etc., and things going on then as well. Black Horse. Is it true that one of the Cold War Russian submarines is being turned into a museum ship? I think one of the... There are lots of discussions about it, and... The question is, we'll see. Okay? I take a lot of policy of a lot of countries, even Britain, especially Britain, with... Until I see the things actually done with my own two eyes, I'm going to take it as paper talk and hot air until it's actually done. Okay? Putting a nuclear submarine on display is very, very difficult. Putting any nuclear-powered submarine ship on display is very, very difficult because you have to worry about all sorts of issues to do with its reactor core, etc. We'll see what the Russians do. We'll see what happens. It's going to be interesting. Night 6831. Did the doc hear about Nimi Nightmare announcing her engagement and the rapid collapse of V Shoujo? Yes, as I've said many times, my mother is a very big fan of some VTubers, including Iron Mouse. And, yeah. I've heard all about that.
The collapse of V Shoujo is very interesting.
yes.
Allegedly, if my sources are to be believed, Mrs. Clarke has had her passport seized by her family members so that she does not make a quick trip to San Francisco.
Yes.
But
apparently she just wants to have a talk.
But V Shoujo is an excellent example of how
not to run an organization.
To completely destroy a company and then we're currently looking into, let's see how they're going to try and get around paying all these people they owe money to.
Oh, simple. The money's not there.
But they owe a lot of money, and a lot of these places won't accept you don't have no money.
Well, I don't know how they're going to get it because they're going to have to have the laws set up so that they can pierce the corporate veil.
They basically
considering one of the companies they owe money to is a Japanese state media company.
They're going to have fun. They also owe money to charities. In the nicest way, they're being investigated by the IRS. They're going to have a full colonoscopy, whether they like it or not. But if they've been sensible, they have been if they have been at all sensible for themselves, as well as declaring bankruptcy, they have been having many, many accidents with their servers and computer systems.
So what I'm hearing is that unless someone somewhere in that organization has a convenient 8 terabyte hard drive that's just sitting cold somewheres with a fairly recent mirror of their entire server infrastructure, a lot of evidence might be going poof.
A lot of the thing is though, a lot of the people a part of V Shoujo have been keeping records. Go on, sorry, Foxer.
And you've also got to remember that these are corporate types. Most corporate types think deleting something and deleting it out of the recycling bin means you've got rid of it permanently. As came with FTX.
Mm-hmm.
So it won't surprise me how much information is still on those servers when they think they've deleted them.
Let alone backed up elsewhere.
Or even just routers that have a access history and transfer history. Because your routers can do that, by the way.
Yeah, it's
Also,
fun
for the
times.
record,
Yeah, it's
also
fun
for the
times.
record, the questions open banner is still open, and it's now like 20 to 12.
Okay.
Not sure if that's necessarily still intentional.
Well, I haven't
Yes!
seen a note from someone telling me to close questions because they got all the questions in yet.
That's fair. It's more just a case of if it's getting to this point, like, did someone forget?
No, Runon's been sending in many questions via Paul.
Only 24
I
in,
only
says
sent in
Paul.
2, and I used the bot for it.
Yeah, but Paul's also
And
been
then the
copying them
power
in.
went out.
And Steve's dropping this for this evening.
Right,
which is
Montana, quick question.
Okay,
Is
Steve.
what you've just posted in chat a euphemism?
Sorry for the
What?
sauce.
No, they're literally referring to how they've been stuck trying to work on an Essex class bow, and they're trying to figure out do they go with a narrow-based bow for the ship or a thick bow.
Don't worry. Go with a thick one. That's coming up. Black Horse. Was it a realistic option for Britain not to enter or delay entering World War I? It's a tough scenario because theoretically, if Germany doesn't go through Belgium and they respect Belgian neutrality, they're going to be running straight into very heavy French defences. So in the nicest way, it's not going to be a quick war. Russia might get humbled, but again, if Germany can't use their fleet to go round the Atlantic coast of France, because if they do anything, the Royal Navy will get involved if they go to the Channel. They touch the Channel, the Royal Navy gets involved. So they can't really project round Britain and go into the Bay of Biscay to attack France, because that's a lawful long way for them to go. The question is, do the Italians join that war? If the Italians also stay neutral, then frankly, it probably turns into a sort of runoff. It turns into a France and Russia versus Germany and Austria-Hungary, and probably ends up with a negotiation between France and Germany. And Britain sitting there with France going, well, we told you weren't going to join an offensive war. And you guys went and had an offensive war. Because you got baited into a war which you weren't ready for. And no one was ready for. So, it's a interesting scenario. It's an you know, there is the scenario. There were people like Grey and others in the ministers who believed it was a duty of honour after all the negotiations with the French. But the fact is, even the Conservatives were not key. You know, for them to get enough MPs to vote in favour of war, enough MPs in favour of war, they could command a majority in both houses, an overwhelming majority in both houses. It has to be the invasion of Belgium, or the Germans have to go into the Channel. Otherwise, neither the Conservative leadership nor the Liberal leadership thinks they would win that vote. And that's the really wackadoodle scenario. Also, in the nicest way, Britain probably spends most of that time shamelessly supplying France as hard as it can, with as many resources as it can. But, you know, it's an iffy thing. It's an iffy thing, but it is certainly a scenario whereby the British government realistically didn't think they could justify to the public or the House of Commons, also as a command to support the House of Commons, under any other circumstances. even stay united, because as I said, ministers actually resigned during this because they didn't believe in going to war. Senior ministers resigned. This is a government which is already dealing with problems in Ireland and was sufficiently distracted by Ireland they didn't really realise what was going on. And then, well, yeah. When you go further up the line, when you've got Lloyd George, your Chancellor, basically threatening to call a vote of no confidence in the Prime Minister because he doesn't believe it's valid because it is technically an offensive. It's Russia's mobilizing to defend Serbia, which is, and it's not a defensive war of something we've signed up to. It's not Russia being attacked or France being attacked. Yeah. But the Germans happily solved that by being the ones to A, declare war, and B, marching into Belgium to attack France. They happily solved the whole problem for the British government and for the Prime Minister, because they managed to make it, to turn it from being a quandary which wouldn't have had enough support to overwhelmingly there is support for this.
And it is all the assumption that the Germans don't do something else to bring Britain into the war.
Oh, yeah. But there is some very real scenarios whereby if they are not going anywhere near the Channel, if they are not going anywhere near, if they're not going to get into Belgium, then realistically, as long as they basically don't do much with their navy in the North Sea, there's no reason for them to have submarines out wandering around the British area. They might try and push some submarines through the Channel, but it's not exactly a good place to wander through.
I was well thinking the Germans get antsy about supply convoys heading to France.
Well, it wouldn't be supply convoys, it'd be neutral shipping. And you can't interfere with neutral shipping. The moment the British start convoying it, then there's a problem. But it would be neutral flag shipping. And the British would just maintain also the fact that their ships could go to Germany. The fact that one ship goes to Germany for every 5 ships which go to France, or 10 ships which go to France, doesn't matter. The fact that the French get preferential loans to assist them with buying British goods, and the Germans don't. The fact that the British embargo Welsh coal. Neutral powers can be neutral powers. But honestly, the Germans thought the British joining the war would be easy and quick. The army said the army promised to annihilate the British Expeditionary Force in one swift battle, so much so that Britain runs out of the war with their tail between her legs. Broadly speaking, that's a politer version of what von Moltke said.
When has that ever worked?
Yeah. Montana 67. What if Okinawa and Iwo Jima were completed and the 1945 ordered Essex class? What major changes would be done to those carriers thanks to technology changing since the Essex was laid down? Well, let's see. Okinawa I've got is a Commencement Bay class escort carrier. So I don't think that has much of a difference. I was just checking that. And Aojima as CV46. You meant reprisal. Okay. Alright, that makes more sense. I'm surprised you haven't gone with the 3 extra midways. Well, basically, if the various Essexes, the last 2 Essexes are completed, then they have 2 more Essexes. They have Reprisal and they have Aojima, and it's nice to have them. They are both, I think, launched, and yeah, they're both. The Reprisal is launched in December 1945. Aojima is laid down in January 1945. If they are they are built as probably run-of-the-mill final road Essexes. Probably don't look too different to the various straight deck ships that are coming out in that time period. They might be completed as angled flight deck ships, but probably not. Probably they're just completed as straight edge ships. But it's always been more interesting to me if the 3 midways are completed, if they complete the CV 44 to 57, and if they complete them as their large carrier form, and they do complete those 3 ships, because, you know, if you consider that Midway's launched March 1945, commissioned September 45. Roosevelt launches April 45, commissions October 45. Coral Seas launch 46, commission 47. The others could be launch 47, commission 48, all sorts of things along. And, you know, you could have a really interesting... You could have them basically being almost built in their original angled flight deck form. Which would be interesting, because they have the better boats to build than the S-Goats. Runon?
Yeah, my power just came back up. So go Gadget Dominion Energy.
Excellent. But basically, it's nice to have extra carriers, but it probably means some of the older ones don't last as long.
A PSA to all of us who live in reasonably infrastructurally developed countries: always hug your linemen. Well, or do the acceptable equivalent of hugging your lineman.
Okay. This next question, I have no idea about this, so I'm hoping Foxo and Dragon do. Is there a My Little Pony Equestrian War mod for
I
the
was
Hod
waiting
Oi
for
4?
this one.
Yeah. Oh no.
It is considered.
No, Dragon.
It greatly annoys the devs of Hearts of Iron 4, because for some reason, the My Little Pony mod, Equestrian War, is considered by the devs to be one of the best examples of Hearts of Iron modding in the game. To the point where a lot of its content is better than the content they have made for the game.
I am going
Dragon,
to get a glass
I feel
of
like
milk
this is...
because I feel I need this to deal with this.
Okay, but can you at least tell us the question?
It's literally, the question is literally the panel's thoughts on the Hearts of Iron 4 mod, My Little Pony Equestria War.
Dragon, I feel like this is cursed knowledge that you should not be sharing with the class.
All I'm saying
it's
is,
literally
here
in the loading
comes
screen
the
for
sun.
Equestria War. Well, which one are we talking? Are we talking the Daybreaker, Foxo, or are we talking the Barad Magocracy, where we have literally created an artificial god whose sole purpose is nuclear annihilation?
Yes.
Because both of these are legitimate events.
Have you seen the redo for the Solar Empire that's been teased on their Reddit?
No, I haven't.
And it's like literally 2 gods of nuclear fusion.
Genuinely, it is an incredibly good mod that is very well made. Honestly, if you can get past the fact that it is all My Little Pony themed, it is an amazing mod with a lot of in-depth mechanics.
It's also not a child-friendly mod. It does have literal Griffin Nazis in it.
Yeah, it's also got Bicolini, the Italians. You've got the whole thing with Abyssinia and them, because there's a whole thing on the other continent about that. You've got cult. Like, there's so much stuff that wouldn't YouTube would go. It's got what now? So that, yeah, perhaps not mentioning necessarily. Genuinely amazing mod, goes really in depth. Has good backstory, has tons of lore and events, which, especially if you're playing single player, you can pause and read through, and they are very well written.
Yeah, and you don't have to be familiar with the base game, with the original IP. It's self-contained. It'll tell you what you need to know, so you don't have to go watch the original series.
Oh,
If you have, it gives you a little
because
bit of
Gen
advantage,
4
but...
is bad. And it
Yeah, but it's based off Gen 3, isn't it?
So,
no,
not
the good
only-
one's Gen 3.
I have a small.
No, because it's based off Friendship's Magic, and I'm pretty sure that's Gen 3.
Yeah, that's Gen 3. Gen 4's the post-friendship magic.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I'm just saying.
I am
that
going to
it is-
cut
it's
this
based off
off
the good
now because you are now officially making me worried. We are going to move on to the Knight 6831's question.
Just before we do that, not only
And you're really, really quiet.
Right, yeah, so...
Runon,
Yeah,
Wait a sec,
I can
Foxo.
tell you're
Runon's
speaking,
trying
but
to
I
say
cannot
something.
hear you.
Okay, is this more better?
Yep, there we go.
Not
You're back.
only has my power and internet come back online, but the recording of my stream did not get crap canned. At least not in its entirety.
There is British.
I think.
Why was it created? I don't want to get Hoi 4 anymore. Because there's genuinely thing where it was MLP but Fallout, and this just became a decent one.
No.
Like, it's worth it.
Nice way.
Right.
We are going to end this now, and the answer is always the same as everything when these things are created. It was a dare, and because someone could, they did. Now, Knight 6831 has a question here which is fun, which I think will distract Foxo enough that we can move on. What if the Japanese decided the aviation battleship is stupid, and instead, by 1944, Hyuga has 8 127mm dual-purpose batteries with AA battery of 132 25mm Type 96 AA, and 6 28-barrel rocket launchers, and Isaac has pretty much the same. Would 2 slow battleships heavily armed with AA have been more useful than 2 aviation battleships? Discuss.
That's useless. What are you doing with this?
Well done, you might inconvenience the destroyer. It's like sinks you.
Why?
Like-
why do you want slow assets in this time frame?
Well, wasn't that? Why do you want a slow AA asset at that?
What? Who?
I mean,
who
if you're
hurt me?
going to do a glorified landing craft maneuver, which is ram yourself up a beach at 20 knots, and then you're going to have the anti-aircraft capability and bombardment capability to cover your own landing force, that might justify it.
Dragon, will you stop doing mental damage to me? Please? I did
Dragon,
not need to know
I don't
that.
need the image of Fleet being a brony. Please
Oh,
do not
right,
give me the
right,
image of
right.
Fleet.
No, don't worry.
I
Since this
had
has had to come up,
I had Garrus the Brits today playing Horse Girls, and now you're telling me this. Okay?
Well, now that you've brought it up, I have to at least explain a little bit. If anything, to
No, you
defend
don't.
Fleet's honour.
No, you don't.
Fleet likes playing the Great Griffonian Empire, which isn't great and isn't an empire because it completely fractured when its leader died, like a lot of empires do.
Okay,
You don't have to bring this up.
He keeps trying to
Don't have to
say
bring
he's
this
the
up,
best
Dragon.
boy
No.
and
Next
gets
question.
annihilated by
No,
the Great
no.
Lunar Empire.
No.
I
Yes,
hold the branding.
I
Runon!
dropped 37 nuclear bombs on him.
Runon, go ahead. Okay. Extra info for easy question. All main and secondary are as they were before Battleship. That doesn't really change things. Black Horse. Why was the amphibious landing on D-Day so successful when many others were not? Sheer amount of firepower, intelligent information gathered, and basically the fact it was so overdone it was going to succeed. If you consider the sheer scale of the Massacre of Oka put into it, the sheer scale of the information warfare game, the sheer scale of the intelligence gathered, it's just there are
Doc,
sections
I think
of it which are
concerning
dangerous.
amount of bronies in our midst.
You have no idea how concerned I am, especially as I'm currently getting. I have WhatsApp also up on that screen as well, lined up, so I get my family WhatsApp on there. And unfortunately, the biggest fan of My Little Pony in my family has just heard this is Hoi 4 possible, and now she wants to play.
How old is that fan?
That's my sister.
Oh, okay.
You know, we do have a Historiathon coming up, and we do have some segments we could fill here. It's actually got a lot of real-world history.
Dragon. If you want me to be in any way associated with that, you will have to pay me 10,000 Great British pounds.
I'm sure
Equestrian Wall was made out of Equestrian Wall was made out of spite. We can make you do it out of spite.
In the nicest way, I will have to make it. Basically, it's going to be the first 5 days of the charity, and the weekends one going to be for the channel. So maybe we'll put it as a thing. If people donate enough for one of the charities, we will do that. But it would have to be a lot of money for the charity, and it would have to be for something like combat stress.
So
there we go. It's like the Princess Diaries thing.
Yeah,
yes, and Runon, I just unmuted us and let Clarke finish speaking.
Okay. Black Horse. During World War II, were the Royal Navy, British Navy logistics vessels standbys, or did the people unloading them see them as a pain? In nicest way, British logistics were about as standbys as anyone else's in that period. They were not palletized. But there again, that's what everyone's was. This is one of the interesting things we have. We have pre-pallet and post-pallet logistics, and then we have containerized logistics. And containerized logistics is both at the same time so much easier and so much more fragile. And that was the thing. You could unload the logistics of World War II ships practically anywhere in the world as long as you could pull alongside. You couldn't, with palletized logistics, it becomes slightly more difficult, but not too much more difficult. You do need more cranes, you do need proper equipment and things to move it around, but you can do it. With containerized logistics, it is the most easy to unload and load the ships, but it is also requires the most specialist gear to do it.
And so it's also slightly...
Sorry, just to finish the point. To finish the point off, the thing is, yes, modern logistics is easier to do, but the people in World War II might not like it because that means there's only 1 or 2 ports that can actually do it. And that means they're easy to hit.
Also, with palletized logistics, if you have a ship which is carrying mixed goods, it's far easier to just break that pallet out and send it, throw it on a deuce and a half and get it kicking down the road. Once you go to containerized, you have to be very, very precise in how you load the containers, both in the sense of how you load them on the ship, the actual container ship, and how you load the contents of the container itself. Because there is only one way in and one way out of most containers. So if the thing you need is all the way in the back of the container, it doesn't matter where everything else has to go. You have to outload that entire container first before you can get to the thing you need.
Yeah.
One question. You are aware containers have 2 sets of doors, right?
Depends on the container.
Yep.
I have seen 40-foot.
Some have.
I have seen 40-foot.
Yeah.
I have seen 40-foot Connex boxes that only have 1 set of doors in them.
Yep, I've seen ones which only have 1 set of doors in the side. They're not ancient. I know the factory where they're built.
I meant the ones runner said with the 1 set of doors.
The majority of Connex boxes I have encountered have only had 1 set of functioning doors. I'm not saying you can't get ones that have different door configurations. I'm saying the overwhelming majority of 40, 20, and 10-foot Connex boxes have only had one set of doors in my experience. So I'm speaking from my experience.
And I would say there are people. I would just put this out in combat about combat stress as an organisation. I've done fundraising for them before. They are an absolutely amazing organisation which deals with a lot of issues that people that what we call the invisible wounds of war. They do a lot of very good work, and they don't get enough praise. Often people focus in on things like the British Legion and these things. They are good. Don't get me wrong, they're good organisations, but I have seen very closely the work which combat stress does and deals with, and they are really an organisation which they deserve a lot of attention, a lot more attention than they get.
And if anybody wants to say that headspace wounds are not as important to treat as physical wounds, I will fight you in a Denny's parking lot.
To be fair, one of those is more likely to kill you years after the conflict than the other, and it's usually the headspace ones. And yeah, I've gone to far too many of those funerals over the years. Black Horse. What were the names and jobs of sailing ships that took an active role in World War II? Oh, that's a massive question. But in the nicest way, the interesting thing is when you start to realise just how much Axis logistics in North Africa depends on sailing ships. There are sailing ships being used as commerce raiders. There are sailing ships being used as hospital ships. There are sailing ships being used as transports and as supply ships. There are lots of sailing ships wandering around in the Mediterranean doing all sorts of random things. So much so that I can't really remember all their names, but I do know a fair number of them were
Doc,
were captured. Yeah.
I have an honest question here. Was there any part of at least European Axis logistics that made any lick of sense?
No, not at all. If Foxo's going to bring up the railways, no, they don't either.
I'm just going to say the Hungarians and the Romanians actually had quite a bus truck logistics system. And it's the reasons why the Romanian troops around Stalingrad actually get fed and the Germans don't.
Sorry to hear that, Ham. That's no fun. Which, if I need to translate that Britishism for people, basically when we say things like "that's no fun," that means it's one of the worst things you can possibly experience and deal with. But we're British. We say things like "that's no fun" instead. That's not surprising, realistically, with YouTube sometimes. Anyway, Black Horse. What were the names and jobs of sailing ships? Answer that one. Black Horse. If before Operation Torch, the Mediterranean was controlled by the Axis, would a cross-channel invasion be done instead? No, they'd have still gone for Torch. Because invading North Africa is the first stage to getting back control of the Mediterranean. And you need to train up a lot before you can do a cross-channel operation. The interesting thing is if the Axis have got control of Mediterranean, it's also going to depend on how they've got control of Mediterranean. Have they got control of it because they've won major battles, or did they get control of it because the British withdrew from the Mediterranean to favour the Eastern Fleet and Far East? Because then it's a different scenario in that one.
Did they have control because Gibraltar's fallen?
Yeah, if they have control. Gibraltar falling, though, is the only way you have a chance of taking Gibraltar, because the Germans definitely don't have an amphibious force, and the Italians don't have an amphibious force that's large enough to take Gibraltar. and you're not doing an airborne assault on Gibraltar, I'm sorry, you're just not. It's basically a mountainside. It's a good way to kill a lot of people, but you're not going to get the airborne assault in. Is if Franco Spain throws its lot in with the Axis, in which case the landing you get might be at Lisbon instead of being going North Africa, might be at Lisbon to reinforce Portugal and go out and basically liberate Spain from Franco. And that's not a good scenario for the Germans or the Italians or anyone in that one.
Quick question: is Franco Spain still under a notional monarchy, a la Italy?
No.
No.
The monarchy restoration comes after the fall of Franco.
Okay. I am very much unversed in Spanish political history.
The monarchy is brought back with the decline of Franco because there's a mass serious risk of Spain doing what it did in the 30s again.
Yeah. Basically, they brought back the monarchy as a unifying force. And it has served as a unifying force. Broadly speaking.
Well, ideology-wise, but not separatism-wise.
Yeah. How bad were the ship communications in the Falklands War? The warships were fairly good. The merchant ships were an absolute frigging nightmare. As I've said before, some of the ships were literally helicopter flying over them and dropping down instructions by chit on chalkboard. Take care, Montana. It's not good. Montana 67, what is the plan to refit Agincourt with single 15-inch 45s? No idea.
Why? That sounds like something Fleet would say. Why?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
No. You wouldn't do that. And besides, the British had 15-inch 42s at that point. They were developing a 15-inch 50. The only Agincourt built had 12-inch guns, so they're not going to... And you don't go with singles. No.
Yeah. That just makes no sense.
Not sure. Is current RM procurement entirely bad, or do they design good ships and they're not order enough? How would you fix things? Order more of what we're building, because most of it's pretty good. We need more of what we're building. Honestly, the Type 45s... If the Type 45s have been built with the Mark 41 VLS included as part of the build, if they've been built with... And if they've had 9 to 12 of them built, we'd be talking a very different scenario now than we are today. Because it's amazing what an extra 3 to 6 ships in the order of battle of the Royal Navy suddenly does to your capability, especially if those, let's put it this way, those 6 ships are, you know, if they've got 12 Type 45s, then the odds are A, you wouldn't have had the massive maintenance backlog because you kept surging them to have them be so few in number availability, and B, you'd probably be talking about usually having about 6 available out of 12. And remember, I always say the rule of 3, but if you think about it, the rule of 3 is for every one forward, you have one in training or transit, and one in refit, sort of thing. Well, if you have 12 of those, then you probably have 3 in refit. Well, probably 4 in refit. 4 in refit, in various stages of refit. Then you'll have 4 which will be in training and transit, and 4 which will be forward, or deployed on operations. So that means you've got 2 vessels in training and probably 2 in transit, of which you can probably get another 2 available quite easily without disrupting things if you need to. So you've always got an availability, realistically, of 6. They're all my own books. And I'm not too difficult to hunt down, I suppose, realistically. I'm not quite as easy as Drac, but I'm not too difficult to hunt down. I tend
like
to
I said, I'm the easiest to hunt down in this chat.
Thanks. But yeah, modern ships, you know, you have those 12 Type 45s, and suddenly you're now looking around at people. Probably it's a case of, we're sending the Queen, we're sending a carrier out on its operation. That's fine. We've got Type 45s to go here, Type 45s to go there. It makes lives easier. Pretty much, Ham. It's when people can track down names. And the thing is, I do enough public events, public teaching, and teaching in different universities and wandering around that people can usually track me down far too easily. Oh, Drac doesn't usually care. Drac doesn't mind. Drac's more open than I am, because Drac, it's going to sound strange, Drac shares his house with a whole load of weaponry and sharp, pointy objects. I share my house with... Well, I live in the annex, and my family lives in the main building, because that's what we've decided to do, because it saves things. And, yeah, I just don't want them disturbed. So that's why I'm to the extent the caginess I have is more to give them peace than anything else. But we're quite easy to track down.
Also lives with a South African wife that has full mama bear instincts activated.
Nicest way, having knowing his particular, the Flopatron 3000, I would say, good luck. You're never going to reach the South African wife. It's like you'll never reach... it's like, in nicest way, don't worry, you'll never reach the poodle, the mother, or the sister. In this house. You'll never reach the poodle, the mother, or the sister. Please note what I'm leaving
are cattle dogs.
Please note what I'm leaving out of that conversation.
Oh, Dr. Clarke, they won't reach the corgi either, because the corgi will reach them.
Yeah.
They may talk about Belgian Malinois and German Shepherds being fur missiles, but the corgi's a fur torpedo.
No, the corgi is
what's a greyhound? The Talos?
The corgi is a fur. This is going to go into the Geneva Convention if there's enough of you left to work out what happened to you.
Remember, it's not a war crime if there's no evidence.
It's also not a war crime the first time. It's just after it's happened. What happens if there was a different commander or a higher up admiral on Courageous during World War II? Courageous is the one I'm thinking is. It's Glorious. Courageous was the one sunk by submarine, wasn't it? I think you're thinking of Glorious. Yeah, Courageous is the one sunk by submarine. That doesn't change anything. But if you're talking about Glorious, then they probably have aircraft airborne, and they probably have a cruiser in close attendance, so no. Shiver, it's not a war crime if you're not at war.
The corgi will go. The corgi will go to war.
The thing is, it could still get added in there because after it's happened, you know, they read about it in the paper and they go, "This is going in there." You are now banned from using corgis in any armed forces, anytime, at any point. We do not need to explain why. P.S. Strategic reserve of corgis are going to be established in case of alien invasion.
But then that means... Okay, but Doc, that means then you're going to make the Peacekeepers of Seoul all war criminals.
Look, in the nicest way, Glyn hasn't included a corgi fighting scene because, in the nicest way, after talking to me and looking at the corgis, he thought it would be too graphic for the book.
Remember, kids, corgis are cattle dogs. Look at the size of your average Holstein, and then look at the size of a corgi.
Yep.
One of these things is not like the other. Also, I sent you another invite for a joint Twitch stream.
Okay. I should be in the share chat.
Yes, you are. I'm now hearing you in triplicate.
That's always good. Marshall, what are the best current ship designs in your opinion? Okay, I know it's controversial, but I actually liked the Zermalt as a design. I felt they mucked up the execution, but I liked the design. The Arleigh Burke I feel sorry for, because frankly that poor design just keeps getting warmed over again, and they need to give it a rest. In terms of frigates, if I was building an ASW frigate moment and I wanted to procure an ASW frigate, I go to the Type 26, but I go for the large option, not the medium or the small, which are the only ones being built. If I want a light frigate, honestly, I quite like some of the French ships, the Frigate de l'Invention. It's quite a striking vessel. And I know I've got a video coming up where I'm going to be talking about it. I can't remember which video it's in. The Frigate de l'Invention. I know it's in one of my videos coming up. I have no idea which one it's in. But I know I put it in a video. Oh, yeah, I know which one it's in. It's in Procurement for Peace. Yeah, it's in there. It's a good-looking ship. Carrier design... Look, I actually... this is going to sound strange. As much as I like the Fords, they are only really operable by one budget in the world. That's it. So realistically, you've got to go with the Pang, which looks a bit weird for my taste, or the Queen Elizabeths. If you're going for a carrier design at the moment, a modern carrier design. The latest Chinese carrier design looks like a warmed over, frankly, Kuznetsov. So we'll see.
Isn't it functionally just a Chinification of the Kuznetsov?
Yes, it is.
That doesn't mean it's a bad design necessarily. It just means that they are building up from a Kuznetsov sibling to their own indigenous design at some point.
In Britain, no. In nicer way. My experience in the UK has been... It's going to sound strange, but it depends what area you're in. It depends
I am
what area you're in. And it also depends on... How do I put this politely? Most of the bad guys in the UK understand that if they are really going to go bad, then the people who turn up are not going to be nice policemen. But that's the UK system.
Yeah, I am I am reasonably well armed for an American. Reasonably, I say.
Mm-hmm.
I am not the most well armed person in this call.
No, that's Foxo. That's Foxo.
Damn right.
Yeah, we all know that's Foxo.
I don't actually own that many firearms.
You also own more than firearms.
Yes.
Well, that is a thing. I am getting a new set of Brigadine because I've grown a bit.
And I could believe you could probably throw an axe pretty hard.
No. Right, okay. A bit off topic, but I am slowly getting together a 12th century real, actual forged Byzantine armor / weapons fair for a Renaissance fair.
So what I'm hearing is we're going to have you and Drac duel in full armor.
No, what you do is you have her and Drac do a exhibition set with Fleet as the
target.
Red Man.
I
was going to try and be a little bit.
You know, at that point, I might actually have to step in to save him.
That's why I said we'll use him as a Red Man, okay?
Okay.
For those of you who don't know what a Red Man is, essentially what you do is you dress up in this high-density foam Michelin Man suit, and if you don't know what the Michelin Man is, I can't help you. Go online at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And it is for people to train in hand-to-hand combatives and takedowns with a more minimal chance of injuring their sparring partner.
It
takes
all the fun out of it.
Yeah, but do you want to know a really interesting fact, Ronan?
I don't know. It's coming from you, so I'm scared.
A properly forged blade will quite happily cut its way through those if swung correctly.
That's why they're not for edged combatants.
Even blunt.
To be fair,
a good war pick will quite happily go through a mattress.
Yes, it will do.
Foxo, you're not supposed to bring edged weapons to Redmen training events, okay?
A war pick's not an edged weapon. Right, have you seen a ballpoint hammer?
Yes, I know it's ball peen.
Imagine
hammer,
the dinosaur version of that.
That's supposed to be black. Dang it.
But bigger and heavier. And the hammering end is flat and a square instead of round.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know what a war pick looks like.
And it's made out of good quality steel.
Why am I concerned Dr. Clarke is going to return with some sort of terrifying weapon?
If you want, I can just return with 4-5.
Oh, I've also got my Danax. That's what I use against.
He just comes back into frame with the corgi under his arm. Tactical deployment corgi.
Like, I actually, using a Danax against someone in armor is hilarious.
The corgi might be sleeping, to be fair, and in a different room, so we should be safe.
4-5?
But how am I going to use a Danax?
Oh no, Foxo's thinking. I don't like it when Foxo thinks.
Well, I'm more just thinking because I like my Danax. My Danax is brilliant.
Yeah, that gets the job done.
B, I haven't actually been able to fight anyone with my Danax in the past 3-4 years.
That's because you're not meant to.
That's because, in nicest way, people like me prefer to use war hammers and war axes when we're engaging people with armor rather than swords. But anyway, let's move on to one side.
Danax isn't a sword!
No, the Danax isn't.
I agree about moving on.
Yeah. What would happen in the Mediterranean if the fleet got a hold of a lot of Fletcher-class destroyers? Well, combined with tribals, Fletchers and tribals working together would be a very nasty combo. And probably the Italian fleet would cease to exist in a lot of very interesting battles. Like the Battle of Cape Bon. If you haven't read up about the Battle of Cape Bon, I highly recommend it. It's a battle where pretty much there are supposed to be 4 destroyers versus 2 cruisers. And 2 destroyers basically wipe out the Italian cruisers before the other 2 destroyers can engage. Because they do a very nasty thing. They attack the Italians from the Italian coast. So the Italians are watching the open sea going, the British are coming, the British are coming. We know the British are coming. And the British basically do the warship version of walking up behind them and tapping the shoulder going, hello, here we are. Oh, do we put some torpedoes in you? But Cape Bon is a particularly short range and nasty fight.
Hey, I'm so glad you weren't here for Friday.
Why?
Because Goryoff said a really leading question about the Fletchers.
Oh, yeah, that question.
Those questions.
Oh, lovely. Could the Royal Navy decided to somewhat ignore the Atlantic so most often the capital ships are sent to the Eastern Fleet? Not realistically, because the trouble is it's maintaining the ships to watch But the biggest sap of Royal Navy capital ships is actually the Mediterranean, not the Atlantic. And then after that, it's maintaining some capital ships to keep the German ones in because of the need for the Atlantic. But what people often forget is that actually in the Far East, there are the 4Rs that are remaining. They have Repulse and they have Prince of Wales sent out there, etc. And realistically, the problem is they decide not to keep them together. They should have kept them together as a solid 6 with an aircraft carrier. They would have been with Hermes, but it would have still been an aircraft carrier. And in the nicest way, then you it can carry some fighters. It can operate some air defense fighters and some scout aircraft. And the thing is, you operate that together, and that sounds far scarier as a formation. The Royal Navy has 6 battleships and a carrier sitting in the Indian Ocean is a far scarier thing than, they have two far ships pushed forward to Singapore. And that's the trouble. The people who were... how to put this? The politicians who were driving the game fundamentally underestimated the Japanese and their psychology. They thought they'd be scared by 2 battleships turning up in Singapore. No, but saying you're forming a fleet of 6 battleships, 6 capital ships, 4 battleships, fast battleship and a battle cruiser in the Indian Ocean and a carrier, that suddenly sounds like a far more dangerous force, doesn't it? Yes, they might be ours, but suddenly you're thinking, well, if we're going to beat them, we need to send more ships, don't we? And that's the thing. If you make it 2 fast capital ships, suddenly you make it into a group which can be, we can manage that. Whereas if it's 6 and a carrier, suddenly things become different. Even if it's a small carrier. Now, could the Royal Navy have decided to answer that one? What happens after the working up if all the Cold War submarines have appeared in port today? There's a lot of deaf sonarmen. At this point, because that's going to be very, very noisy. If all the Cold War submarines appeared in port today, probably everything prior to the Trafalgars gets scrapped. Everything Trafalgar onwards, get the Trafalgar class onwards, maybe the Swifters as well, get modernized, especially if they appear today in good new order. And they probably find a way to crew them, especially the British government, because that would be their dream come true. They could show a massive increase in force strength without actually having to spend any money. In terms of the SSBNs, if the R-class SSBNs appear, they probably get converted to SSGNs. Because they could be done, that conversion can be done quite quickly. And they'll see, why did the Royal Navy battleships carry main gun shrapnel rounds?
Can I take a stab at this?
Yes.
They didn't. They just played with the fuses on their high-capacity shells so that they airburst at whatever range that they needed them to airburst at. The silence. I'm looking at the expressions. I'm not certain if that's I'm doomed or if I'm reasonably accurate.
Oh no, they actually carried shrapnel rounds.
Why?
Job bombardment?
No.
I'd be surprised how useful they could be.
Hey.
Just short the fuse on a high-capacity round.
Like, job bombardment all hitting light targets, except but AA with battleship guns.
Well, yeah, they were in the 1920s. They carried 6 rounds per gun.
Here's my mistake. Here's my mistake. I thought that I was trying to give the Royal Navy the benefit of the doubt and that they were going to be reasonable.
This was in the 1920s they developed it.
That was my mistake. I assumed that the Royal Navy was about to be reasonable.
It was coming out of World War I development, so it's a nice way. It's a how do I put this? It's a immediately post World War I period, and they carried 13,700 lead alloy balls. Now, technically, there is a whole discussion over these rounds as to whether or not they made it into World War II, whether they were used in World War II. But the thing is, it looks like they were, and it's one of the reasons why, if you consider the Queen Elizabeth class, Royal Sovereigns, Vanguards, etc., are standardized as saying they have 100 rounds per gun, but then are later upgraded to 106, 108, or 110. And those extra rounds are shrapnel rounds. Okay?
I just want the Royal Navy to carry a reasonable amount of firepower.
They did. Didn't you hear? The shrapnel rounds carried, well, as originally built, 13,700 lead alloy balls, each one, each ball roughly 2 ounces, 1.75 ounces, or 49.6 grams.
I still want to know who hurt the Royal Navy.
13,700 lead balls, and you think you're firing eight of those guns fire them. You can also use them as anti-infantry weapons for clearing out Gallipoli.
Runon, in regards to who hurt the Royal Navy, for all we might joke, you are quite intelligent. Think back. Just how many people have very much annoyed the Royal Navy throughout its history?
The French, the
Spanish, the Dutch, the Americans,
British.
We were a minor nuisance.
So
the Chinese, the Japanese, the Malaysians, the Indians,
you see
the Egyptians, the Turks, the Greeks.
Do you see where
the Mexicans,
the Royal
the
Navy
Brazilians, the Colombians, South Africa,
and the Royal Navy
Portugal,
took personally.
Every
Ethiopia,
single time.
Iraq, Iran, Dutch Indonesia,
like
Korea, America,
you've got
the
your
CSA.
You're starting to repeat now, I'm afraid, Vox.
Yeah.
But it's sort of that's who hurt the Royal Navy.
Yeah, I'm just going to rock up with my 16-inch fragmentation shells.
Hey,
we had those as well.
Wouldn't surprise me if there was 18-inch ones developed. It makes sense.
I do know we were working on an 18-inch shell, which was going to be a literally filled with the same ball bearing, the same little balls as the shell we just talked about.
It's effectively canister.
Yeah.
The Vickers gun salesman be like, hey, I got a fragmentation shell for these 14-inch guns. You want some?
Oh, we developed that's the way we developed shrapnel rounds for the 14-inch guns on the King George V.
As Paul Amos is saying, honestly, it might be easier to say who didn't hurt the RN.
Yeah.
The Pakistanis?
No, they didn't.
The Irish?
No, they definitely did.
Swiss, basically. You know.
The Icelanders? The Icelandics?
No.
Fishing.
Cod Wars,
and various other incidents involving fishing.
The reason the Royal Navy builds its OPVs with so much steel in them is because of the Icelandics. Right. Black Horse. Oh, we've done stuff there when it was under Spain. Black Horse, Farunon, how long does it take to fix a blown transformer?
How long is a piece of string?
Horses for courses there, mate.
But I say, doesn't this depend on the type of transformer, how it's blown, its various position, its area?
So,
there's so many things.
A single monster can, what would it be, like 3 to 5 kV to 120, 240 split phase transformer. As long as the line's dead and that's the only thing that goes pop, you could probably get that done within 30 minutes, depending upon how much procedure motions you have to go through.
Okay. Sorry, but
if go ahead.
But I was just going to say, Ex-Submariners put the Portuguese in there as the people who haven't hurt the British, and I'm sorry, Portuguese ships were fighting for the Armada during 1588. So yes, the Portuguese have hurt us.
If you're talking about a 100 to 250 kV transmission line pad mount transformer, days.
Mm-hmm.
Underground tends to take longer. Also depends upon how it blew up. If the windings just cooked and then the upstream fuse blew on it, that's easy. If the windings cooked in such a way that it started to attrit the primary or secondary conductors going to the transformer, that's going to take longer because those conductors then need to be peeled back and spliced as a replacement, or depending upon power company policy, they may have to be taken back to their last junction point and replaced in their entirety. It's a how long is a piece of string question. Based on how quickly they were back, it was probably not an actual transformer, but merely a transformer fuse. Hey, you asked the question. I can give more details if people ask for it, Paul. Well, you didn't ask the question, but who asked the question? Team U, no.
I'll be honest, I've entirely understood everything Runon said so far. And this is a simple explanation. I know Runon could go into far more fun stuff.
I'm just glad this is apparently about infrastructure transformers.
Yeah, it's
ironic on the simpler side.
Yeah, because really all a transformer is, it's two coaxial copper coils, right? That's all a transformer is. Some of them are submersed in sand, some of them are submersed in a non-conductive, non-flammable fluid of some nature, right? Actually, a lot of the older ones are filled with diesel or kerosene, which is why they make such a spectacular explosion. They're really simple. It's just they're heavy.
Because we had a discussion about this recently involving the Heathrow transformer. And you were very confused about, wait, what do you mean they're still using this type of transformer for that area?
Yeah, because it was... a lot of transformers nowadays have gone to mineral oil because it's non-conductive and I think non-flammable. We used to use PCBs, but then we found out, it became a publicly known thing that PCBs were not good for, everything. So we stopped using PCBs and then had to go to other transformer coolants.
I can work on those.
It's transformers, infrastructure transformers are very simple, but also very finely engineered. For those who don't know, the primary and secondary, primary is always your higher primary is always your supply voltage side. Secondary is your demand voltage side or your load side of the transformer. A split phase transformer is how most homes at least single family homes in the United States are fed. They only get one phase at 240 volts, but we put the neutral pole in the center of the secondary transformer windings. So this way we take one half of the sine wave and get 120 volts, and then we take the other half of the sine wave and get 120 volts. AC operates in a sine wave in the United States, and the majority of North America, it's a 60 cycles per second sine wave. In in Europe broadly and the rest of the world, it's 50 cycles per second. Mark Harkness, I'm not referencing the political considerations whatsoever of the line. I'm just talking all your tools are here, all your parts are here, go do the work.
And 5 more questions.
Because
if people want to chat, want to ask them, there's 5 more questions. So I've got to say, because we've got 5 left, and I think we've got time to finish off about 10 before we reach our normal point.
How long is a piece of string?
Yeah, could the RN have developed towed array hydrophones for the convoy escorts? They were actually working on those things in the 1920s and 30s. They just hadn't got them ready. You see, it's not just. It's you're developing it, you're working on it, and you have to look at just how quickly they do actually come into service post World War II, and even some stuff is being tested during World War II and could have made service into World War II if it lasts longer. It's a case of there's a lot of stuff bubbling there. It's just it's not reached that point. It's like the anti-submarine warfare mortars. There's a couple of them development prior to World War II, and yet they really aren't being fielded to the end of the war because it's getting them working. It's getting them systems working under conditions at sea, under the things you might be operating in.
I'm going to reiterate my point from Friday that a huge part of the problem with towed array is you need to have the ability to ingest and process that data.
Frank Bell, that's a question. How far am I from the Royal Institute in physical miles? Let's see. I'm roughly 260 miles away. Roughly 260 miles.
So an easy day's drive.
Actually, no. Looking at the current roadworks on the roads, I would split that trip over 2 days just to save my blood pressure.
Yeah, but I'm an American. 260 miles ain't nothing.
In the nicest way, my record is doing 800 miles in a single day when I've needed to. But the nicest way, if I don't need to, I will split it over 2 days just to deal with just to avoid the things, just to avoid the stuff. And I wanted to drive all the way from. Well, I think it was in Glasgow. I think it was Glasgow, not Edinburgh. It was Glasgow. And I drove all the way to Warsaw, and that was with one friend. We were just alternating, and we did the whole journey over a few days, a couple of days, sort of thing. But it was a case of it's fine to do these things when you're younger, but once you reach a certain point, you sit there and go, "Who am I racing for?" If I have an urgent appointment, I'll do it. If I'm not, I would prefer to leave a day earlier, break the trip up, and probably stop in a nice hotel I know, somewhere around about halfway mark, it is roughly, and have a nice swim, have a nice burger, have a nice evening, get up in the morning, have a nice cooked breakfast, and then carry on my drive, and be able to pick my time so I don't have to deal with all the idiots who chog up the motorways in mornings and in early mornings and late evenings.
My headset die.
In the nicest way, the part of the UK I'm in, Cornwall, is weird enough, wacky enough, and wild enough. Yeah. Runon, by nation, which is the most commonly played 40k army in those nations' respective navies? I haven't done exhaustive research for this, but I will say this. The Canadian Navy is disturbingly obsessed with Chaos Marines in my experience. The US Navy always seems to be doing Eldar. No idea why, but they do seem to love their Eldar. Which is the only other navies I've actually seen some of their Warhammer 40k clubs. I think those are the only two I've actually seen their clubs. Or the Royal Navy's one. I think they're mostly Blue Boys. I think they're all Ultramarines.
That disappoints me. That disappoints me greatly.
They might have been Ultramarines. They might have been Alpha.
Okay, I can respect Alpha. I can even respect Crimson Fist, but Ultra Smurfs. Come on.
To be
Royal
fair,
Navy,
the gentleman I
better.
was to be fair, the gentleman who I'm thinking about in the army I was watching because he was the club he was made for is a captain, and quite an older player gentleman. So possibly got in a long time ago and has just built up a massive army of Smurfs because it was the easiest one to build up with. Also, he could be like me, and this is always the problem you've got. If you've got me, I say my army, in many ways, partially is chosen. I have Iron Wolves because no one else in the family, and I've got a lot of family members who play 40k, were wolves, and I never had the same army as anyone else. And I have a lot of armor, so I became Iron Wolves. So basically, I am, well, a son of Russ on that front, but I have a lot of armor.
Which reminds me, if anybody finds a reasonably good condition Iron Priest, give me a shout. I have nefarious plans.
I worry about your nefarious plans on those.
I don't know why you'd play anyone that's not Necrons.
Leslie, I have
Because
done
we don't
Aberdeen to
all-
Exeter in one go by myself in 2015. Now, that's the other thing. I do a lot of the driving solo, and frankly, after a while, you just get fed up of being in the car on your own. It's when you got company, it's a lot easier to go a lot further distance. You have someone to talk to, and especially me, because I debate with the news, because the news is usually wrong if it's coming on the radio. So I have to try and find an all-music channel, which is rare in the UK. They usually are full of adverts. So then I have to plug in my phone, and while that's also doing the sat-nav, because I have an old Volvo which doesn't have a sat-nav, because I can fix it myself that way then. It means it occasionally breaks up the song to give me directions. If I'm going somewhere I've never been before, I need the sat-nav. It's the nicest way, it's the sensible thing to have. I'll have read the map and have a printed out map next to me as well, but I also have the sat-nav going because I have both, because you can plot out the route and then, oh great, someone's been a bright spark on the road. Hey, okay, what's the easiest way to get round this thing? Someone decided that it was sensible to do 80 on a motorway instead of doing 70. And you sit there and go, well, that's really not going to help you that much. If you're going, think about it. Think about it. If you're going 80 rather than 70, how much faster does it get you there get you there rather than 70? If you're doing 80,
it should be 10 miles an hour faster theoretically. So you will get 10 extra miles per hour.
Okay.
How far are you going is the big question. And Dark Star, $40 or less.
If you're traveling a couple of hundred miles, how much time difference is that going to be?
Half an hour.
Not much.
I did the maths for my speeding awareness course. At 200 miles, the 10-mile-an-hour difference becomes 20 to 30 minutes.
Yeah. How long's the journey if you're doing the 70?
3 hours.
And if you're doing 80?
About 240.
And how much is... and what's your chance of getting into an accident if you're on the motorways if you're doing 80 versus 70? Not because of your own driving, but the odds of because of other people not anticipating your speed of approach.
Depends on road conditions. Because if it's off-peak, not particularly much, statistically. According to Highways Agency.
Yeah,
especially at night.
But when you're travelling in the middle of the night, frankly, the nicest way, I have a very different policy on the road when I'm travelling in the middle of the night than I am when I'm travelling in the middle of the day. But it's very rare I do night drives now at my age. I've kind of moved after them. Because I don't see the point.
I figured out that the company I used to work for had physically removed the limiters off their van doing a night drive down the M11.
Mm-hmm.
Because the M11 just clears out fully and there's no speed cameras.
Oh, yeah.
And it's mostly straight.
Oh,
so you go, I'm going to do 70. Then go, oh, I've stepped up to 80. That's okay. Next thing you know, you're doing 95.
The thing I have fun is when people are on
speedometer
the single wide lanes in Cornwall and Devon and Somerset, the little windy lanes, and they're going, "Oh, it's national speed limit, so I can do 60 on them," and you're going, "You don't want to do 60. You don't want a 60." And then a few minutes later, you come up to them and they've gone into something, and you're going to have to stop, get out, help them check they're okay. Usually they are. And check they're okay, deal with all that, and help them get their car out of the ditch they put themselves into, or alternatively, the gate post they put themselves into because they didn't see the corner coming up. Or this has happened now to me 4 times in the last 2.5 years. I come around the corner and find they've managed to bury themselves into a farmer's field.
It's worse in farmland because the only 2 times I ever two-wheeled a vehicle was both in farmlands and both with middle-aged women driving BMW X5s.
Oh.
And if you have me East Anglia, we have these large raised hedges. And I've been doing 40. They've come up doing at least 65. They haven't looked, and it's my right away. And they've just kept going down the centre. So I've reacted quick and I've gone up onto verge. I drive a BMW and it was like, if I was in a taller vehicle, I would have just gone bang. And that's how I even got scratches on the
I've honestly started taking the policy, if I see an X5 driving towards me on the road, I pull into the side and let it go past. I just go, look, and that's why I like my car. I'm pulling into the side, and I'm going to just let you drive past and just leave it be.
So for me to get to work after I get off the ferry, there's essentially the way the GPS tells me to go, which is faster and apparently more fuel efficient. And then there's the way that if you have any common sense, you go, which is you go down to the next traffic light, you make the turn, and then you just go the rest of the way until the 2 routes intersect at the choke point, and then you go to the nuke station from there. Yes, technically the way the GPS wants me to go is faster. However, I am not a rally driver. And just because I drive a hatchback Fiesta does not mean that I drive a rally car.
Hey, look, I drove through Canada's I drove through Canada's most violent road, and I can honestly say, driving in North America, you do need a rally license.
So while I have grown up in the sticks, and I can and have driven that route at what is notionally the posted highway speed, I usually go down to the light because it's just easier and I don't have to worry about missing a turn. Also, my tires are just this side of legal.
Yeah.
But that reminds me, at least once I've put a car in a farmer's field because of the Audi version of the X5. And a woman just not looking, swinging wide around a corner, and I've gone, shit, that's an X5. I drive a small BMW. I drive an M2.
Yeah.
I go, nope. And I've gone, I'm now off-road. If I full brake, I'm going to lose control. So you just sort of roll it into the mud. And at least once I've had to be pulled out by a tractor.
See why I get concerned for her.
I was doing 30 mile an hour under the speed limit.
You don't permanently chauffeur her. Anyway, what happens?
You can't drive.
Yes, I'm surprised. I'm surprised Dragon doesn't learn to drive just to chauffeur you. What happens if there is a yard in the UK which magically commissions a Lion at full rate production from 1939? The yard cannot be stopped by any means short of cracking the planet. Then the Royal Navy has a very nice Lion-class battleship by about 1941.
But it's producing this. It doesn't stop. As soon as the slipway is empty, the keel for the next one gets laid.
Well, it's still going to take roughly 2 years to build.
So every 2 years, they are getting a fully commissioned Lion.
Yes.
This goes to the 1980s.
This goes up to today.
The Royal Navy. The Royal Navy is very happy.
Where are you getting the material from?
The British government is slightly concerned, and the Royal Navy is now completely Lion class. Because what they do is they get the new Lion class every 2 years, and then they modify it to their probably fulfill the air defense destroyer needs and the cruiser the air defense / cruiser needs, and probably sell some.
Castanea, my tires are not bald. They have 3/32 of an inch of tread on them.
They're bald.
Yeah, like, you need at least an inch there. Come on. At least an inch.
Right. Bowman Boy, what if the entirety of Plymouth, including warships currently there, replaced Plymouth in 1600? Well, considering Plymouth also is home to the Royal Marines, and currently has Albion and Bulwark there, admittedly they're going to have trouble getting resupply of spare parts and fuel, but they have quite a lot of industry sitting in Plymouth, and especially Plymouth Harbour, so they can probably do interesting things. I'm fairly certain you will find that whoever's senior officer there becomes the new ruler of the world by about 1620. Or rather, Queen Elizabeth I becomes ruler of the world, because that's 2 years after the Battle of the Armada, so yes. Spain is going to be getting a very nasty surprise. Yeah, there would be enough Royal Marines in Plymouth to do that. How much did Churchill undermine the Royal Navy when he supported the Army's narrative in 1914, and what might have happened if he'd done his job as First Lord of the Admiralty? That's an interesting question. If he'd actually said, no, we want to use the army to do an amphibious assault somewhere else behind German lines, basically let them roll and then land behind them. It's an interesting scenario. It might not necessarily have worked. It might not necessarily have worked. It would have been. It's an interesting scenario to put forward. But Foxo, go on.
But the British Army was very much needed to fill the gap in the after the Benelux.
Yeah.
Like, Churchill made the right choice there.
I think the problem comes more the fact that he didn't articulate the Navy's view of the war as well. Letting the army do that is one thing. And I'd say that's probably right with the army. I'd say what's wrong is that he doesn't articulate the naval view of the war far better, in that, okay, what does the Navy need to do? What's the Navy's strategic goals? And there is a reason Lloyd George implements, after he becomes Prime Minister, the fact that the Navy has to do almost a weekly update of what they're doing. Because Lloyd George, when he becomes Prime Minister, suddenly gets briefed by the Navy about what they've been doing, and he sits there and goes, but we haven't been told about this. And they go, well, we briefed the First Lords, and they're supposed to brief the Cabinet. Well, they haven't been. Churchill and his successors had not been briefing the Cabinet as to what they're doing. Lloyd George is really annoyed about this. And that's why the Royal Navy starts being ordered, by order of the Prime Minister, starts having to produce a weekly report, telling them what they're up to and why they're doing it. And that's why you get a sudden change in British policy within a few weeks of Lloyd George becoming Prime Minister, because they suddenly know what the Navy's been doing, because no one's been informing them. So I think that's more the case. He doesn't necessarily need to poo-poo the Army's plan, but he needs to actually articulate what the Navy's doing, and he doesn't, because honestly, I don't think Churchill really understands it. I think to an extent, Fisher... this is going to sound strange, but bear with me here. This is a bit conspiracy theorist, but sometimes this is where you end up with in history. Churchill spends a lot of time listening to Fisher over Battenberg, and that's one of the reasons why you end up with the fall of Battenberg and the issues that come up, issues of the Admiralty at the beginning of World War One. And the point is, Fisher hasn't schooled him in how to be First Lord of the Admiralty. He's been schooling him in how to be his mouthpiece and only say what he wants. So Churchill really doesn't understand what he's saying. So Churchill can't make an enunciated argument, a coherent argument for the Navy because he doesn't understand the Navy, because the person who's been briefing him hasn't been briefing him in a way to educate him, but has been briefing him in a way to tell him what to be a parrot. And that then explains Churchill's decisions at the beginning of World War II, when he's First Lord of the Admiralty again, when he pauses capital. He does the exact thing which he did at the beginning of World War I, because that's what Fisher had told him to do at the time. Which was pause capital ships, pause cruisers, pause carriers. Because we need to build escorts. And the trouble is, at the time, there isn't Henderson sitting there going, but we're building them all. And Henderson has enough power to do that, whereas the people who take over after him don't have the power to stop Churchill. By the time he listens to Fraser, it's too late. Does that make sense, or does that sound completely conspiracy theorist?
I mean, it tracks, because between you and Drac, my parsing of Fisher is that he is a little bit of a control freak.
Yeah.
When it comes to Navy policy and utilization, not always to the Navy's benefit.
No. Not always to the Navy's benefit at all. Oh well. What is the preferred type of cloth for sails of the Royal Navy?
Canvas, isn't it? Lightweight canvas?
When?
That's what I was just getting up my list.
That's a better question.
Interesting enough, they do have the foretop sail from HMS Victory from the Battle of Trafalgar still around.
That thing is still intact in a recognizable form?
Oh yeah, it still has Victory. Still has Victory on it. I can send you a link to it.
Yes, please do, because that is fascinating in the fact that it survived that long. Yeah. Okay, good.
Okay.
I knocked over a resin model, and that has a tail and a pokey out sword.
Oh, yeah, no, I know that.
Which I am 90% of the way done painting and almost ready for submission. So that means that if it's going to break, it's going to do that now. Pucker factor 10.
We actually have quite a lot of sailcloth surviving.
Pucker factor 10.
In terms of ships, we actually had a fair number of it surviving, and examples of it surviving. And sailcloth is an interesting thing because it's not necessarily what we would necessarily describe as modern canvas. It's both lighter and at the same time stronger in some ways. It's more likely to tear, so allow the passage of a ball, but it's less likely to fray to make it easier to repair.
So it's almost like an early version of ripstop. I'm not going to say that's a really close comparison, but it sounds like ripstop.
And I will tell you this, whatever you do, don't get a sailcloth wash strap, because I once had one and it really wasn't that good. It was weird on my wrist.
There is a massive delay between you speaking on Discord and it actually showing on YouTube.
That doesn't surprise me.
It's about 10 to 15 seconds minimum.
Yeah. That would not surprise me. This is why I tend to run things for quite a while on entry and live and leaving to let it sort of settle itself down and make sure everything has gone through. Anyway, I don't think we've had any more questions come in. Let me just check Discord. No questions come on Twitch, no questions on YouTube, so I think we finished all the questions. Which means I will say thank you to everyone. Thank you to Runon. Thank you to Dragon Foxo. Thank you to Paul and Steve, who assisted in the beginning, but Paul especially for doing all the work he's done. And thank you to everyone for being here. Thank you to Fleet for being here earlier. I know we make fun of him a bit, but in good sport, because he is very hardworking and he does turn up and try his best and always wants to contribute, and it's always nice. And thank you all for being here and watching. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for the super chats and all those things. Thank you for the super thanks. Thank you for everything which helps the channel keep going. And yeah, Darkstar has some details about Iron Priests.
Yeah, I saw that.
And remember, this is your weekly reminder to forget I exist.
No.
Forget you? Impossible.
No one will ever forget you, Foxo, no matter how hard we try, or how much therapy we have.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for being here. And, Ramblings is tomorrow evening. And you will see there are lots of videos scheduled and coming up, and there are going to be lots of recorded videos appearing in the future for the channel, on my channel, so that people can see them coming and when they're going to be coming. There's going to be a lot of interesting stuff coming. Thursday's video is going to be a very interesting time, because I'm going through the ranks of various navies. I'm currently deciding whether it's going to be 6 or 8 navies I'm going to do. And the history behind the ranks and what some of them are, and it's fun. It is very, very fun. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and take care.
And then for my part, I'm going to be streaming a little bit longer with the minis, and I'll be streaming more throughout the end of July for Art Fight.
It'll be fun. Take care, everyone. Thank you for watching, and take care.